6 on Nuke, and I bet we're seeing Nuke again today, because that's what map Vitality goes for, so you're just going to see it.
This is what you expect to happen when these two teams play, right? But the last time they faced off was in October last year. Mongols are #2 ranked team in the world. They're ranked above Vitality in the VRS. So you can decide whether that's objective or not, whether that's real or not, but it's up to the Mongols in games like this today to show us that they belong in that spot, right? You're not going to stick around there if you can't win any playoff games, and they're a cool team to watch. Again, the first ever Asian team to make it into the SPODEC, first ever Asian team obviously to win a game in the SPODEC. So if they're really on that level, we're going to see a better fight than what's happened the last couple of times.
Yeah, making history literally every single step of the way. It was a question that I wanted to pose to you guys because of that context, it being, 4 months ago, extra context that, ROPS wasn't on the side of Vitality back then. Do you think the Mongols are substantially different to when we saw them in Rio?
I think there's a development, obviously, when you have a young team with a region that doesn't get to play a lot on the international stage, that gets to get more of these tier 1 reps. You're obviously going to be on an upward trajectory, but is it enough yet? Probably not. They probably need a lot more time, a lot more experiences such as this one here before we can start making that into a conversation.
Yeah, I think for them also, you look at the guys and you look at the players, they're going to play to win, right? They're not going to be scared. They're not going to get lost. You have guys like Blitz, who's the in-game leader, who just constantly goes for, he's a playmaker for them, right? Like creates a lot of space. You had 9-10 yesterday who had a great game. Senzo a little bit injured, so I don't think he's anywhere close to 100%, but it seems the rest of the guys on the team are really making up for that.
That's something that really impressed me. The fact that we heard from Mizuno saying, we do all experience nerves on the stage, but it didn't deter them from playing their own style. I hate that I've literally just said that on air because I hate it when I get it in interviews, but the fact that they were just so confident in believing in their own gameplay, even when we saw in those, multiple overtimes versus Eternal Fire, they were making some really good mid-round adjustments as well.
Yeah, it's easy to overthink in these games. You watch the other team and you watch the last 5 times they played Nuke, and you're coming up with a game plan against Vitality, and then you will get into the game, you anti-stratted the hell out of them, and they will do something that you didn't expect, and all of a sudden you don't know what to do, and you don't know what you're playing at that point. So you definitely want to avoid that. You have the things that you like to do on a map, stick to them, make small adjustments depending on the team that you're going up against, and for me, that's always the recipe for success.
You look at a team like Mongols, it's not like they have a really big map pool either, so they do a few things, they do things in their style, they do it well, but they don't really have a lot to fall back onto after that. They don't have the experience, they don't have like a deep playbook, they don't have the deep map pool, so that's where Vitality really has all the bases covered compared to a team like Mongols.
The big change for Vitality with ROPS coming in for Spinks is ROPS is his own guy, right? Like Apex used to hold this team on a very tight leash because it felt like he didn't trust some of those players to make their own decisions in the mid round, right? So they were doing a lot of stuff together, CT, T side. You have someone like ROPS, he's more than capable of going for plays, understanding what's going on in the round, being obviously extremely good in the clutch. So it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for Apex to sort of play a little bit looser and allow, like Josh pointed out, his players to flourish.
I'm really curious at how that's going to play out, because it kind of sounded like in the old iteration of Vitality that maybe some of the players didn't know how to take that initiative,
yes.
Whereas you look at Zywoo, he's a man that is just at one with the game. But Yanko, curiously, his worst ever rating in the HLTV Top 20, third by the way, for 2024.
Yeah, I think also, yeah, that just tells you, wow, terrible, just the third best this year,
Just retire.
No, but it's also for Vitality. Last year, they came in as the #1 team and went out in pretty much last place. For, I think someone like Zywoo, he's also a guy who, whenever you experienced this many a time, Freya, doesn't care about the individual accolades. See, he just comes, this dude doesn't have a config. He just comes in, sets up, types in his, settings and plays the game, which is awesome for the team to have someone who's just so relaxed and such a good teammate, but you want your star player. I always wanted my star players to have a little bit of an ego. Luckily, I had Nico on my team for a long time, and Coldzera, because when it is a scoreline that's close, when it is crunch time, you want these guys to take initiative. You're the best player in the world, play like it. I don't want Messi to decide my games or Flamesy, no offense to them. They're amazing role players and definitely have a job to do, but it's guys like Zywoo who will make or break your destiny at a tournament like this.
I agree. Zaiwu needs a little bit more of that X Factor flair. He's so consistent at his job, and that's why he is such highly rated player. But at the end of the day, he's not seeking out those openings. And I think circling back to this whole conversation about Apex and the in-game leading, it's that he doesn't trust his teammates to go and make some openings or info-based plays that he ends up overcompensating, and he's trying to do too many things and juggle too much, and he goes for that info play, or he goes for that duel, that opening play, and he's not that type of player, not anymore. He used to be before he became IGL a few years back, but now it's just like, if you're going for this and you're dying and you're getting frustrated, you're not helping the team.
And listen, if when Zaiwu gets extended, you know, his face is on the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, I think Apex's can be at the Louvre, and that's the reason why he hasn't maybe faced as much criticism for some of the results from Vitality and the whole Spinks situation. Because you look at the last couple of big tournaments, they get eliminated, you just look at his individual stats, you look at some of the T-sides in certain games on certain maps, I mean, it was lacking. So here, yes, you will get a little bit of leeway because Robs was just added to the team, but you need to figure this out quickly, and you need to deliver results quickly because you only get so much time with this caliber of players.
You also do quickly need to hop on over to check in with Zaiwu, courtesy of Shox.
It's Spodek time, Zaiwu. Super, super exciting. How ready are you for today to face the crowd and to get everything going?
Really exciting. Like you said, we're going to play in Spodek and against the Mongols, so we're really excited to play them. Yesterday, we watched the game against Eternal Fire, and I think they play really good. They play with the crowd, they play like insanely good, so really excited to play this game.
It is a matchup that you are familiar with, and that is good for Vitality, I want to say, right? So what are kind of the factors that you think that always makes it that you're a step ahead of them? And will it be different knowing that it is in front of a crowd today?
I think the difference can be the individuality today, because yesterday they have one more game in front of the crowd inside of the Spodek, so they can be used to play already. But for us, we're just gonna play our game. The team play, I think, gonna make the difference today. So we're not gonna think we're gonna. Obviously, individually, it's really important, but for us, team play today will be more important.
Absolutely, and I know that the Spodek and Katowice in general is very important for Vitality. For you, it is a dream that has eluded you, and there have sometimes been issues with getting that same team play, as you say, on stage, right? So why is it going to be any different this Katowice?
I mean, we put a lot of effort to get to this semi-final as well, because Vitality didn't get a lot of playoff game during Katowice, but this year we put even more. We try to give our best. Even with Robs, I think he gave us a lot of new energy, he gave us so many things during the game, so he's gonna be maybe third time in final if we beat this, so we also play for him. We're gonna give our best again for the semi-final anyway.
Merci beaucoup.
I think it would be an understatement to say that, Vitality aren't the heavy favourites coming into this one. The pressure is definitely on their side. I was just reading before this as well, an interview with the co-founder of Vitality, and he was saying when you have a player like Zaiwu on your roster, one trophy a year, that is not enough by any means. And that was the story of last year for Vitality.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at ever since he joined Vitality, that's almost 6 years now, right? There's one Cologne in there and the Paris major. Level of opposition, not going to talk about that. So, yeah, absolutely need to step up. I mean, Robs, on the other side of things, he only just got added to FaZe, and they went on to win Katowice with a stand-in. So he just has this sort of an aura around him. I feel like Robs, he's just a gamer. Zaiwu's been talking about it in interviews as well. He just talks CS all the time, gets everyone else to play more, and it feels like that was maybe the missing piece for Vitality.
I love it how in CS you always put an asterisk next to every single win any team gets. It's just like, yeah, but this, yeah, but that. Look, Zaiwu, he was talking about the teamwork and the communication. That's what we're going to look for here. We're going to see, is Vitality now with Robs going to be able to solve those issues in the server and also out of the server? Because that's part of the issue that they had with Spinks before that. Now, does everything get resolved, or is it still a work in progress?
The Spinks situation sounds a little bit like, it's not you, it's me. No. It's you, bro. It's definitely it's all
not you, it's me.
Thank you so much for your service, and let's keep it moving.
Apex also had a really nice quote, just to go back to, the Cologne that they eventually ended up winning. 4 days prior to that, he said, I'm not retiring until I win at least a Katowice, a Cologne, and another major. He did that 4 days later. So at what point do you see Vitality in terms terms of the potential peak right now? They've just added Robs. Where do you think they are in terms of the most fired up Vitality that we'll see?
No, I think they're far away, but they have the honeymoon phase going for them, right? Like everyone's motivated now, so they are in a position where things might click for them, but there's a lot of work to be done. You know, Rob's completely different player than someone like Spink, so I think you'd probably be willing to give them a couple of months. I think they would tell you that their goal to peak is obviously the next major.
Now, Josh, you alluded to it. You expect or perhaps hope to see Nuke in the pool. What should we expect from the pick and bans?
Well, I'm assuming that Vitality is going to go for the nuke pick just because that's been their staple for as long as I can remember now. And you're going to go Mongols and Mirage. It's synonymous. It's one and the same. So we're going to see that. The Train Ancient going out makes sense. It's the decider map. I don't know if it's Dust 2 or Inferno. I'm not sure what you think, Yanko, there.
Yeah, I think we'll have to wait and see. We're spot on with the picks. I wonder what the Mongols beat, right? That's where it was. Like they get sort of to pick between Dust and Inferno because Vitality, I feel like, was gonna ban Anubis all the way, and Inferno is that decider. The Mongols will be happy with this. They will have to start on T side though.
Why do you think Mongols has been so synonymous with Mirage? What has made them kind of a staple map for them?
I think it just suits their playstyle, which is just being able to set up really big explosive fights, taking contact on two different parts of the map, or just these really good timing A hits. We saw it yesterday as well. It's either a 1 minute 40-second A hit with the double smokes on the right side, or it's that they're just flying out middle and then they go out B with 3 or go out A with 3. It's the same thing, same recipe, different spices.
They're fearless. You have to be willing to take fights. You have to be willing to take risks on a map like Mirage, especially on T side, especially on the extremities, and that's definitely something that Mongols have no problems with.
There's going to be some winners inside the Spodek in our semi-finals, to say the very least. But you guys, as always, you can be winners at home if you're watching through Face It Watch. I know, Yanko, you love your skins, so I'm expecting to see you in the green room, you know, going through the player POVs. For this Mirage, whose perspective would you be watching through from either side of the equation if you're looking through Face It Watch?
I think when you have Zywo on the server, that's an easy answer, right? I mean, the guy is just a virtuoso, and he's actually doing work with bot op and the rifle on this map, so he's my pick.
Yeah, I would go for Zywo as well, but if I happen to change it up, I would say Flamesy, because they're doing a little bit of a role swap. He's going to have a little bit more action, and on a map like Mirage, especially on that CT side, there's going to be a lot of action either at middle or at A, and Flamesy's probably going to be positioned that he's going to be running around, creating havoc, looking for those openings, looking to just swing whatever. He's going to be the Mongol of Vitality.
Tell me a little bit about what Vitality do have to do then to kind of quell the fearlessness that we've been building, that we've been talking about for Mongols on this particular map of Mirage.
You just have to be on point individually from the start, right? Like, sure, in terms of game planning, you can have some setups, try to maybe play for the sites early on, because Mongols like to hit the sites, and then have the adjustments in the mid round if they're just defaulting, but you have to be on point individually. These guys are sharp, and they'll blow your head off if you're not ready for it.
Look, we've got the wind, the earth, and the water, and the only thing that's missing from us right now is the fire, and that's because Mongols took them out yesterday. Eternal Fire fell on Mirage. Mongols showing why they're the best right there on that map, but Vitality is no stranger to a map like Mirage. They actually, it's their second most picked map right behind Nuke, so these are like the best maps for Vitality. It's going to be a struggle. Also, by the numbers, just for Zywo at the very least, we had them up earlier, but we didn't really touch upon it. Zywo versus the Mongols, he's a bit of a farmer, isn't he? He is. We talked about it, and it's just easy to do it when they just kind of run at you. They do the same game plan. They take those fights, but the reason why Zywo's so good isn't because he's, you know, flying around like Simple and taking these openings. It's because he's consistent. You appear on his screen, he's gonna put you down.
How damning would it be, though, if he doesn't own them here? Ooh. Because this is the first time he's playing them in an arena.
There'd be no defense at that point.
So, just riddle me this, Shanko. I know you said you were gonna skip over the teams that maybe Vitality have beaten to get to certain trophies. Would this be potentially one of the bigger teams, obviously Na'Vi in the Grand Finals of Cologne, but this is up there, right, in terms of level of opponent?
It would be in terms of the ranking, yeah. Maybe not so much in terms of the names, but who knows? Maybe we're just seeing the Mongols become that team that we are waiting for, right? I mean, when it comes to the majors exclusively, the best team Vitality beat in a best of 3 was the Cloud9 lineup with Electronic, Perfecto, and Boomage that dissolved almost immediately after that tournament. So, of course, can't always pick who we're going up against, but I think that's one of the main reasons why Vitality was unhappy with their performances.
Whenever we're talking about Vitality and like, oh, they underperformed or they had this bad result at so-and-so event, it's always, though, these top teams, they're going to the tier 1 events over and over again, but the side of Mongols, yeah, they lift a couple trophies, but they're like, whatever trophies last year, and then the big events that they end up going to, that's when they falter. It's not like they even go to smaller events and they don't even win those. They get third, fourth, they get fifth to eighth. It's not like they're going and dominating all the smaller events. And until they can do that, especially on a consistent basis, like if Vitality showed up to those events, they wouldn't be dropping them. They would be winning them easily, in style.
How realistic is it then for Mongols to withstand the heat that we are expecting, that we demand Vitality to bring today?
I don't think it's unrealistic. I think they definitely have a chance. Again, it's up to them to prove to us that they can do it on this stage, right? And we'll see if things end up going wrong. What are some of the details that they're still missing? Is it the individuals not being able to be up to par? Is their approach maybe a little bit one-dimensional, and we end up seeing how Vitality was just super prepared and had a pretty good game plan against them?
Got to bring it back to Apex and see how he manages his frustrations and his emotions and his individual performance. If he's going to perform individually well, I'm sure everything else is going to fall into place. We talked about their honeymoon phase a little bit earlier, so I think it all comes back to him, and he's the person I'm going to be looking to, especially on those face cams after a round, to see what to expect.
Do you read into any of the frustration angles, Janko? Because I know Apex, he's an emotional man. We get a lot of good clips from him. Does it actually have any impact on the team?
Here's the thing, not as much as people make it out to be, because they're used to it, but Robs has to get used to it, right? And also, I don't think if you're Apex, you can talk to Robs in the same way you can do to Flamesy, right? I mean, it's a guy who's super established as a player, is just not going to take it maybe in the same way. Flames is just used to it, you know, he just nods, he says, yes, Dan, yes, Dan, thank you, Dan, you know, I'll do it next time, right? So there's still some of those relationships that are being built in the Vitality camp.
Well, gentlemen, it's almost time to be kicking off our first semi-final here in the Spodek. Two teams that have never inscribed their name on the legendary Spodek Teps, but now one of them will be heading through to that grand final. It's Vitality versus the Mongols, going down here in Poland after this break.
How badly do you want it?
Enough to become obsessive.
Упрямый.
Хитрость. Consumed.
Painstakingly pursuing perfection.
Look left and right and trust.
Доверять.
Trust him with your life.
No doubts.
Без вопросов. Blind faith. Do you want it enough to be devious?
Deceptive.
Безжалостный.
How badly do I want it?
Enough to sacrifice it all again.
And again and again.
And always come back for more.
Leave your home.
Your family.
But not your country. Enough to be constantly critiqued.
Judged. Ridicule.
Destroyed. But not defeated. Enough to have
No mercy.
No mercy.
Никакой пощады.
No mercy.
no mercy.
Pas de pitié. So let me ask you again. How
Badly do you
want it?
Who's ready for a semi-final Super Saturday?
Let us introduce our semi-finalists. First up, this is the deepest this team has ever gone here in Katowice. Their latest edition of Robs. He lifted the trophy in 2002. With that help, please welcome Team Vitality. Team that expects success, but taking them on, their opponent, they found their first Tier 1 playoff victory in the quarterfinals. This is the furthest any team representing Asian CS has ever been. They're outsiders, do they care? No. They're underdogs, do they care? No. Please welcome the Mongols!
Already eliminating Eternal Fire to be earning their spot in a semi-steal. They want to be taken down by Vitality and getting ever closer to that trophy today.
Mongols, they've got an entire region on their back right now. We've got players that started playing during the pandemic. This is the biggest stage that they played in to date, the biggest opponent that they played in to date. They said yesterday that the game against Eternal Fire, they were nervous. They cracked the code. They know how to get over this LAN nerves, but are they ready to get over Zaiwu?
Is up for grabs, a place and chance to win that trophy. But who's going to win it? That's where I want to hear you tell me. Is it Vitality? Is it the Mongols? A best of 3 here in Katowice. Is it Vitality? Is it the Mongols? The first quarterfinal, Katowice, IEM, let's get it on! Bye-bye.
Apex lapping up the energy on that stage, and I do not blame him for 1 second, because Yanko, it has been over a decade that he has been trying his best to get deep inside the Spodek. Ironically, this is the deepest he's ever been, and it's just based off a seeding match from the group stage.
Absolutely, Freya. It's some of these biggest trophies, biggest games that have eluded them so far, but this is where it all starts to sort of...
Yeah. За бүгд нөрөмдөг үргэе. IEM Katowice 2025 тэмцээний шүүхийн 4 тоглолт эхлэхэд бэлэн болсон байна. За өнөөдөр манай Монголц баг за Vitality багтай 3 тоглолтыг хийн. Хожигдсан баг нь хасагдан, хожсон баг нь аврагын төлөө Grand Final руу гарч ирэхээр байна. За маптай гарч ирсэн байгаа. Маптай хувьд хэм болвол за Монголцоос ихний мап Mirage. За Vitality багаас Nuke сонгоод Decider-аар Inferno үлдсэн. За манай Монголын хувьд бол Perma бангаар шууд Training бандж байгаа. Хуучин бол Vertigo банддаг байсан. За тэгээ Mappool дээр бол Vertigo хасагсны дараа бол Train орж ирсэн. За тэгээ Монголын хувьд хэм бол шууд Training бандж эхлээд за Vitality-гийн хувьд хэм бол эхнийхээ бангаар Ancient-ийг бандсан байна. За Ancient бол яг харахгүй Монголын бас хамгийн их win rate-тэй ер нь бол хамгийн тухтай тоглодог мапуудынхаа нэг. За тэгээд Ancient байхгүй болсон болохоор Монголд дараагийн сайн тоглодог мап болох Mirage-ыг сонгож гарч ирсэн байна. За Vitality-ийн хувьд тэгээ бас Nuke-ийг сонгоцсон байгаа. За Nuke дээр бол бас Vitality өөрсдөө ч сайн тоглодог. Манай Монголын хувьд бас нэг их тоглоод байдгүй мап. За тэгээд Nuke-ийн дараа Монголынхон Dust 2-ыг бандаад Vitality Anubis-ыг бандаад хамгийн сүүлд Inferno Decider-аар үлдсэн байгаа. За Vitality баг гэх юм бол яг одоо HL TV дээр World Rank 4-т чигдэж байна. Монголын хувьд бол HL TV rank 8-т чигдэж байгаа. За цаасан дээр бол яхаарахгүй Vitality бол илүү багна. Манайхаа өмнө Vitality 3 удаа авчраа таарсан. Гурвуулан дээр нь хожигдсон байгаа даа. 2 удаа боогоор 1 удаа бооныг тоглолтыг хийгээд ганц ч мап хожиж чадаагүй манайд Vitality-г эсрэг. За өнөөдөр энэ хожигдлын цувралыг зогсооё. 3 хожигдсон байгаа. Хожигдлын цувралыг зогсоож одоо хожих хэрэгтэй байна. За хамгийн сүүлд Vitality багтай IEM Rio тэмцээн дээр 24 оны 10 сарын 9-нд боо 3 тоглоод Newcastle Infernox 2 мапн дээр 13-8, 19-17-оор хожигдож байсан. За хариугаал авах хэрэгтэй энэ Монгол зөвд. За Mirage-ыг л хожих хэрэгтэй дээ. Эхний map Mirage бол манай пик. Өөрсдөө пикийг хожих хэрэгтэй. Хожигдоод иглэх юм бол маш хэцүү. За өчигдөр бол манайх Eternal Fire-ыг буулгаж авсан. Mirage тэр бүр алаан болсон. 3 overtime гарч иж хожсон байгаа. За Vitality давуугаас сонгоод City талаас эхэлж байгаа юм байна. Манайхан бол Terror талаас. За хожсон баг нь Grand Final руу шүү дээ. За нөгөө талд бол орой 2 цагаас Navi Spirit 2 тоглоно. Монгол згээ орилж өгч юм да. За раунд эхлээд андраар бомб хүмүүс явж байгаа. За тоглолт орж ирэх нэ. Ramp болон Palace дээр 2 тоглогч үлдсэн. Гол 3 тоглогч эзлээд коннектороор R чих гээд байна. За цогны буст. За дээр бол Vitality-гаас 3 тоглогч. MESA Triple дээр Palace-ийн доор дээр 2 тоглогч орж байгаа. Apex ёо техник амар дарчваа. За имзино трейдер хийсэн Messi тэц бариад авлаа. За трейдер нь 3-4 гэсэн. За Apex 900-ыг унагчиж байна. За гуруула байгаад байна. Гуруула байгаад байна. Синзүү 1-2. За улаан манай хүн. City-гээс 2 тоглогч орж ирнэ. Bomb connector үүдэн дээр унтсан. За юу Robs 2. За Синзүү 20 мэдээлэл авсан. Байсангүй. Vitality гарбон раундыг авчихсан. Технолог ямар амар дарчваа тий. Jungle дээр уг нь бол бүүс гараад ирсэн тоглогч. Ганц дарчлаа Apex. За манайд бомб тавьчихдаагүй. За Vitality багийн хувьд гэх юм бол IEM Katowice тэмцээний аврагыг авч ирсэн тохиолдол байхгүй. Katowice авраг болж байгаагүй баг байгаа даа. За Apex энцүүг унагаад. За манайхан бол баялах мөнгө үлдээ. За арморгүй гарбуунууд. Шалтан дэглэлд гарч ирсэн байна да. За заяа плейцэг унагсан сүүлийн тоглогч 910. За болцсонгүй. Дэмжиж авсангүй. Цэвэр раундыг авч байгаа Vitality. 2 дэг. За одоо манайхан байтай, бүтэн байтай раунд. Сарай про бомб тоглогч нар плейц гол гараад ирсэн. Заагийн тоглолтод орхон дээ. Сарай бар смокер гараад ирсэн. Сайт нь 2 хүн багсан. Юу вэ? Flames. MP9-аар 2-ыг алчлаа. Vincere Palace дээр Apex дээр баригдсан. Урысрэг тав. Яаж рамп 2-1 юм урдаалч юм бэ? За 50 секунд. Рамп 2 палас 1 10 орно л гэж. Агийн хамгаалтан дээр Zaivo Flames 2 байгаад байгаа. Захныг дүүлэл шууд авах хэрэгтэй штэ. Одоо хүн багтай дүүл алдаж болохгүй. Йоо, Flames. За MC Techno ямар ч байсан сайтна 2-ыг унасан. Bomb яаж кросслгүй smoke тчиж байгаа. Jungle тоглогч City дайрсан. За MC 2 дахь kill default дээр bomb-ны чимээгээр mod ороод ирсэн. 2-2 гэсэн. Apex MC-ийн exploit бариад авч. Smoke-н дээр харчлаа. Улаан байсан. За nice try. Vitality round. За манай time out. Flames шоглоо ажиллаа нэг пинайнаар рамп орж ирж байгаа. Заавчаас бомбо тарьсан. Гэхдээ мөнгөний асуудалтай. Гол дэрсэн смокер алчлаа. Манайхан байлаа гараад ирсэн байна. За Rob short нэг унгаад. Өрөөсрэг тавсан. За MC нөө Flames-ийг бариад авсан. Zaivo 2 дахь kill. Zaivo 3 дахь kill. MC. За манайхан 5 хичүүтэй 1-2. Ace clash байна. City нэг connector-с нэг очирно. Smoke-н дээр. За Rob-ийг сонссон. Улаан юм байна. Уг нь олол. Rob 34-тэй. Yeah, nice try. Баялаа. Ой бодсон. MC-гийн буудалтай нь гоё энэ да. За баялцсан ээж манайд. Одоо мөнгөгүй. Яавчсан гарбуутай. За сэнцүү бариад авлаа. Smoke дээр. 2 Монгол дэсэн армортай гарбуунууд. За арга нийлнэ. Хэдэн флаш хогнод авцсан. Арга хогнодээ гэдэг гүндээ. Флаш нэр ороод ирсэн. За энэ техног унагч байгаа. За гарбуутай хүмүүсээ гарахгүй. За плейс ямар ч бас нэгийг унагсан. 2 тань байсан гэж Apex гүцээсэн. За одоо баял штэ. За 900-оос гараад ирсэн 4 анкатай. Fire round. За андер 2 ороод гол дээр ганныг гараад ирсэн. 900-аар бол big ups идчихэж байгаа. Захлаа ямар ч байсан голоо эслэе гэж байгаа юм байна. Голыг бол энд short-оос, connector-оос ер нь бол оруулж авч байгаа. За please. Опцыг унасан. За юу. За smoke-ны ард үст ороод ирсэн дээ. За буцаа. Тэрхий бэрэг буцах гэдэг. За please гол дээр үлдсэн байгаа гэдэг. За юу ладер дээр байгаа. За please. За юу гонсон. За бэг дээр Месси байж тодорхой 910. Дахиад маркетны хүн гүйцсэн шүү. Апекс хаалгаар гараад ирлээ. За please яг кроссыг нь барьсан байсан. Сүүлд олон шортоос мэдээлэл байгаа. Please бодлаалцсан пауэр байна уу? Байлгүй яах вэ? 910 хүнээ амгалч чинь. Монголын бай раунд амжилттай. За эхнийхээ раундыг авч байна. 2 раундыг авлаа. Чухал раунд бас. Үзэгчд төр Монголыг амар дэмжиж байна да. За Vitality-гаас бол мөнгө төгрөгтэй. За юугаас дахиад давтаа гараад ирж байгаа. За авчсан гол гараад ирсэн. Синзуг гол гаргаад Андрор 2. Нөгөө нь бол рамп болон полос дээр явж байгаа. За 1 минут удаа раунд гарч ирж байна. Vitality бол голыг бүр оруулчих. Гол руу өнгөж харахгүй байгаа даа. За 40 секунд үлдсэн. Бомба аваад R орхон дээ. Connector-оор 2. Ramp-аар 2, Palace-аар 1. Загийн сайтн дээр бол Robots Flames 2 байгаа. Jungle-аас Apex туслана. За Smoke дөрөд ирсэн. За Jungle Smoke. Синзүү please. За гоё. Хоёрыг урагшлаа. За Robots мэдээлэл авах гэсэн please and trade. За авчсан triple дээр бол City-г сануугаад бомба тавьчихна. Хоёрын эсрэг дөрөв. За сэвлийг гэдэг нь удаа баг. За сэвлж. Монгол зэр раунд 5-2. За 2 раунд шүү. За Vitality-г үед бол мөнгө төгрөгийг гүрч байгаа. За дараагийн раундын дээр мөнгө төгрөг яах вэ Vitality? Зөвхөн мөнгө дарагдаад байна. За Mirage бол манай пик. За Vitality багийн таймаут. За Mirage дээр манайхан бас террор талаас арай илүү тоглоод байдаг шүү дээ. Монголч бол манайхан террор талдаа сайн City-гээ бодох юм бол тэр одоо террор талаас их раунд авчвал болох гэдэг юм. За байлж байгаа мэн Vitality. Шанхад байлсан. Нэг эсэмжиг нэг фамастай. 2 M4 нэг офтой гарч ирж байгаа. Сайсан зөөр гоё гэл. Өөрөө улаачж байгаа гэхдээ. За Flames-ийн чимээс гарахгүй ална гэж байх уу? За амьдрчлаа. За гоо шимси. Apex-ийг унагсан. Загийн хамгаалтан дээр дахиад Flames MESA 2 байгаа даа. За B руу орчууд уг нь гоё л энэ да. B-гийн сая тоосон шүү дээ. Палас молидод Палас руу орсон. За юу хэмжээнийг бариад авсан. Бүрээс дөрөв. За техно гой бодолт сайтан дахиад Месси байгаа. Месси 910 бариад авсан. За сүүлийн мэдээл байгаа шүү дээ. За юусаа Жан класс манай нэг унагсан тоглогч. Буугаас хэвлэж байгаа. За Монголын раунд 5-3. За юугаас энэ допоос хэвлэнэ дахиад. За гой шүү гой. 3 раунд дараа л авчлаа. Бай раундыг наваад байгаа. За энэ хопыг бариад авчвал бүр сайхан. Таймын буруу тийшээ хараад байгаа. За Синзу зайвуу гүцгээд. Рогн сэвлүүлсэн гэдэг. За гарах раунд бойтолтой багаас. Самнаас 30 секунд гол хийлээд шорт тулсан. За бойтолтойгоос ерөнхий Б дээр 3, А дээр ганц Flames байгаа. Яа, Flames нэг брэд авлаа. Шорт гараад ирсэн. Юу болоод байна хөө? Гар буутай хүмүүс шүү дээ. За 910. Месиг унагсан. 3-2. 40 секунд. За амар шүү техно. Би сайтыг зөвлөж байгаа. За мэдээлэл нь авсан. Сүүлийн тоглогч байш тодорхой. За болоод энэ болж үтээд байна. За нэг раундын зөрүүтэй те. Аль-алилаас бай раундтай. За цан хуралцсан, смок болоод таарсангүй. За шууд шортоор. Тодорхой ороод ирсэн 910. За тэфатын мэдээлэл нь авсан. Хоёулаас нь шхан MC нөө. Йоо, Apex-ийг яаж удчихваа. Заагийн сая тоосон сэвлэхүү. Робстыг гоногч чинь. За бомб тавигдсан 2 тоглогч буугаас сэвэлж байгаа. Монголын раунд нь ойлгомжтой. Раунд дээр за 5 болоод ирж байна. За болж төд энэ да. 5 раундыг дараалал авсан шүү. Манай пик. Одоо нэг тоглох учраа ойлгоод ирлээ. За Vitality өөр тайм аут. Саныг 2 SMG 3 import байранд гарч ирж байгаа Vitality-гаас. Сядай матусан. Сагол эзлэгээ. Second point гарсан. Цаацааныс. Хашин 110 амар бодолт. MESA-гийн трейдер ороод ирсэн 2-2. За бомбтой тоглогч бээр урагшилж байгаа. Бэгийн сайтн дээр бол MESA short-оос. За short-ийн хүнийг онгочвол өгнө. За мэдээлэл нь авсан. Бомб сайт руу орсон. Тэгэхээр араас нь орж ирнэ. Vitality-г хоёр бол хоёулаа short-оос орж ирж байгаа. За амшсан default дээр бомб тавьсан. За юу хиттэй юм бэ? За Vincere нэг эсрэг. За юуг эсрэг үлдсэн. За юуг хувьд бол киттэй. Явуулаа. Нэг дороод ирсэн. Цагаараа тоглохгүй яг флашн дээр. За гэндагаад цагаараа тоглоод ирдэг гэсэн. Яа! Ямар ойрхон байваа. Киттэй. Ямар ойрхон байваа. За Vitality раунд. Бараг авах чинь ба. За Монголоос тайм аут орж ирж байгаа юм байна. За Vitality нэг раунд илүүтэй. Манайхан мөнгө төгрөг бол байна. 5-5 байж байгаа. Сая яг л илүүгээ авах раундн дээр ойрхон клатчийг алдлаа. За гэхдээ зүгээр 6-6-аар байраа сольчих. За гол смок ороод ирсэн. Агийн хамгаалтан дээр 2 гол нэг Б дээр 2 байгаа. За дээр Apex Flames 2 хамгаалт байгаа юм байна. За цонх бүүстлэх гэдэг энэ да манай хоёр. Цонхны бүүст хэн гарах вэ гэсэн плейцээ гаргацсан. За зайвуу бүр яг л барьж ин да. Смокч бүр яг дуусч таарлаа. За сензур рампер шивлээд ороод ирсэн. Хоёр нөхөр байгаад дабл пик хийгээд сензур бараад авсан. Vincere модер гараад ирсэн. За дахиад дефолтер байсан байна. Apex за гой шүү технологи трейд. За техно өөрөг төвлөө 15 HP те. 1-3 2-3 910 хүндээ бомба хийсэн CD-г нь хараад өгнө. Кно бомба фейклж байгаа. Флашн дээр юу цайраад юу чадахгүй. Буудалтаа алдчихлаа. Робт шууд headshot хийчихээ. За 7-5. 2 раундын илүүтэйгээр vitality. Давтаа байраас хэлж байна. За бас дэжгүй ойрхон шүү. 2 раунд. Гарбууга авчих юм бол бариад авна. Одоо манайхан гарбуу чухал байна да.
За 2 дагаас 7-5 2 раундын зөрүүтэй. Одоо манайхаа хамгаална. За гарбууны раунд. Гол шууд 910 дайрчж байгаа. Ар симплис ороод өгсөн. Бэг хамгаалт нэр 2 А тэр 1. Гол дайрхагийн Apex аюу 2 хардсан байгаа гэдэг. За мэдээлэл авсан. Бас аюу байгаа штэ 910 зайвуу. Аюу байгаа тань. Яа. Тууч. За гоё шүблээч. Саяг дарсан. За Б-гийн хамгаалт бэлүү. Синзүү мэдээлэл авсан. Тусламж байна уу? За өсрээд ороод ирлээ. Синзүү гоё мэсэг дарсан. Эргэж хараад бенч дээр юу роб цардан технок алчлаа. Please short us. Харин хүнийг тэр ажлаас юу болоод байна? Маркет дээр please. За гоё шүү явж исэн Flames-ийг унгаад Apex Vincere бариад авлаа. Please нэг эсрэг 2. Бомб тавиагүй. Яа, Ровцын түгэл амжилттай. Загаар бонер амдаг Vitality авч байна. 8-5. Загаар буутай манай 2 мянга үлдээсэн. Экран. Зааруу тоглолт орохтой коннектороор рампаар агийн тоглолт. За манай хаа дээр тавла байна. Үн бол. Заровц плиц барайд авсан. Сэндвичэн тоглолтыг MC гоё дотикно болоод байна. Яа, Месси 2-ыг унчлаа. Jungle дээр техно улаалгасан. За армор гүлтэй манайд яхахгүй. За одоо баялаа штэ. Одоо Монголын баяранд. За даваа импорт. За гол дээр дөрөв гарч ирэхэндээ плейц сууган дээр хурдсан плейц. За нэг гонгаа трейдэнд орчлоо. Ард нь синзүү. Улаалгасан апексиг. Өрөөсрөд дөрөв. Яа, зайвуу. 611 өнгөрч байгаа. Apex бүр шоглож байна. За техно ганцаар болчих. Бэгийн тоглогч. Роп цаг зэвэрлээ хүмүүсээ дуудсан. За триплер бомб тавьчихна. Андраас байсан ба. Vitality раунд. За манай бай раундыг авчлаа. Манай бай раунд. За тайм аут авсан. 3 дахь тайм аутаа шилжиж байна. За мөнгөний асуудалтай та. За мөнгөөлтөөс сайн гар буут раунд. Тал армортай 4 гар бүнийг сэмжигтэй. 5 раундын зөрөгт болоод ирлээ. Сандер нийтлээд Месси пиклэн тест тулдсан доологч. За гоё. Дахиад нийлсэн хүн байгаа штэ үе. Сарын нэг мэтэг хүн байна. Төрөөсрөг дөрөв. За тэр азаа үтсэн. Карботод олгосон радар стаклаа бэг хайчиж байгаа. За бомбтой хүмүүс яг л хоосон сайт руу явах гэдэг шүү. Яг л Б руу төхөд байна. 50 секунд. За манай дөрөв араагаас хөдлөхгүй нэ.
За би дээр бомб тавьчихж байгаа. 11-5 болох нь ойлгомжтой болсон. Манай хэд нэг буу барих гэж үзэх үү. За дараагийн бай раунд одоо маш чухал байна да. Дараагийн бай раундыг алдаж болохгүй. Дараагийн бай раундыг авч ижил барьж эхэлнэ. Маш чухал раунд гарч ирэх гээд байна. Мираж бол манай пик. Sabay round. Vitality 6 раунд илүүтэй. За 900-оос гараад ирсэн 4M4. За гол руу гараад ирлээ. Гол руу 4 тоглолч. Манайхан бол голыг хайцсан. Голоо оруулж явж байгаа. Оо, гой шүү. 910. Flames юм гэж байна. Зайнзи сэндвич нэг унагсан. Робс шахаад ороод ирлээ. Сайт руу Месси. За 910. Гой, нөвскоп. 2-3. Робс. Яа, эмзэнэ бариад авсан. Лиц. Коннектор дээр унчиж байгаа. 910 1-2. За бомб нөгөө нь урд нь лонцсон юм байна 910. Бомбыг нь мансан суугаад байгаа. За гоё нэг харсан. За юу харсан? 910 клач. За маш хол бай раундыг багт авч өглөө. Амар буудалт 11-6. За гоё раунд ч 910. Амар да. За урчсан чухал бай раунд авсан. Vitality-г бол мөнгөтэй. За Vitality-гаас тайм аут орж ирж байна. Vitality багийн 3 дахь тайм аут. Йоо 910. Quad kill хийчлээ. За бэрн. Барьж болно шүү. 5 раундын зэрэг. Анах одоо раунд алдахгүй л баримаар байна да. За Vitality бол мөнгө төгрөгтэй бүтэн баятаа гараад ирж байна. За манайхан бас буунуудаа алдсан болохоор мөнгө төгрөг бас хэцүүхэн л харагдаж байна да. Сэмжинүүд гарагдаж байна. За Монголцоос 910 17 килтэй багт хэрэгүүлж байна. Араас нь Тэмцээний 13 килтэй. За нөгөө талаас болохоор Apex 19 килтэй багт хэрэгүүлж байгаа Vitality-гаас. Араас нь Заюу 18 килтэй. За Apex ингэж тоглоод байна гэхээр бас чангалтай чанга. Йоо, энэ Apex бүр ямар үлдрээ босцсон юм бэ өнөөдөр аа? За коннектор 2 дууссан тоглолч байгаа. За палсаар өрөөгөөд ороод ирсэн. Таймбит тоглолч Vincere дарамжлаа. Please коннекторс дахиад нэг орж ирнэ. За Flames Vincere дөрөвсөн зайвоо 910-ыг бариад авч байх юм. Техно ганцаар үлдсэн. Яа 12-6. За Vitality раунд. Point-ийг авчлаа да. За манайх одоо алдах хэрэггүй.
За 2-4 нэг scout 2 синжтэй. Blitzes гол шахсан. Гол руу тулчж байгаа. Гол дээр бол Flames дайрхаг нь харсан байгаа даа. Сайталд гол хайчиж байгаа. Гол гарсангүй. Ерөнхий бол бомбоо дааруугаа нийлээ гэж байгаа юм байна да. За гол дайрсан Blitzent нэлээх мэдээл авч өгч энэ багийнхандаа. За 11 хүн гүйсэн. Ерөнхий бол А-руу тоглолт орно гэдгийг хэлж байгаа. За Б-гээс тусламжаар Синзүг үгээд ирж нааруугаа. За гамгалт гуруулаа. За 6 раунд авах хэрэгтэй шүү дээ. Алдах хэрэггүй. Алдах юм бол дуусах гэдэг. За рампаар 3 гарч ирнэ 910 таа тоглооч байсангүй. За юу онцлаа. Юу за юу өөр хүнийг алчих юм. За нинжа дээр Синзүү байгаа штэ. Синзүү шалахгүй гараад ирсэн сексэн техно. За амдэрч годоо. Синзүү нэгтгэн. Яа тийдрс дээр за юу бариад авлаа. За плиз араас техно нуухтан. Плиз рампас орж ирэн бомба тавиагүй. Плизийг шалгаж ийн нэг зэрэг 2 дүүлсэн техно трейд нийсэн. За Монгол цэ раунд гоё. 12-7. За юу вэ? MESA-гийн offside. За техно бүр амар гяндаатай шүү CD дээр. Техно ингэж гяндааж амьдраг байсан бол яг л алдах чинь. За дахиад 5 раунд. Vitality бол байтай шавхсан. Энэ раундыг авчлаг нь Vitality мөнгөгүй болохоор байгаа. За апс руу дөрөврээд ирцгээе. 910 андер болсон байгаа гэдэг. Apex short-оор. За B site-ны хамгаалтан дээр бол 2 тоглогч байна. За B руу бижигсэн техно гоё нэгийг ургасан флашын цайраад байгаа Синзүү Apex trade сум дууссан гарбуу гараад ирж байгаа техно. За чадхаа хийсэн сумгүй болчлоо. 2-2. За Mark D smoke-оор эмзэг гараад ирсэн. Хүү амар. За юуг урагчиж smoke-оор гарч ирээд. Сүүн тоглогч Robs bench дээр бомб унтсан байгаа гэдэг smoke зогхлаад барай зогсож байгаа гэсэн Robs 1-1 Плицийг мэдгүй байгаа. Smoke руу орчлоо. Одоо баг гадарлаа шүү. Ар ирсэн байж магадгүй гэхэд Robs. За smoke шалгаа байхгүй. Марктаас орж ирэхгүй. За марктаа шалгачиж байгаа. За одоо ерөн гадарлсан баха. Апс ирж байгааг нь. Short юм апс л гэж бодно. За Плиц бол кар унаагүй. Тавцан дээр ил гараа суудсан. Бомб аавг байгаа. Robs benches 30 секунд үлдсэн. Заара ерөн гадарлчлаа апс гэдгийг. Шорточлаа хүн байх. Яа. За 13-7-оор дууссан. Vitality Монголын сонгосон мапн дээр хожлыг авч байна. За 2 дахь мап Vitality-гийн сонгосон Nuke гарч ирнэ. За Nuke-ийг хожих хэрэгтэй боллоо доо. За арай болоогүй. Nuke-ийг хожиж болно штэ. Nuke хожиж байгаа бол Decider-аар Inferno байгаа. Сайдууд эсэг хугацааны дараа 2 дахь мап Nuke-ээр эргээд уулзцгаая.
Fire. Nice. Fire. It could be ever. In the smoky, same close. Nice! Nice, boys!
Nice shot. Oh, I'm jumping. Flash,
Okay,
smoke.
okay.
Out.
Two default dead. I fight the bench. Palace dinked last. List dinked.
Palace.
Nice, boys!
Nice, boys.
What do you hold my two window?
Yeah, I have window now for the boost.
Don't see con.
Window boost! Dead!
Nice. Careful, eh?
Don't see
I have
city.
default, Sheriff.
Careful balcony. Shadow balcony.
City. One city.
And jungle!
Then which one? Two city. One more city. Jungle and city. Nice, boys! AK Palace, no?
AK Rob, no? I'm hiding on the guns.
Promise full city.
Nice for them, guys. I'm too good for them, I promise.
Sick.
Nice fucking
Sick
trade.
damn.
Let's go, boys!
Insane.
Thank you, bro.
Whatever Spodek spell may have haunted Vitality in years gone by, they're looking to break in 2025. Not only in-game leader Apex firmly leading by example, but a man who knows what it means to win on this very stage. Mr. Cool, Calm, Collected, poetically sealing this map with a beautiful clutch.
Absolutely, that's why he was brought to Vitality. To, on this stage, really close out games for him. Wasn't the main actor on this particular map, but yeah, great performance from Vitality all the way around.
We see Vitality hot right out the gate. We see Apex leading by example, but one of the things I want to talk about is like how Apex, you know, he's having a good performance, he's going to be calling well, everything's going to be in good spirits, but you see how he started so fresh. 3 rounds in, he had like 10 kills, but then Zai was slowly catching up, and that's just the difference in playstyle. He just kind of, it's like you're doing these trades and you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to do a long-term investment over like 50 years versus Apex is like, no, I need my instant gains now.
No, and sometimes, Freya, we talk about these teams that get straight to the semis versus a team that has to play a quarterfinal game. But they already get a game in the arena. Vitality's been 4 days since they played an official, right? So sometimes getting into the game cold can be a problem. And they were tested at the very beginning, right? We were talking about the Mongols. They're going to play their own game. They're going to be aggressive no matter what. And it feels like initially Vitality being able to weather that storm was what was the big difference in the end.
Yeah, should we dive into maybe some of those rounds as an example, right? Because Vitality, sure, they were 5-0 up, but as you were aptly saying, not without being a bit tested, right?
2 rounds back to back, right? So they win pistol, they convert. First gunner, you can see there's 4 players towards the A bomb side. Dropstar are going back and forth. They're going to try and go through the smoke. Flamesy on top of it gets 2 kills with the MP9, right? They're going to mop up after this. Mongols with another buy. What happens? Here's Zaiwu over the smoke, finds one. They try to again pop on A. He just mops up, gets all these kills, right? So they were really ready for what the Mongols were throwing at them, and they executed well in terms of holding down the side and finding those kills.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever a concern for the side of Vitality. I mean, you look at the end score 13-7, we look at a couple of the clutches, even Zaiwu with a nice 1 versus 1 that we saw there, that got a little bit of a nail biter, drops to close out the map with a 1 versus 2 as well. You know, had these rounds gone a different way, we're maybe looking at 13-9, the game's getting a little bit closer, and maybe we're having a different discussion. But for now, Vitality, yeah, single-handed, it looked so easy for them.
Should we dive into one of those clutches? You mentioned it, the Zaiwu clutch, round number 11, because it elicited quite the reaction from Mizinho when obviously the Mongols losing out on that one.
That's the big one, right? And that's the difference between a team like Vitality and the Mongols at the moment, right? Score is 5-5. This round is pretty much whoever wins 7-5 the half. And you can see Zaiwu been getting caught. Mizinho can't finish off the kill, right? Zaiwu low HP. It looks like he's done for, but he comes through, comes up clutch, wins the round, and can see Zeno doesn't tend to get this frustrated because he knows he had it, and managing those emotions, just delivering on that stage is what it's all about.
And that was like 3 different moments as well. That one clutch, he had the draw on him when ZywOo wasn't ready, didn't even have a gun out, takes him down to what, 18 HP, has the nade, misses, does the flash, doesn't even follow up with that flash peek. In any of those moments, Mizzino is probably closing that round out, and I don't know what it is, and that's what he's so frustrated about, is that is such an easy layup for him to be able to just sink it in the basket, and he fumbled it 3 times.
Yeah, it feels like he fumbled around. It's a shame because he played so well at the start. You know, some of the rounds that were close, they were close due to him. 9-10 as well, but also has to be said, I wouldn't be disheartened if I were the Mongols. Why? We started 0-5 and 0-4, both halves, and still sort of managed to win a lot of gun rounds in the first half. Really didn't have much of a buffer in the second half. So if you can just have a bit of a better start, I think they can still be in the series.
And I think Vitality is also giving up some of these opportunities. We see Apex, you know, he's feeling good, invincible. He's 11-3, kills 2 deaths. And then he just goes into a smoke and he's trying to spray through the smoke at them coming through connector. And it's like, okay, they can just shoot you back. And that's what happens. So if you get a little too greedy in these situations and you think that you've already won, this is when things, like, don't get ahead of yourself. That's why that's always a saying. Don't get ahead of yourself, you know, play round by round, because it can slip, and some of these big moments can have catastrophic consequences for the follow-up rounds.
It's also crazy how high octane this game was, right? How fast we were getting into fights, how quickly, you know, trades were happening, and, you know, Vitality not really scared at all at being drawn down into the mud. I think Apex is sort of like, you know, I was born in it, molded by it. You know, I didn't play Team Counter-Strike until I was already a man. So that's why he thrives in this sort of environment. Swinging, fighting, like, yeah, that's where he does his best work.
Professor Paunovic, if you could so kindly give me a grading on this essay that ZywOo wrote, because we talk about him being able to get the better of the Mongols basically every single time he faces them. What grade would you give him?
Indubitably, this is an A, Freya.
Not even an A+?
Well, we don't do pluses where I come from. We just get a grade, right? And there's no participation awards either. But yeah, absolutely a tremendous job from ZywOo on map 1. We said in some of those early hits, he was able to get some multi-kills, really be a thorn in the Mongols' side, came up clutch a couple of times, just keeps doing what he did to Mongols despite it being in a different setting.
Let's talk a little bit about the next map. That will be Vitality's map pick of Nuke. You are pretty adamant that they would be picking this into this series. Tell me maybe the reasoning why you feel like this makes sense for them to bring a Mongols on for a battle.
It's just, you look at their win record on this, it's just absurd how good they are at this map, especially on the CT side with some of the rotation protocols. It's going to be a little bit different now with Rops here and, you know, Flames Mezzi switching positions a bit, but you still get to see ZywOo kind of get these contact rounds with the rifle outside, with the op outside. They're going to take their timings. They're going to do their, you know, smoke walls and get around the map. And I think their mid-rounding, because they have experienced players, is going to be better than what Mongols has, which is going to be, let's fight.
Also, the Mongols, what they have going for them is they're not a red logo team. You know, that's what Vitality...
Top-tier analysis, right?
Vitality are owning all the red logo teams, man. And yeah, they lost just 1 nuke in the last 6 months. Right, it's been a map for a long time they didn't pick, but were very good on. Now they also started picking it. So yeah, we'll see for the Mongols. Again, I wouldn't underestimate them. I think the bad starts really contributed. And you have to give them props, man. You're down 5-0. They didn't change the way they played. Like, they were still going for it. Players individually were still going for plays, taking risks, and that's what enabled them to end it on a 7-5 basis. So don't get complacent if you're Vitality.
Josh, you kind of touched upon it, obviously, with Rops coming into the fray. This is a map that potentially we've seen a little bit of movement on. Maybe just to clarify for the viewers at home, what changes should we be expecting with Spinks out and Rops in the fray?
Yeah, Spinks was kind of like their star player, and, you know, he'd play on the upper area with Flamesy a lot, but Mezzi was their ramp player, and the way that Rops comes into the team, he kind of shifts people around a little bit on certain maps, like Anubis, for example. So kind of moving around and making space means that they just switch positions. But I think when we look at this map and how it's going to play out, we look at the formula that we looked at before Mirage, and it's going to be the same thing. Vitality is probably going to have the upper hand. It's going to come down to if the game's like going in their favor, is the Apex having a good game, everything's going to go and fall into place for them. And it's if if they get off to a bad start and then a couple bad calls and Apex gets frustrated and is like, oh, just up a rush or oh, just rush outside to lower, and then Mongols picks up a couple of rounds, that's when we're going to start seeing something sloppy and maybe it goes the distance.
We'll see. Apex as the R player obviously has a lot of responsibility on this map. Rops is more fluid. He's the RAM player, but half of the rounds he's somewhere else. So it's going to be up to the Mongols to figure that out, figure out the setup. But Vitality having to start on the T side, I want to see how much space is there for Rops to go for his place. How many rounds are already in place for him? You know, everyone knows the Rops player, nukes, flash through the door, smoke, right, do an upper pop. So what is the balance right now for this team? Is it still just more of the old Vitality to make sure everyone's on the same page, or are we already shifting to this new Rops Vitality?
How do you reckon Mongols have those hot starts then? On that CT side, obviously, you said both halves on this map of Mirage, they were off to a slow one. What's going to be key for them?
Hey, just in pistol rounds, right? Like winning a pistol or being able to win a force, right? Some of those rounds, but it's going to be difficult. Vitality has some of the best pistol players in the world.
Yeah, you look at the Vitality starting on T side factor of it, and we can talk about Robs taking his timings outdoor or out ramp, but it's all about that first initial yard duel that happens. And if we're seeing Apex out there, if we're seeing them get ahead of themselves, if we're seeing them get taken out by a Deagle or a Scout, especially if it's on a force buy or just Mongols getting in their faces at T-Red, that's when things are going to start getting a little bit weird, where now Rops, instead of being like the pull element of the push or like the ping pong, he's going to start being like, okay, I'm going to start overcompensating. If that happens, then Vitality's going to fall apart. It's those yard duels that are going to just dictate everything.
Yanko, is this the moment? Is this the map, the Vitality break the curse in Katowice?
I think it is. They looked really solid. The fact that this was their first map in the arena didn't bother them whatsoever. Everyone's doing their job, executing on a high level. I think they closed it out 2-0.
Well, they were full steam ahead on the Mongols. Map pick of Mirage, and now Nuke, their choice lays in wait. We're going to head things to a quick break. When we're back, semi-finals continue. Vitality versus the Mongols.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking Talking had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here.
You know what that sound means, Katowice? It's time for our second map of our first semi-final. Every single player on that stage, this is the farthest they have ever come out of Katowice. Some within 10 years of trying. This is the furthest they've been. This could be the last map of this semi-final. So if this game delivers, I hope we deliver as a crowd. Make this a special, memorable moment for the human beings on that stage. Mongols are already down. The underdog has already succumbed on their map pick.
За тоглолтын дээр гэдэг морил. Хоёр дахь map. Vitality-гийн сонгосон юу эхлэж байна. За манайхан давтлаасаа CD талаас эхэлж байгаа. За ramp руу 3 тоглогч гүгэд ороод ирсэн. MC-ний Бидэнтэй хамгаалт байна. MC-ний 2 дахь нь Саурах байна. Болоод шүү гэсэн. За 900-ыг дарчиж байгаа. Энэ оронд товног гүйж орж ирээд технок бариад авч яхан Синзүгийн трейд зүрэн тоглогч. За Raps 1 эсрэг 2. Bomb mind дээр унтсан байгаа даа. За манай хоёр mind руу тулсан. Хоёулаа хамтдаа байлдана. Raps тал цустай. За гоёо. Гарбоны раундыг авч байгаа. Нэг тэг. За бомбын тавилсангүй даа. Хоёр Монголыг шууд эко раунд ороод ирж байна. Арморгүй гарбуунууд. Хоёр дийгэлтэй заяа бол роп заяраас. За арморгүй хүмүүс. Асуудалгүй бол австар раунд та. За тэгэлтэй хүмүүс л дүүл хайгаад байна. Манайхан бол гадуур оруулж явж байгаа. 910 кроссын арцсан технологиудын дээр. Ягаад гүгэд ороод ирэх юм бэ? За кроссон дээр бариад авнаа. Техног 2 complete. Apex бонус сүүлийн тоглогч. За асуудалгүй. 2 дэг. Маргуу гарах надад асуудал байхгүй. За Италитаас одоо баятай. Одоо бүтэн баятай. За ньюкийг хойж хэрэгтэй даа манайд. Яраач дээр 13-7-оор амжигдсан. Одоо Монголд ньюкийг хойжчөөж 3 дахь мап инферно гаргаж ирнэ. Хожигдох юм бол тэгээ тэмцээнээс засагдах гэдэг байна. Сашаразар хүү ороод ирлээ хүү. Ропц. Яа, тайминг нь таарсан. Өрөөсрэг тав. За том алдцсан. Тэр бом тавьж байна. За эмзэн хэвэнгээс гисэн. За сейвлий гэж байгаа юм байна. Vitality ground 2-1. Тайминг нь дарсангүй байсан. Хазар смок руу даарж байгаа л болсон зөрөөд ороод ирлээ. За ямар ч нэг бобраад авсан. Манайх өөрсдөө буугаас өвлчихэж байгаа. Дараагийн раунд бол бүтэн багт агараад ирлээ. За энэ тоглолтын дараа шөнийн 2 цагаас Navi Spirit 2 semi-final тоглолтыг. За аваргын лаг тоглолт бол маргааш шөнийн тэг цагаас боо тавар явахаар байгаа. За гадуур смогтоод секрет орчиж байгаа. Секретээр тулж хамгаалж байгаа хүн алга. За нэйд гоёдоо. Опцтой маш өндөр дамжуулалт өгч байна. За 1 минут. Flames гадар ураад ирсэн. Саплей зүүднэр га флаш нэр ороод ирлээ. Flames Плэцэг унагсан техно шарын дээр баригдсан даа. За дүүл амжилттай. Robson trade ороод ирсэн. Site-ийн ард дээр Синзүү. За энэ нэг унгай 910 трейдинг гэсэн 1-2. За Robs азар дээр тулцсан байгаад байдаг. Site-ийн ард орчлоо. Smoke-ын дээр гэсэн зайвуу бүгд гараад ирсэн. Vitality багаараа. Саманахан бай раунд алдчихж байна. Одоо мөнгө байхгүй. 2-2. За шавхад баялцаж нэг гар буутай, нэг эсэмжтэй хог байхгүй раунд байна да. Буруу инфор гаргаж ирсэн ямар ч байсан. Манайхан хог тааруухан. Авъя гэж байгаа юм байна. Самсына дэгэлтэй майнд дээр. Би шот байна уу? Орчс мэдээлэг навсан. Моолидод смоктод ажиллаж байгаа. Шууд л орж ирсэнгүй майндаар. Цаазаараар хавнууд ороод ирсэн. Техно хамгаалтан дээр. За Робцын трейд ороод ирж байгаа. За сайтаар 2 хүн байна да. Месси синзог унагсан. Юу Месси. Тамны 3-1 бариад авлаа. Блиц. Сүүлийн тоглогч 5 минутын дээр 1-4. Саманахан сэвж чадна уу? За явчсан Apex-ыг унагчиж байгаа. Тэгээд сэвд бол Kit байхгүй, буугаа сэвлэн. 3-2. За 2 дахь хүн унагсан. За энэ буугаа сэвлж байгаа нэрхтэй л энэ да. Манай дараагийн раунд мөнгөгүй болохоор. За сэвлж байгаа юм байна, сэвлж байгаа юм байна. За Ньюк бол Сиделта давта map. Монгол зөвд одоо Ситигээс аль болох их раундыг авах хэрэгтэй. Италигийн пик шүү дээ. За Италитэй сүүл Ньюк тоглоод 13-8-аар хожигдчихсэн байгаа даа. IEM Rio тэмцээн дээр. Тав толгоор байраа солонгуудлаа. Тэгээд тэрор талаас раунд авч чадахгүй. Тэрор талаас ганцхан раунд аваад тэгээд хожигдсан байна. За Robs Flames George 2-ыг бариад авлаа. 3-5 гэсэн Blitz. Эсэг унагч байна. За бүх хүмүүс хэцүү наач зүүний харахгүй. 4-2. За Монголын таймаут. Манайх одоо баялан да. Одоо ямар ч байсан бүтэн баятаа гарч ирнэ. Италигийн хувьд бол Ньюк гэдэг map дээр одоогийн байдлаар бол огт хожигдоогүй 100% win rateтэй явж байгаа юм байна. Сүүлийн 3 сарын хугацаанд 4 удаа тоглосон. Дөрүүлэнг нь хожсон. За манай Монголын хувьд бол Ньюк дээр 3 удаа тоглосон. Ганц хожсон юм байна. 33% win rateтэй. Гадуур смокууд гадуур эзлэгээ 910 тулаад тоглож байгаа. Араас нь плейс туслана. За смокоор шивлээд ороод ирсэн хулгай орчлоо Apex. Яа, гиндүүлээд ороод ирлээ. Манай өөдний 2 хүн зүгээр пижигтэл гүйжсэн. Сонсож байгаа л алхаад ороод ирж байна. Өрөөсрэг тав. Синзуулаа. За гадуур хаалцсан оруулж байгаа. За Emsland Mind дээр нэг хүн зулгах гэж үзэндээ. Миний тутуудаа болохоор яхахгүй зөрөгтэй үйл хийж байгаа. За Robs бол энд өдөөс нь яг төвлөөцсөн байгаа гэсэн. За буцсан эмзээ. За 50 секунд. Back season-гүүтэр яа энэ тайминг яах гээд байна вэ? Техно дэш авираад за дэш авирсан байхгүй шалгаад байгаа. Тэр Apex-ийг асуудал ярих гэдэг энэ да. За шүү харсангүй. За 30 секунд Mind руу бомтомос урагшлаад байгаа. Mind-ийн хамгаалтан дээр хүн алга. За Техно очвол очих юм. 20 секунд. За бэр гүйчлээ Техно. Араа Техно. Оо амир. За бэр синзүү. Эмзэрийн триксэн байдгүй дээ. Ойлоо надад өглөө Техно 1-3 бомб тавигдчихж байгаа. За буугаас эвлэг 8 нав. Кит байхгүй л тас. За 5-2 3 раундын зүрхт болж байна. За баяр раунд алдчихлаа. Мөнгө хэцүү байгаад идэг. Сэвэл чадсангүй. Арай тавлаа. За яах вэ? Мөнгө хэцүү шүү дээ. Бараг мөнгө 2000 үлдээгээд тоглох байхаа. За semi-final 2 дахь мап. Замангуй үлдээс амплицасын фор 3 гар бууныг эсэмжтэй раунд гарч ирж байгаа. За азарын смокон дээр техно ороо зогссон байгаа тань. За модель авсан сензор. Имзэн MP8-тай. За сензорт байж байна. За гүгд ороод ирлээсэн. Флейм зөвсөрч даалчиж чинь. Ваа, яаж удаг гэнэ сая флеймс. Дөрөв эсрэг 4. Майнд цэвэрлээд Б рүү орчлаад байгаа. Одоогор бол Б-ийн сайтан дээр манайхаа скин чалгаа. За бом дортсэн. За техно ямар ч сайн пиксибрээд авлаа. За юугийн трейд нь орчиж байгаа. 2-3. За бом тавьдаг уушлагс 910 гоё нэг дарсан. 2-2. Смокер гараад ирсэн мэсэг гүцээгээд яа сүүлөө нэг раунд бариад авсан. Гоётаа тэгээд раунд. Энэ дараа флеймсууд яаж даварч явах вэ? Хүүж орж ирэх өсөрж их таалч нь хэвээр. За, майнд руу. Хоёр тулцсан эмсэг амгаалт байна. Смок хийж байгаа. За манай бай раунд шүү дээ. Энэ раундыг авах хэрэгтэй. 900-аас ямарчээс авах гараад ирсэн байгаа. Загадуур Apex. За энэ нөхрийн хулгай яах гээд байна. Яа за манай хоёр дахиад тайминг зөрөхөөр өгсөн. Үу за синзүү авир буудсан шүү. Apex-аас яг эвгүй л орж ирлээ сая. За дөрөвсрэг. За 40 секунд. Оо синзүү зөрүүлээ заяуг бариад авлаа смокер бодоод. Заяуг смокер бодож андуурч байна. 910 биглээд дүүл байсангүй буудалтай алдчихлаа. За синзүү улаан штэ. Яа, техно унаад өгсөө. Сино 1-3. Энгээс орж ирнэ. Яа, за nice try. 7-2. За Монголын тайм аут. Хоёр дахь тайм аут авч байна. За Inferno л үзчихмээр байна да. Inferno гараад ирвэл уг нь алан болно доо бас. Яаж ч жагаад Inferno үзнэ гэж байх уу? За CD талаас 2 дахь раунд бол хангалтгүй л дээ. Ядаж 5 раунд авмаар байна. Тэр нь бол хамгийн муудаал 5 раунд авчмаар байна. Одоо үлсэн бүх раундыг авах хэрэгтэй. За гэхдээ мөнгөний асуудалтаараа карбонуудны гэсэн хэмжээний импорт аварж ирсэн. За гадуур ганцтай ологч. Майны хамгаалнаар Синзу Имзэн 2 байгаа. Сэрхэн долгочд гиндүүлээ бичих гэж үзсэн. Лицэс таймганд харуулж чадахгүй буцааг үүсэж байна. За гадуур смокон дээр бэкс шахаад ороод ирсэн. За бэкс яа Синзу бараад авч. 2 эсрэг 4. За Blitz азарын нэг унахчул байна. Заавч нэг унахсан MESA-гийн трейд ороод ирж байгаа. Имжино шар дээр. За бомб тоног бариад авсан. Нэг нь томын үүдэн дээр смокны араас. Нөгөөх нь шар дээр ороод ирсэн. Имзи яа 2 дахь хүний мэдээлэл байсангүй. Шууд трейдинг ичлээ. За ойдалыг яа гарахгүй чанга байна чанга. За 6 раундын зөрүүтэй одоо манайх бүтэн байтай 910-аас гарч ирсэн 4-4. Вайталд яах гэдэг юм. За юу гадуур ганцаараа урагшлаад байгаа. За смокууд гадуур орж ирэх юм дээ. За гадуур смок манайхан бол хойноос авч байгаа. Blitz 912. Гадуур сулсан бол байхгүй. За кроссны смокууд ороод ирсэн. Смок молын ороод ирсэн. Техно бүтэн цайрчлаа. Азар дээр заагуултаа алдаад синтеорчсан флейм зүг онч байгаа. За 910 болоод шүү. Саяугийн трейд. За синцэгэн кил 910 заяуг унагсан. Apex сүүлэнд олж 11 кич битээ. Хэмнэн рүү авирч гарч ирж байгаа. За гоё. Монгол зэрэг. За гоё раунд чи бай раунд авч байна. 8-3. Сахнаас сүүл раунд. Италид бол мөнгө төгрөг хангалттай. Аль алаас бүтэн байтер аваад. За энэ нь майнд руу шахаад ороод ирлээ. За месиг унагсан шүү. За зар смогтцсан. Смогт үзлүүлээ дээ. За гадуур л явж байгаа хүн алга. 1 минут. За сэнтүүгээс шарын мэдээлэл явуулчих жаа. Затригэнө Тэмцээг за барайд авсан 910 пробцыг унгаж байгаа. Гоё сүүлд олж Apex шар дээр нэгээс 3-ын технок үүсээсэн 8-4. За болоод энэ 4 раундын зөрүүтэй. Одоо Vitality City-гээс хамгаална. Манайхан гарбууны раундыг авч ийж одоо барина штэ. Гарбуу чул байна да.
За гарбын раунд. За 9-4 болсон. Манайхан авчирсан гарбуугаа алдсан. Уучлаа гараад ирсэн. Робц яа синзүү. За месэнд цонхтоор өнөөс харж байгаа. За плиз ард нүрээд ирсэн шүү дээ. За месэг унгаад. За гой. За араас нэг флейм залхацсан явж байна. Flames Apex 2. Flames Apex яв тавиулсангүй, бомб тавиулсангүй. 14. За force by round алдчихлаа. Бомб тавьж чадсангүй. 6 раундын зөрүүтэй. За гарбуунууд арморгүй дийлүүд гарч ирсэн. Байлхан гөлдөр. Дөрөв дийл. За дүүлт хүмс вэ нүү? Манай дийлүүд өгнөс даруул дарандаа. За сэнзүү гадуур дүүл яагаад гэдэг Apex тэнд нуугдсан гарч ирдэг бай. За үүдэн дээр онсоныг сонсчлоо флашер гараад байгаа. За бүр нэгтраад байна бодлоо. Техно шар дээр баригдсан. За сэнзүүг дүүлээсэнгүү 910-нд 6 HP-тэй. Хүргэх 5. Ой, нэг дорчрыг бариад очив. За 2 эсрэг 5. Инсеплэц 2. За рап зунагсан. Рапцын 2 гээл 11 4. Зэкэр амталтай харахгүй. За одоо байланда. Одоо бай раунд маш чухал. Одоо маш чухал бай раунд байна. За Nuke бол Vitality-гийн сонгосон байна. Талаас бүтэн баяуд. За Flames шарт уулцсан Techno. За шарлуу шахсангүй. Дайрхаа нарчиж байгаа. Rops тэнд Mind дээр тулцсан яваад ах яараа. Rops. Шарын үнтэй хамт за лобби цэвэрлжлээ. Techno бүр хойноосоо. Азар гарч ирэх хүнээ гараад. Яа Flames Techno. Саний өнцгөөс яг Techno-гийн толгой харагдана л да. Techno бол юу ч харагдана. Шин Rob зүгээр террор шиг явж тань. За секретэр манай дөрөв Бэрэг гүн Б дээр 2 доологч байна. Flames. За юу 2. За Flames нэг үрээд авсан трейд өнөгсөн. За юу Flames оруулдгүй Синзүү ганцаараа 34 HP-тэй нэг эсрэг 4. Яа за 12 4. Vitality. Match point-ийг авлаа. За Nuke ч угаасаа чангалтай чанга. Манайхны бас яхаар яг нэг их тоглоод байдгүй. Манайхан жоохон харш мап Nuke бол. За одоо яах вэ? Алдах хэрэггүй болчлаа ингээд. 8 раунд дараалж авч ижил байрна. Самайнд руу Rob замгаалт байгаа тань. За Techno авчсан Mind өнөг унгасан. 4 эсрэг 5. За доошо бэр орхон болоор Apex байгаа даа. За болж штэ эмзэн оо.
Apex-ийг унасан 3-5. Cross-н дээр Messi 2-ыг бариад авлаа. Messi 3-ыг унагчлаа. Бомбо тавьж чадаагүй байгаа. Плиц ардаа үлдсэн. Заюуг плицээ. Заюу хажууд нь зүгээр таньдаг юм шиг гүүчлээ. Харцсан унахтаа арчиж. За плиц ямар ч гэсэн бариад авсан шүү. Messi улаан 1.8-тай. За сэнцэг үзээгээд 12-5. Монгол зэрэг. Messi бас ивгүй. За дахиад $7 раунд. Vitality бол мөнгө төгрөг хангалттай багуу. Даплавтаа гараад ирлээ. Robot заяа 2. За Flames Technog Smoke дээр унагчиж байгаа юм. Бүхэн тав. Шагадор Cross-ийн Smoke-д орж ирнэ. Яа, Blitz Smoke-оор оноолоос. За зайгуу сэнзүүг унагсан. Blitz-ийн trade гой. Flames пэглж үзээд. Blitz-ийг 25-т олгочихж байгаа. 3-4. За бомбтой 2 хүн доошоо гүйцэн. Flames Went-н дээр. За бомбтой нэг бариад авч. Pre-fired ч байгаа гэсэн 910 kill. 2-3. За Blitz-ийн бүр буцааж явчих. 50 секунд. За бомб тавих гэж яарахгүй нэ. Blitz-ийг үлэн. За Went өгсөөд дээш орё гэж байгаа. За Messi-г унахчул болох гээд байгаа. За гоё шүү. За Messi бариад авсан. Went өгсөөд ороод ирэн том руу. За гоё тоглолттой энэ уг нь бол манай хоёр гэхдээ хоёул авлаа. 25-та 26-тай. 2-2. Apex Robs 2 үлдсэн. Apex үүдээр Rob Saving-ээс орж ирнэ. Китгүй. За Blitz дахиад тойрчлаа бүр. Blitz өөр нэлээд хөдөлгөөнтэй үзэж байна да. За 910 Apex-ыг унагсан сүүлэн тоглох Saving-ээс. За Rob Kit-гүүдээ Blitz яахгүй тоглолцол болно. Яарад өөрөө дуурайд мэдэгдчихвэл бааларна. Шатаар өгсөө гараад ирсэн Rob гүгээд байгаа. Blitz бол цагаараа. За цаггүй болсон. Блицараа алдалгүй нас. Бас тоглоостай 12-6. За 2 раунд авлаа да уг нь болол. Дахиад 6 раунд одоо. За Vitality мөнгөний асуудалтай байна. 2000 үлдээсэн. За юу дээр ганц M4 4 гар боо. Сагадуур. Элтабс smoke ороод ирлээ. Зөвхөн secret дээр Apex ороод ирсэн байгаа тань. За үүд smoke-тоод. За юутай төгөлтийг эндээ гоё. Ганц буутан хүн шүү дээ. За Flames-ийн дүүрнээс гараад ирсэн secret дээр бас хэмжээг унгаал авч. Гоё сэнцүү. За трейд ороод ирсэн. За юу 2 гэл Blitz-ийн нөхөлд 2-2. За бомб онцсон байгаа гэдэг. За зайвуу байршлаа маш хурдан суулчлаа. За Techno-Robs-ыг унагсан. Эзэнгүүдээр за зайвуу бүр адуу шиг дайраад байна. Ямар зөрөгтэй дайрж байгаа юм. Blitz-ийн kill 12-7. За дахиад 5 раунд. Нэгээр аваад байгаа. За Vitality-гаас тайм аут авсан. Vitality-гийн тайм аут. За хожичмоор байна. Өвдгийг гаргачмаар байна. Нэг раунд алдах юм бол дуусах гээд байгаа. Манайханд одоо алдах хэрэг байхгүй. 900-аас оптоо гарч ирсэн. Vitality-г өвдөх юм бол 5 M4-тай. За дүрсний дуу ячва. Синфиг гацчваа. За дуур зайвуу болоод ороод ирсэн. Наахан гадуур эзэлнэ. За смок үүш, плицэг оноод юм смоконд. Плицэг талд болгочлаа. За смокод орж ирж байгаа. Манайхан дөрүүлээ гадуур. Техноктын даазаар лобби дээр үлдээсэн. Secret roo кросслогон дээ. За энэ кроссон дээр л хүчгүй дээ. Үгүй флеймс рүү ирсэн шүү дээ. Флеймс за бэлэн байна уу? Манайхан уг нь бол бэлэн байгаа. Юу амар синзүү шууд хэчод. 910 харагдах хүн бол алга. Яа смокер алчлаа юм зиног. Бисрэлдэр завантай модод дээр орно. За доор Б сайтн дээр зайвуу дарк дээр. Зайвууг молидож гарах моли байна уу? 910 молитай уг нь бол гэхдээ хойно үлдсэн байгаад байдаг. За харсан юм шиг байна. Майнд нэг. Яа зайвуу 910-ыг уначлаа. 2 эсрэг 4 техно плиц 2. За бомб поинтер өгсө том руу орж ирнэ. Томын сайтанд одоогор олгон байхгүй. Vitality тэрэгтэй хийх юм байна. 2 эсрэг 4. За плиц техно. Хийхлэстэй дайнер ганд. За бомб тавьсан. Үүдэр Apex Heaven-гээс 2. Зайвуу Witness. За плиц 2 kill. 2 эсрэг 3. За тийм дээр техно. За 2 эсрэг 2. Дахиад нэг Heaven. Плиц Winter бараас уутсан. Kit 2 тоглож байгаад байдаг. Winter дээр. За плиц зайвуу гунагсан. 1 эсрэг 2. Messi сүүлэн тоглогч сайтн дээр Китгүй 10 секунд салгаа суун. Салгаагүй фейк. За гоё ямар амар раунд вэ? 2 эсрэг 4 штэ. Яа 12-8. Байж. Дахиад 4 раунд хэрэгтэй. Амар раундыг авлаа. Барьж болдог тоглоомд авах нь болол. За Vitality одоо мөнгөгүй юу? Мөнгөгүй араа. Симжинүүд гарбуунад гараад ирсэн. Азаарлуу 910 зөрөгтэй пиклэл. Ой, нэвтлээ онцлоо туучи. Саяв 19-д үлдчихсэн. За энэ ганц юм оноод алчмаар байна. Ямар хүчтэй юм бэ? За плейц стор. За плейц дабл кил. Йой заяа бүр. Синцүүтэй насаараа байлтчлаа. Айл хэлэнд толгой хараад байлтаад байгаа. За доош явчаас 2 тоглож орцсон явж байна. Бомбтой тоглогч тэр хойно техно. За синцүү буцахгүй яг. За доор Apex байгаа юм шүү дээ. Том алган дээр. За техног өвдөх юм бол энэ лобби дээр хүмүүсийг хүлээж байгаа. Бомб нь байна да техног хажууд бас. За плиз Apex-ийг дарчаач. За гоё шүү техно. Майнд дээрсэн заяа бариад авсан. 2 эсрэг 4. Хүү Apex. Эмчнэ бариад авлаа. За Вент Месси шарын дээр. За мэдээллийг нь авсан. За 2 нь мэдээлэл. Нэг нь шарын дээр, нэг нь Вентэн доктор. Плиз. За Вентүнийг алсан. Зүү синзүү гоё шүргэж ар бариад авсан. За хойртуулаад байгаа 12-9. Дахиад 3 раунд. Байж болоогүй. Дахиад 3 хэрэгтэй бид нарт. За одоо Vitality-гаас бүтэн баяртай. За зайвуугаас оп гарч ирсэн байна. 4 M4 1 оптаар. За крауд бол бүтүүл Монголыг дэмжиж дагсан. Нээдэн дээр хүчлээ.
Яа, техновын дор жамдсангүй. За энэ жоо харамсалтай шүү. Дөнгөж раунд эхлэл дээр юм болно гэдэг. Ёо, анотах юм аа. Харчлаа ижилсэн смок нь арилаад. Нэг буудаж үтсэн зүгээр харагдчихлаа. Ёо, ямар азтай юм бэ? 3 эсрэг 5. Яа, за майнд. 910 синзүү. Сафлин синзүү бараад авсан 910 эсрэг 3. Яа, ямар азтай юм бэ? Драцаар тэр. За чи. Ёо, ямар муухай ойртол овг нь бүр 12-9 өссөн шүү дээ. Дахиад 3 раунд ойрхон байлаа. За nice try. За Монголын мэн ингэснээр IEM Katowice тэмцээний 3 болон 4-р байранд орж тэмцээнийг өндөрлүүлж байна. Чамлахааргүй том амжилт. IEM Katowice тэмцээнд анх удаага Монгол баг плей-офф руу шалгараад ийм өндөр амжилтыг гаргаж байна. Яа харахгүй маш том амжилтыг гаргасан. За 3 болон 4-р байранд ороод $80,000 эзэд болж байгаа. За Vitality гэх юм бол ингээд Grand Final руу гарч ирж байна. За дараагийн тоглолт 2 цагаас Spirit болон Navi 2 semi final-ийн тоглолтыг хийн. Одоо нэг цаг 30 минутын дараа. За хэдүүлэн орчин тэгээ хэсэг завсарлаад 2 цагаас дараагийн тоглолтоор эргээд уулзъя да.
That was tighter at the end than we were expecting.
Well, I think we did a great game overall. We had the advantage all the time. They came back a bit, but like nothing crazy. We had the control the whole time.
It's been great to watch you on this stage. 11 years. This is the first time you've won a match. He's loving it. Loving it. Ready for a grand Ready for a grand final. 11 years. First time you won on the stage. What's different?
I don't know. You have to wait 11 years to win a trophy, not trophy yet, but a playoff game here. That's crazy. Only 3 times for me in playoff, but maybe it's a year. 1 more game tomorrow. I think we showed really good CS today, and we need to keep growing for tomorrow. And if we do that, we might get that one at home.
Well, it's going to be exciting to watch. Just a moment about you. We talk about coming here, 11 years. You know, everyone's talked about the 11 years. You seem to be loving it on this stage. You are relishing it.
Yes, I mean, I just love playing on stage, you know, when you play CS for 18 years or more, what you love is just playing here, so it just gives everything better, and winning finally in Spodek is awesome, and thank you guys.
What do you want to say to whoever you face tomorrow? Could be Na'Vi, could be Spirit. What do you want to say to them?
Well, I just hope we all remember a lot of Katowice and Cologne finals. I hope just this one will gonna be great, one of the best without a doubt. And yeah, just good luck because we will be ready.
They'll be ready. What a match that was. Finalists for the first time. Apex and Vitality.
For over a decade, this city has been the nemesis of Apex, but in 2025, they finally break that curse. Incredibly dominant fashion. Almost looked like the comeback might happen in the later stages of Nuke, but you know, they weren't throwing it back to that Liquid match. I'm sure we all remember where they did end up getting run over. No, Vitality stands strong, well-deserved spot in the grand final.
Look, all that matters is that they got there in the end. They broke the curse. We heard it time and time again. They got that W. They booked their final slot, and they want to deliver a good finals tomorrow, so they're going to wait to see what their opponents is. A little bit of frustration from both sides, and, you know, a few rounds going the other way, Mongols could have probably pushed them to the limit, so closing it out in the fashion that they did, Vitality couldn't have been a better game if I asked for one.
Apex always a good sport, right? A lot of Mongols fans in this series just want to give them something to cheer about, you know, so they didn't pay for their tickets for nothing. And yeah, I don't think there was ever a doubt who the better team was. Vitality just dominant from start to finish. A couple of rounds that they let slip by, 4v2s, 3v2s, you know, but it felt like it was just a matter of time before they closed it out.
Particularly in the early stages, great to get to see Rob showing up for this Vitality squad as well. Of course, the only data we'd had is, you know, in those group stage, in the booths back at Blast Bounty as well. But yeah, obviously on stage, he's shown up big time for Vitality.
Absolutely, and me and Josh were talking about, is it going to be more old Vitality, right, still, or are they already going to have stuff from Rob's first gun round? We see the Robs play, pushing through, flashing through the smoke and splitting A's. So yeah, I think they have no problem implementing him and making some plays for him, utilizing him, right, to the best of his ability, and it's just looked very, very clean today for Vitality.
Yeah, we can sing their praises all we want, but there is that moment of, there was a period of time in the middle of that first half where Mongols, they had positioning, they had dead to rights Vitality going into the trap, maybe overcooking on one of the rounds where they're going into lower, or maybe overthinking things. But then Mongols, they lose their duels, they overswing, they miss their shots, and we see the end result, the 13-9, and they have to be thinking, what if we didn't swing on this round at upper where we have the stack, we know where they're going, and we just peek into them. They have the stack on lower in one of the rounds, they know that Vitality is rotating down ramp with 30 seconds left, the bomb's there. Had they converted one of those rounds, is that going to be at the back of their head? The Vitality, they get to close out another one. There were a couple of sloppy 4 versus 2s that they let slip the other way, but they get there in the end, and it's another repetition for them.
I don't know if the Mongols were confused. There wasn't any updates to nuke. A main it still exists. They can still come through the A bomb site through main. It felt like first couple of gun rounds in the first half, like they were just caught off guard time and time again. Vitality doing a great job on those A splits.
And Vitality booking a spot in that grand final tomorrow, no less. But it is about time that we check in with our DHL MVP. Time for you guys at home and in the arena as well to put those Twitch channel points to good use. We've got 3 options for you to be voting on for your DHL MVP of this series. Points, of course, counting on towards the MVP of the entire tournament here in 2025. Apex, first up to bat, great to get to see the leader leading by example in this one.
Oh, absolutely, right. He talked about his performance in the spot leg before and the run. He wasn't going to continue that streak today.
Started off very hot on this Mirage game, especially. A little bit of a slower start on that Nuke game, but still, we see ZywOo up here, and he was no stranger to doing everything. A little bit of bopping, a little bit of clutching, a little bit of opening on some of the rounds on Mirage, so no surprises there.
Flamesy up as your third option. Amazing to get to see him, achieving that feat of getting a grand final in front of the crowd guaranteed tomorrow. Either Na'Vi or Spirit is going to be their opponent. That will be decided in our second semi-final. Where does this leave Vitality as a team in your opinion now? We knew obviously they were strong favorites coming into this particular semi-final. Do you think they have what it takes if they show up in this form to take down a Na'Vi or a Spirit?
I'll tell you, Freya, this tournament has an eerie similarity to Cologne last year, right? That was I think maybe even the first time Vitality made it straight into the semi-final. They meet a weaker team, in SAW in that game, go up in the grand final against Na'Vi and manage to lift the trophy. And on top of that, last time Rob's changed rosters, he came to Katowice and won the whole thing. So maybe, just maybe, the stars are aligning for them.
Speaking of stars, I think we can bring in ZywOo. We do have him up here to say, first of all, massive congratulations. First time you made it into the grand final. What's going through your mind right now?
Amazing feeling because, Katowice is not our favorite tournament, to be honest. We always lose in 9th position. But today, since actually Rob's jumped the roster, we feel really free. We feel like new roster, new fresh, new dynamic into the team. So we feel really good, and also for the final.
What is it actually like to play on stage with him? Because we got, a couple of showings during group stages of this event of Blast as well. What's he like when you're on a stage with him?
Like with the Robs?
Yeah.
Actually, you can see he had a lot of experience. He's really calm. He doesn't, I don't know, he didn't feel any pressure with him. He can win any round with him. It's so special because you can see the experience they have.
I want to ask, when you two are in a 2vx, do you even talk or do you just your minds meld together and you think?
Our mindset is combined, so we doesn't have to talk. But obviously, like even he can turn around alone easily. You can be 2v4 and instantly got 2 kills because he looked somewhere, and that's also his like really strength.
Yeah, Yanko, you didn't see they had Professor X standing behind them. On a scale of 1 to 10, how accurate was that whole kind of skit that you had there with, you know, you're just like chilling in some RuneScape and Mezzy with the beans and toast? Is that an accurate depiction of what's going on with the team? And how's Rops really feeling with coming into the team?
I think he feels really good, and I mean, instantly when he joined the team the first day, the chemistry he put, and I don't feel we changed any player, to be honest. Like he put the effort, the dynamic, the teamwork he did. It's insane. I think it just being him, I guess.
When you come into an environment like this, where, I mean, even if you try to ignore it, we're always talking about it, the curse that kind of loomed over Vitality. Is that ever in your head at any moment when you're walking onto the stage, when you're entering the server? Like, how do you make sure that doesn't affect you?
I'm just not thinking about it. I think it's that easy. I'm just not thinking about it, not thinking about the consequences as well. So I think that is in my mind.
Did you guys, with Robs coming in, make any sort of big changes to accommodate him, since he's a guy who can take a little bit more initiative on his own? Or is it still a majority of what you guys did before he joined and he's just adjusting to your playstyle?
I would say it's kind of both. I think we adjust to him as well, because he like on every map he almost like have all this position, like ramp, nuke, inferno pit. So obviously he had all his move, but obviously he's trying as well to put his move to our team move. So actually I think it's like, I would say 50-50 towards that, because I don't think he changed that much from players.
Does Apex yell at him less than at Spinks?
I don't remember Apex yelling yet, so I think it's a good feeling.
For around like the Rops door pop, the first gun round you guys have on that T side, is it a little bit of a special from Rops, or is it like Apex making that plan, or is it a game plan that you come in with it from the get, like before you get into the game? Hey guys, first gun round, Rops door pop.
Yeah, this game I would say it was both. Like the first one when I think he ran to hut alone. I think it was just Rob saying, "I have a good spawn, I will do that," because it was like kind of anti-threat. So I think sometimes it's just both feeling. Robs this time he's feeling to go out because he could kill him, because we know that. But mostly of the ones it was him and Robs like trying to call it.
We heard you talk about your philosophy before about like you won't buy the op, but you'll pick it up. Today I see you guys with double up. Rops has a second one on ramp. Is that changing a little bit of the dynamic now that Rops is kind of a player that's assuming a lot of these like anchor roles or lurk roles and picking up that second op? Does that change much for you guys?
I don't think so. I think it's kind of easier to, if you pick up the up, to just leave him alone and just play like all 4 of us like to the other side of the map. I think it's kind of good to have this, because when you know you can leave one player alone, just leave him, and you can trust him as well, so he's make us the job easier.
So you're saying you didn't trust Mezzy to leave him alone, and
I mean when he press mouse to move, it's hard to you know, it's very tough.
Zyru, I might be putting you on the spot here, but we saw a nice interview from the co-founder of Vitality ahead of you guys coming into the semi-final, where he had a really succinct quote where he said, with a player like Zyru on the roster, we are not content with just lifting 1 trophy a year. How do you feel about that? Because that was the 2024 reality for you guys.
Yeah, 2024 wasn't the best years for us, but obviously when we started this year, we wanted to be really strong instantly. So we put the work on it. We didn't want to have the same year and put the effort. So we didn't want to do the same mistake. So that's why this year we don't want to lose any game. We just don't want to lose our time. So we're giving our best instantly.
Apex was very diplomatic when OJ asked him this on the stage.
Yeah.
Who he'd rather face in that grand final, Spirit or Na'Vi? Who do you want to be facing in that grand final?
I think both. I mean, it's going to be interesting game, so yeah, I don't mind.
Who do you think has the upper hand between those 2 teams? In their game?
In their game? Actually, I think I would say Navi's, but it's like 52-88%. I think it's really close game, to be honest. So I would say maybe more Navi, but Spirit can beat them anyway. I mean, it's a very close game.
Really appreciate your time. We obviously have a lot of fans in the arena. They can hear you. Anything you want to say to them supporting you guys today?
No, I want to say thank you everyone to join us in Katowice. It's always a pleasure to play for you. So thank you everyone. Enjoy this moment with everyone. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Zyru. We'll let you get on your way. Appreciate your time. grand finalists in the first time in history. Vitality have managed to do it here in Kato, and it's, you know, you couldn't write a better script with a former champion now on the side of Vitality in Rops. Loving to get to hear a bit about how he's integrated into the team as well from Zywo.
Yeah, I think it's a massive upgrade for Vitality. I think it cannot be understated how much you need 3 guys on a team who can take initiative, who can talk, who are experienced, who can in crunch time make moves, right? And how much that frees up Messi and Flamesy, right? Like also Messi being moved around on some maps has a little bit more freedom, can have a little bit more impact. He's a good player. He's one of the most versatile guys in the scene. Had to in-game it, had to up a little bit, had to do everything, right? So he's had all that experience, and I think you saw some of that in this series as well, where it liberates everyone to sort of not have to do too much for the team.
Yeah, I wish we had like a graph that could show like upgrade or downgrade on this team, because Rops, there's moments where I look at this team and I'm like, okay, how is he going to slot into here with his style changing what Vitality already had, the magic that they had on some of the maps? And I'll bring up Anubis again because that's something I won't let go, but seeing them on other maps like Mirage, like on Nuke, I think that actually is a really good change for them. So I think you're going to take a little bit of the good with the ugly, and we're going to wait to see kind of on all the maps, how is he going to integrate, how is he going to do it over time? And right now it's looking pretty good for them. I mean, they've already set records, you know, breaking the curse, so we'll see what happens.
I mean, and if you also talk about can they win this tournament, you look on the other side of things. Apex lost a final to G2 with Stewie. Rops won a final with a stand-in for 2 different players over the course of a tournament. So why not? You know, whoever comes on the other side, I think they have a good case for making it a good final.
Well, with Vitality advancing on towards that grand final, unfortunately, does mean the Mongols are eliminated. So let's get a few departing thoughts from the team.
Here with Techno 4K, the Mongols have been eliminated from IEM Katowice 2025, but not before they got a chance to show what they had to the world on the stage. And in this moment, I want to ask you about that. Tell me about the emotions of going up there and playing on the stage.
It was great, feeling amazing at the spot deck. It's, you know, it's a really meaningful stage for this CS community. Yeah.
And if you take this stage and put you guys on it, which is what happened here, how do you feel your team showed up in Katowice?
I think we did good performance, but to be honest, we just didn't play it like this is not what we want, not what we wanted yet.
Not the desired result, right? I guess in that same line of questioning, do you feel like your team grew by going up there and playing in front of the stage?
Sorry?
Do you think that your team grew, the performance gets better by this experience?
Yeah, of course. The tournament by tournament, it will be better, I think.
Well, look, man, these are always hard to do no matter what. Everyone wants to believe in the Mongols, and I imagine the people around the world want to hear from you too. Is that okay?
Yes. Okay. Thanks for supporting us. Keep cheering for us. We will do our best. Yeah. Can I say Mongolia? Yeah, okay. За биднийг дэмжиж байгаа бүх хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Цаашсан биднийг дэмжсээр байгаарай. Тэгээд бидний ажил энэ үрээ дуслаа. Дараагийн хэмжээний уулзлаа баяртай.
Hey, thank you, man. Thank you.
A lot of applause in the arena for the side of the Mongols, and I can't blame the fans who have been supporting them through and through, because, okay, yeah, Mongols eliminated here, but objectively we can look at this, and this is a huge win for the team in terms of getting that big stage experience. Not only that, getting a win in the quarterfinals as well, and really putting their name in the conversation for 2025.
Yeah, I think it was a great result for them for many reasons. Obviously for the region, for themselves as a team, for their experience, but I think the real reason that they lost was they were feeling pretty good, not pretty thank you.
Yeah, I think also the problem for them is, you know, Nuke is a map on which they struggle on. Vitality maybe even the best team in the world on it, so you had to win Mirage, and they played to win. It's just they came up against a better team today. So for Mongols, they just keep working, right? Try to improve some of your weaker maps. So when it comes to some of these matchups in best of threes, you have a better chance across the board against the tier 1 teams.
We actually got to see them on a few different moments there where they win these 2 versus 4s, especially on Nuke, keeping themselves in the game. They're down there, it's series point, but they're still crawling their way back, making sure that they play it out correctly. They're talking to each other, they're playing out these rounds. If they're able to kind of use that, do that more often, slow down the game and learn how to mid-round a little bit better, like we could definitely see them and track the progression that they've been having.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you pointed out, Janko, the fact that they're number 2, if we're looking at the VRS rankings. Where do you think this result leaves them in that equation? Ranking numbers aside, where does it leave them for you?
I think they're, for me, definitely a little bit below the contender teams. And those are your Na'Vi, your Spirit, your Vitality, probably along those names. We'll see what ends up happening with the likes of FaZe, G2, right? Can they get into that conversation? They couldn't make the playoffs here. Some massive changes for those 2 rosters. But I think the Mongols are on the cusp, right? In a couple of more tournaments, get some more experience under their belt in these games, they might just be able to break through.
And hopefully have one of your players not have a wrist injury as well. I'm sure that's a less than ideal situation.
Yes.
What do we think for this next semi-final? It's been framed as our grand final before the actual grand final, Na'Vi Spirit. Any thoughts on this one, Josh?
It's going to be interesting to see because we see the head-to-head. We see how often Spirit wins over Na'Vi, but we see Na'Vi winning here already in the groups once. So is it the rematch where Spirit has the upper hand? Is it going to be Spirit going back to the grand finals and then winning the event back-to-back years? So there's always these questions. I'm really excited for it because there is so much, like Zaiwu said, it's like a 48-52. Which side is it going to go? Some people say Spirit, some say Na'Vi. I think it's going to be fun no matter what. And I think we're going to see something slightly different than what we saw in the group stages from both teams.
Best team in the world against the best player in the world, right? We'll see who comes out on top. I think we're in for a banger, Freya.
I don't know about you, gentlemen, but I think I might join the crowd for this one because it is going to be getting loud here in the Spodek. We're going to head things to a quick break. When we're back, semi-final number 2, Spirit versus Na'Vi.
Masters returns, Blade looks to recapture some 2020 Katowice magic as Na'Vi faces off against Halle and the reigning champions Team Spirit. Can Donk do the double? Stay tuned as Team Spirit and Na'Vi journeys continue here in Katowice. This is the Intel Extreme Masters.
We're at the Katowice Park run, 5-kilometer run. I finished roughly 35 minutes ago. None of my colleagues have come through yet, so don't know what's going on. We'll wait for them. All right, there we go. Katowice semi-finals. Simon, you have 200 meters to the finish line. Give me a quick prediction tonight. Who's going to win?
Vitality.
And Spirit or Na'Vi?
Na'Vi. We want Na'Vi all the way.
Well, who's going to win IEM Katowice?
Na'Vi. 100%.
Sprint to the finish line. Freya, you got new shoes. Put them to use. How fast?
Under 25.
Under 25.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Do you think you could have beaten OG if you wanted to?
Yeah, don't tell him though.
Yeah, cool.
Oh my God, at least you didn't have to do what bears do in the woods in that.
What do they do?
Well, you know what bears do in the woods. Is the Pope Catholic, do bear do that in the woods?
Tell me.
No, I'm not saying the words, man, but listen. I got round it. What did you do in?
17:30.
17:30. I think I was 25:02.
Oh.
25:02. Oh man.
Hey Phil, why are we playing hide and seek?
Yeah, it was so slow.
You're too fast?
Yeah, sure.
How fast did you go?
30 minutes, 45.
That's not bad. That's not bad. I'll give you the courtesy as well. Ask Simon who's going to win IEM Katowice. Who do you think is going to win?
Na'Vi, I think.
Na'Vi. He said Na'Vi too. Why?
I think they're going to be Spirit, and then they're going to be Vitality in the grand final because Alexi needs to, 3 times the charm.
You know what? I agree with you guys. So we'll see what happens.
It's like our, I don't know, seventh EM. Beyond the event, there is like
not much to do. You need to, to organize something. And actually, this initiative about the running is perfect. I think we should have more fun.
Make it a tradition.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, yay!
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
What was your path into gaming? Did you pick up anything?
So here my story begins.
He was waiting this moment. Get comfortable.
I almost fell asleep. So basically.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires was a great game.
Well, the first time when I've played the Counter-Strike games was at the age of 7 years old. I was coming back from school and my mother's brother is playing some games like Point Blank, CS 1.6, something else, whatever. So after that in 2010, so I started playing Team Fortress, something else. I was playing that a lot. In 2011, my dad bought me Counter-Strike Source, and
cool.
After that, it was the game I started playing a lot, and it was like the only game I was playing at that moment, because before that I was playing like some single player games or whatever. But after I started playing Source, I played it a lot, and I loved that. And there was a release of CS:GO. I couldn't buy the game earlier because, first of all, I was insanely shy to ask my parents to buy me a game, and also I had no money, no pocket money, and somehow. So at 2014 on 8th March, I remember the date.
Wow.
My dad bought me a CSGO. And since then I'm playing the CSGO. I remember like when the first time I opened the game, I've seen this like the news block on the menu with Katowice. It was ongoing, I think, at that moment when the VP won. So like I've seen a lot of comments of people crying that CSGO is shit compared, like because of the people moving from 1.6, they were crying. But I was playing Source, so I tried everything and it was fine. And like I practiced that and I was comfortably. And after that, I have never been setting any goals or whatever. I was just playing the game. Like the first couple of years, I was playing the matchmaking, just grinding. Master Garden in the league, Eagle Masters, whatever. So when I was 12 years old, it was 2015 in summer. I reached the global elite. After that, I like started to play some Faceit, something else. I was just playing. In 2017, I just made it to a couple of local LANs in Moscow. Like met some people, was just playing, and like I was just playing the game every time, and 2018 or so, I had a very bad PC, and like on my birthday, my parents gave me a PC, so it was much better than the previous one. And I had a lot of frames, and I was happy with it, and I started playing even more, and basically that's how it went. Like in 2019, I think like it was a like breakthrough year, because before that I was just playing, just getting elo, whatever, 3k elo. In 2019, like I was on the age of 15 and I had 5.5k elo. It was above money sisters, but I'm garbage anyways. And like after that, with like a couple of guys who I knew at the times from the local tournaments, like we played a couple of qualifications, whatever. Yeah. And that's pretty much it. I made it like to the league on Faceit, the CIS league, like when I played it like half pro, not a pro hub, because I was bad. So I played it like for 1 month. I once won it at that time. During the first month, I qualified for the pro division, but at that time I met Overdrive and he scouted me for Espada, and I played 2 weeks in Espada and then Spirit. Till now.
So is that,
bro? We remember everything.
Yeah.
Bro, don't remember what I ate yesterday. You remember everything,
dude. The
I
date,
can't even say
the date as well.
So details.
Yeah,
you have good memory, bro.
Yeah, really good memory.
Yeah, this is insane. He got like the data brain.
I can kind of visualize like the path as well. You know,
I understand like when everything happened there. That's awesome, dude. And then you've been in Spirit now for a long time, and through like multiple rosters, it's just been you and Chopper just there, like
the franchise. Yeah.
So, bro, you know, like, talk to me about the different versions of Spirit you've lived through, and like.
Here's my story.
Here's the story. Yo, it's another magic banger.
So I would begin with that. When I got to the Spirit team, I think it was like September of 2019.
What time was it?
I was.
Bro, it's so good, bro.
I was 16 years old. I mean, and I do remember like a bit of that. Well, in comparison, every like previous times that was before, I like realized how bad, how noob we were at that time. So if we are talking about the Chopper, I think that we need to mention that he was not an IGL from the very beginning. He was a fragger before in his previous teams, and when he was picked into the Spirit Ross in March 2019. So he was not an IGL at that time, but we 6 months later, when I was brought into the team, it was the period when he started when he tried to play on that role, and he was a young IGL actually. So it was a difficult thing for him.
Yeah.
And throughout these years, I've seen him changing a lot to get used to it. And at this time, we can clearly see him as a leader. Because before that, he was not feeling that comfortable with that, because it's a different thing if you have been playing something just to play the game and shoot people, and then you suddenly have to call something, think on something, and so with each year I've seen him doing a better job. And we can also mention that, I mean, he's receiving a lot of criticism, and a lot of people saying that he's only carried by Donk. We all know that, but actually before Donk, last 2 years, I mean, we had moments when we were top 12 team, and he never had a top 20 player in the team. So
fair.
He deserves credit.
So that means
he's a good guy.
So that means he's actually might be a relevant AGL.
Absolutely.
And not only carried by Donk.
People just forgot how Spirit were a top 5 team after the Antwerpen major.
True.
No, I mean, if anything, this was the thing that was nice for Chopper was finally he had a team with players of the caliber he should have. He was always kind of having to punch above his weight, taking players well outside of the top 20 and still making a deep run, right? And I think that's one of the cool things about you being in this team, Donk, and having Shiro and the likes now, and apparently in major finals, even Magic's are just gonna absolutely destroy everyone.
Dude,
it's like a good payoff, he for years was taking teams that weren't all the best in the world and still making them really good. No, I think it's a good shout. He deserves the props.
I wanted to hear your opinion on this. In-game leaders. It feels to me that it's the most thankless job. If you win, then it's because of the people that got the kills. If you lose, it's going to be the bad calls or bot IGL, whatever they're going to say. It feels like you can't win as an in-game leader. It's just going to go.
I think Chopper, I was not in-game leader in 1.6. I was star player also before player. But I think you don't choose to be leader, to be honest. I didn't choose to be leader. It just
happens?
When I came to Space Soldiers, I just play with these new guys in the time. And I just see that I can help them with more technical, And I just try to do my best for the teams. And they pick me as leader. I didn't choose to be leader. And I don't have inside of me I want to be the leader. I just want to win and to make my people on my right side and left side play good. And sometimes I have this character inside of me play better than me. I prefer to be sometimes in the dark and they are in the light. I prefer that. So I think maybe this is things that a leader need to have, not liking being on the light. I prefer to be on the shadow, and my teammates shine a lot. And that's why it's a lot of time I drop always my AK to Xanter. So sometimes I play without Kevlar, I play with Glock, some rounds. I don't care, because I want to win only. And I think this is important for.
That just reminded me. I wanted to ask Donk about this, just because it must have been Shanghai. I cast you regularly. You get dropped a hero AK. I'm thinking about that ancient round. You are going to get a hero AK in games, and in that round, your role is get a multi-kill, entry into the site, win the round for the team, and yet you do it so consistently. I'm trying to kind of comprehend. There's no one else that gets the hero AK, and you're he's probably there's a good chance that there's going to be a post plan and a double kill. Is that that's just something that comes naturally to you, or you just built different? Are you just built different? Yeah. Okay. Good chat.
What is the question about?
There isn't really much of a question, actually.
I was saying, like, how are you so good?
How are you so good? But I'm just, there's no one else where I see that hero AK, I'm like, yeah, well, they're probably going to win.
Like, there is no secret. I think he's the best player in the world because also he's playing a lot. Like, in every sport, when you have talents, but if you not work with your talent, you will not be the best in the world.
True.
Like, there is Zidane when you play football, or Michael Jordan in basketball. These guys, like, sometimes we watch his Face It. He has 12 games of Face It after official. Like, how you play, like, 10 games of Face It after
Best
an
of
official,
three.
best of three, you know? So there is no secret.
That's it.
He's grinding a lot.
Reps.
And he has a big talents. And with talents and work, boom.
And I think also he loves the game. That's why. If
Also.
you don't know the game, if you are not having like 100% pure love to the game, you cannot play after the like best of 3 12 faced game. It's impossible.
I think I heard something recently that there's the sports psychology of like never taking the loss to heart. Like, you know, if you grinded Face It and you lost 3 Face It's in a row, you're gonna queue again. You're always pressing the requeue
I will
button.
break my table.
Yeah, but not being afraid.
Bro,
of
I
the
mean,
loss.
actually, we played a Face It on the same team one time.
What?
And we got steamrolled, bro.
How did this happen?
Not even Donk can stop some of the demons on Face It, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane. I'm convinced that actually there is like a best player out there, not on a team, just playing at home on Face It, like 30 games a day, and he'll have like 29 average, and it's broken.
Losing is a part of winning.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, like the thing for you guys was like going to. Oh, actually, no, it's a complete tonal shift.
Oh,
here.
okay.
But at the major, when you guys had won, I loved how differently everyone was kind of celebrating. Like,
oh, I can do an impression of Magic's winning.
bro,
something like that.
You looked very like calm and cool with it. Then you had like, I know you guys are all quite like. There's a lot of character in this team, man. There is, and like everyone's very different.
It's
like
true.
when you walked up, man, like to FaZe, you threw like the hands in the pockets, this fucking
swagger,
this swagger over. Like it looked insane. How did that feel like actually winning the major? Because that's something people go their whole lives aiming towards, and you guys did it like that. It was crazy.
Начинай. Story begins from the brewery.
Yeah.
So the date was?
Yeah.
The date was the 15th of December 2024.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's so good.
It's like a Dungeons and Dragons campaign.
I can say that there are some things in life that you can't really believe happening and realize that it happened. And it was the actual feeling at that very moment. I was sitting and thinking, like talking with myself.
Like
Yo.
just at the round ends, and it hits you.
Yeah, I'm talking with myself, like, what's up, bro?
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up?
What's going on? And I couldn't find an answer. And after that, like, I stayed in China for like the players' break, and there was not a single day I was believing that. And actually, before that, I didn't really believe that we are going to win the major.
No?
I mean, I was not thinking of it, but I was not taking it as like a possibility, actually. I mean, it's like a different from like people doing that, because people are usually putting some trust in what they are doing. But in there, I was
some players visualize, like they imagine winning the
there,
fight.
I was pretty much more just thinking on a game and what to do, and I was not believing that I'm going to win. And after that, I couldn't believe that also. I mean, it's just something different. And even like after a couple of weeks, I didn't like get to realize that.
Yeah, right. Like it didn't set in. Like
I mean, yeah, that's cool, and it doesn't mean that I don't care about that, but it was just something else.
Hard to process.
Yeah. No, I mean,
how can I believe that I won a major when I think that I'm noob?
Well, no, but I don't know. Like this, you guys are like a pretty humble team.
Yeah.
Like I think that's safe to say. Like I don't know. It's easy to think that, like when you go out and you'll say stuff like, oh yeah, you know, we might lose this. Like you've done interviews like that, Magix. But I think like, I don't know, to me it's maybe even like part of the success. Like you're not going into every game going like, oh shit, you know, like we're Team Spirit. We have like one of the best AWPers in the world. We have Donk, the best rifler. Like that adds a lot of pressure, right? Like if that's how you're thinking, if you're just kind of showing up, treating a game like a game and you're just gonna play it, like do you think that gives you a bit of an edge? Like or are you guys, you know, when the game's live, does the mental change a bit?
Yeah, just chill guys.
Yeah, just chill guys.
I think it depends on like what kind of human you are. If you are ready to accept this kind of pressure and play with that, you can play with that. But sometimes you can just don't add to yourself.
Don't add extra pressure.
Because there is still a lot of pressure going on, and there is still more things to be playing with.
Yeah.
I have to ask because it's one of my favorite rounds of Counter-Strike I've ever casted. That Dust 2 third map.
Jump shot. Because so I'm casting this round like you're about to win the major. Obviously, you know, it's like the Brokey misses the shot. At this point, I'm like, okay, here we go. Spirit are about to win the major. It's gonna be the first for Spirit in their organization. And then was it you that got no scope, Magix? Did you? No, who was it?
I was the last alive.
You got the org on the dink.
On the dink. The last one.
Alrighty, Jason, we are not far off starting what is going to be an amazing matchup between Na'Vi and Spirit. But before we dive into that, before we get going with it, I would rather talk a little bit about the beginning of 25, because I think a lot has happened already. Obviously, we saw the tournaments kicking off in Copenhagen. We then came into IEM Katowice. And without talking too much about Na'Vi and Spirit, because they're going to play in just a moment, there's also been a couple of teams who haven't had the best start to the year so far. So if you were to pick one team that has disappointed you, who would that be?
You know, I don't know. There's a lot of places to go with it. I would say one, I guess, that is disappointing, but I don't quite know why, is just the phase, the phase lack of getting to the playoffs, because I still think it looked pretty good. I think you can see where it's going to go. Alige looks comfortable on that team. Everything seemed positive, but just the disappointment in them not being in the playoffs is like, it's weird. It's weird to not have them here because I feel like they're good enough to be on this stage and compete. Just didn't click this tournament for whatever reason.
Now, I spoke to Kerrigan in Copenhagen, and he said it almost felt like they were changing two players just by bringing in Alige, because there was such a big change in positions and voice within the team. Are you surprised that it's taking a little more time to gel than what people initially may have expected?
No, because I think when you get into a team as a player like Alige, with the plays you like to make and the aggression you like to make and the individual freedom you like to have, you're going to cause a little bit of chaos when any team you join, right? So people have to get used to what plays you want to make, what timings you want to hit, how aggressive and assertive you want to be in different situations. So yeah, that's going to take a lot of conversations, a lot of kind of working together to see what the different solutions can be. And I think that's probably the biggest issue is maybe some of those timings of when Alige likes to make the play and how the rest of the team is going to work around it.
And I think that's going to be a big change, right? Coming by Cologne, that's when we expect to see FaZe in a playoff.
Yeah, I actually have no worries at the moment for FaZe moving into the future. I don't think there's any reason to have alarm bells just yet. Let's see what they're going to look like into the future. I guess another team that you're going to put in the same vein, a little bit disappointed in, would be the Liquid side of things. I also think Liquid is a team that's going to be good and challenging for playoff stages. I think they encountered some difficulties they didn't expect. I think they had to trim their playbook way down beyond what they initially thought they would have to with Nertz's acquisition. But again, another move that he immediately had great impact for this team, yet they still don't make the playoffs. And you're like, what was the element that was missing? What was the factor that could have gotten them onto the stage?
And that begs the question for me to ask you, do you think Twist is the right in-game leader for Team Liquid to take that extra step, or should you go out there and look for something else? You look like a guy like Shuhei, there's maybe other options out there. Would it be great to have Twist back as a fragger and then get a new in-game leader?
You're really putting me on the spot here. I can hear us in the arena as I'm saying this in front of all these people. You know what? I don't know the proper way to go. I think that's a question that has to be decided within the team and how confident they are with Twist's in-game leadership. It's a long journey that he's kind of embarked upon. If he wants to stick into this role, there's going to be bumps. So as long as the team and the organization has that faith that he can figure it out and that he's still on a good path for it, I think it's okay. I don't think you're ever going to get, at least in the near future, any kind of crazy, complex, deep tactical depth to it. But that's fine. Look what they did in the game against Spirit that got them eliminated. They ran 3 really simple strategies on Nuke and put up, like 6-7 rounds on the T side. So it's doable with the pieces they have. And I actually think in some sense, if you're going to make a roster change, if you're Liquid at some point, firepower is the name of the game right now. Firepower seems to be the name of the game that everyone's chasing after. Yeah, it's always nice to have that big brain in-game leader, but if you don't feel like it's a good fit, firepower is the other route to take.
You say firepower, and I instantly think G2. I think G2 have a lot of firepower. At this tournament, we saw some of that firepower being displayed as well, but the big question mark is, of course, Snacks, the impact he can as an in-game leader, and then Heavy Guard being integrated into the lineup. What's your temperature check on G2?
I love Heavy God. I think Heavy God's awesome. I think his versatility has been great. I think he's a really fun player to watch, plays those anchor positions really, really well. I think the biggest X factor you're missing now is the intangibles that Nico brought to the table. Because Mobs can come in and handle those positions as an individual player, but I think what you're lacking is that kind of meta understanding of what's happening around the map and how your individual play in that moment might be able to impact it or change it. And, you know, if Nico's going to make a play, or if Nico senses a weakness on a map, he's going to make that play and organize the team around him. I don't think Mobs has that quality just yet. And this isn't a criticism, it's something you have to build and develop within that team, but that is certainly an element they're missing, is in that mid-round having your star player, who was Nico, who's able to kind of find the solution and organize everyone towards that goal. Mobs hopefully develops that.
G2 will always be one of those teams we're excited to see play, and they always have the opportunity to step up with the individual skill. Now, a team I don't expect to be at any big playoffs for the foreseeable future is Astralis. And is there anything you can add to that? We've seen them play a couple of tournaments now. We see Device returning to the lineup. Have you, as me, lost faith in that project as well?
I think lost faith is maybe the wrong phrasing. I'd never really had a whole lot of faith in it, to be honest with you. I think that's like an amalgamation of different things. Again, you have another team where the names of the roster change looks awesome, but you have a lot of changes. You have, you know, Cadian now in-game leading off the AWPs, now rifling, Device on the op, where previously it was opping an IGL. So you have that switch up. We know how difficult that can be. And then I think at the end of it all, the crux of that Astralis team is always going to be, is Stown the star player that you want him to be? Is he the star player that you expect and that you need him for this Astralis project to work? And that for me is going to be the big deciding factor. Does Stown take the next step, or does he kind of stay where he is now and we sort of have the Astralis we have now?
Now, is there any other team that you are excited to see develop? We spoke about FaZe, Liquid, Astralis. Is there any team out there you think that has the potential to take that extra step up and pull off a Mongols or pull off a VP for that matter?
For that matter, I mean, it's funny you said that. I actually think VP has the next one. I actually really enjoyed what I saw at VP with Flamus in the lineup. Obviously, the playoff game, the quarterfinals yesterday didn't go at all what they planned at whatsoever. But I think when you look at that, you know, we could feel it was palpable, like the attitude change within that Virtus Pro lineup at this event. So you give Electronic, he's secured that in-game leadership. He's the only one with the hands on the wheel on that team, which is a great change from last year. You give him a little bit more time to see what this can develop into. You've got those young players stepping up. I really like Icy as an opper. I think there's a lot of potential in this VP lineup. And then I guess the next one that I would say is as a team that could maybe do something in the future. I don't know. I was going to actually say Mongols and Eternal Fire are kind of the two teams that are still there in my mind. I think what's fun about it is, like, you look at this Mongols team. I don't know why I just gestured back. You look at the Mongols team that just got eliminated, but over this rise they've had in the past year and a half, it feels like every step of the way they've hit a barrier, and they surprise us by breaking through that barrier. So I think now we see that they finally won a stage game yesterday against Eternal Fire, get a second one here on the biggest of stages. This is another barrier they're hitting. And the question is always going to be, can they find a way to break through this one? Because in the past, the solution has been go back to Mongolia, find an upgrade, train them up, and then that's the guy who activates us getting through to that next level. But how many more pieces are you going to find in Mongolia that can compete on this level? Like, how you're not just going to go back and just find some random guy and spend the next 6 months kind of tuning him up and bring him up to speed and then saying, now we're ready to hit it. So I'm really intrigued if they can find a solution without any kind of a roster change. And that's the most interesting part of the Mongols for me.
And to me, that begs the question, and same could be applied for EF. Are we not satisfied with them being a top 4, top 5, top 6 team? I feel the conversation is always that everyone wants to win trophies and everyone wants to be the best team in the world. But realistically, there's only a couple of teams who can be the best in the world. So if you're the Mongols right now, you go into a semi-final, you're EF, you go into a final in Copenhagen, you get into the playoff here. Isn't that a pretty good benchmark already?
It absolutely is. But I mean, look, we are at a competition, and winning is the only true thing that matters at the end of the day. And if you don't lift that trophy, you lost. And that's kind of the unfortunate side of competition. For me, I think of, it's kind of like this Vitality team that we had last year in 2024, where they only won one trophy, but they're always among the world's best, and they're always always challenging for that trophy. While Eternal Fire and the Mongols might play good enough to be among the best teams, we don't go into an event and say this team really feels like they have a great chance at winning the trophy. So it's not about being like the top number 1 team, top number 2 team, but you need to give us the feeling that you can actually make the run and you can actually get over the hump and you can actually hoist the trophy at the end of the day. And with those teams yet, despite how good they are and placing them in the top 6, 7 teams in the world, I don't necessarily feel like they are fighting for that trophy each and every event.
Now, speaking of teams that can hoist the trophy, we have Vitality confirmed for the grand final already. You saw them play the semi-final as well. Manhandling the Mongols have been looking great so far this tournament. Now, we don't know who's going to win between Navi and Spirit, but what would you say that Vitality's chances are in this grand final at IEM Katowice? It's a best of 5 as well.
Yeah. I think it's good. I think a decent chances. They're going to go into it underdogs against no matter who. Yeah. Spirit is number 1 and 2, so you're always going to go into that matchup as an underdog. I think when you have ZywOo, you always have a better fighting chance, obviously, as well. It was cool to see him kind of step up and flex and put his chest out today against the Mongols to make sure nothing got out of control. I think the map pool is probably going to be the hardest thing for him with Rop's acquisition, is changing on the various maps. We know Navi didn't make any roster changes. Alexi's come out and said their priority is deepening the map pool. Spirit has essentially 6-7 map pool. Like, you look at these teams and that's going to be the biggest obstacle for Vitality. But I love Apex on stages. He always comes to play. This team is incredible. Mezzi's playing really well right now. ZywOo is always going to be an X factor. Rop's solid on this. Like, they brought him in for this purpose. So, I mean, you have so many good pieces if you're Vitality. It's, are you ready? Is it too early for you to vie for this trophy?
And considering it's a best of 5 final as well, it begs the question to ask you. I think back in the days we had a conversation whether a best of 5 should be for the grand finals, if it was too long, too short. With MR12, I feel like that conversation died down.
Yes.
Would you agree with that? A best of 5 grand final for a big tournament, that's only in its place.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the MR12 thing changed the nature of the best of 5 argument. I think it's beautiful because, look, let's be realistic about it as well. We talk about it all the time in Destin leading into matchups. The map veto process and your kind of map pool is an important element to any team being able to actually succeed, especially in periods like we have right now where a new map has entered the pool, where Train's going to be there and nobody's quite figured it out quite yet. We know every time there's been a new map, there's been one team who's latched onto it early and used it as such a strength. So map pool is always going to be a huge thing, and best of 5s test that in a way that a best of 3 can.
Now, we touched a lot of different teams, Jason, and I want to put you on the spot one more time.
All right, great.
Putting on the long glasses, the long side.
Sure.
We have the major coming up in Austin as well. We have a lot of teams making roster changes, a lot of teams changing up how they play, how they think about the game, and I think the level of Counter-Strike we've seen at Katowice has been high, but I expect it to be better and better and better. So if you on the spot right now would have to pick a team that you think are going into the Austin major as one of the clear-cut favorites, and you cannot say Navi, you cannot say Spirit, who would that be?
By the time we get to Austin, I'm gonna say FaZe. I think they're gonna figure out with Elige. I think for me, Elige is one of those players who's had some ups and downs in his career, but he should be a player that we're talking about as one of the best riflers of all time. And I think when he gets acclimated and they figure out how to work with each other a little bit better and learn how each other's styles can work together, I think that FaZe team should be powering up just perfect. And we know they're a team that already has that mental game and that toughness to never give up in a game, to always come back, to always force overtime. They have all the qualities of champions. And now you have a player that's been desperate to prove it for years.
I appreciate it, Jason. Always a lot of great insight. We are just about ready to get the Navi versus Spirit game semi-final on the way. But before that, we have a bit of a vibe check to get it all started.
Are you giving me a high five or what was it? Sorry, misread it. That was awkward. Hello, JL. Welcome to the Spodek.
Yo.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Sorry, yeah, it's just staying awkward. No, you said after the group stage match versus Spirit, which was unbelievable, you said, this is great, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is when we play them in the playoffs. So how ready are you?
Oh, 100%. We've been preparing for more than a couple of days. Even though they weren't in the semifinals yet, we were already prepared for them because BP were wounded. They were playing with a stand-in, so it was quite obvious we're going to face Spirit. And I'm super happy we are.
Yeah, I think everybody understands that you thought that they were going to be your opponent. Now, Spirit is a team that when they do suffer losses, they adjust quickly, right? And that means you have to kind of triple adjust as well. What do you feel were the standout things about your performance, and are they easily replicable when it comes to this semifinal?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think we had a lot of great individual performances, so we beat them as a team. Of course, it was to little margins, but a team cannot change how they play in a couple of days, maybe in months, because it's a style that we counter. It's not the certain rounds. So we'll see what they cooked up. Of course, they're going to have some new rounds, some new strats, but yeah, I'm hoping for a good game today.
We'll see. At the beginning of this year, there were talks about how you guys got frustrated a lot in big games at the end of the year. It was kind of a trend. Is there a fear that that might happen because you haven't played on this stage yet? And is there anything in place to make sure that that definitely doesn't happen right now?
No, we're coming in fresh. It's our first game in the arena this year. We're super happy. First time in the Spodek as well. I've heard the crowd is going nuts. And yeah, all I can say is Polska Góram. And I just want them to be as loud as they can because I've heard many great things about them.
I'm sure they will be. Thank you.
Tonight, we go full circle on a rivalry that began a year ago in this very event, IEM Katowice, where Spirit and Na'Vi first took each other on with these new rosters. Spirit may have had the edge all year as they won numerous times against this Na'Vi roster, but the tide is beginning to change, and Na'Vi took them down in the group stage. Today, we wait to see if Lightning can strike twice and if Na'Vi can vanquish Spirit in this semi-final.
And I mean, such a good rivalry has to have some pretty big stakes, right? The Intel Grand Slam playing into this now. Na'Vi, 2 notches on their belt already. They've got a bunch of chances still to claim them, but a winning Katowice would leave them only 1 trophy away from claiming that Intel Grand Slam, and that's a must-have for any team with the pedigree of Na'Vi. I think this is going to be an absolutely banging semi-final. This is the big one. I'm going to give it back over to Shocks at the desk to talk about it some more.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, and hello Spodek. Welcome to Na'Vi versus Spirit. My name is Shocks and I'm joined here by a change of the guard in analyst as well as in host with Moses and with Pimp. And I think we can take a temperature check beforehand. This should be insane. We knew the sparks, we saw the sparks rather in the studio, and we already saw this game, Pimp, but this should be 10 times better even.
Yeah, I mean, the scene is pretty much set already. You have the best team to end 2024 going up against the best team of 2024, and you have a team that's played a lot against each other throughout last year, but also this year so far. So you speak of emotions, you speak of tenacity, you speak of teams that know each other. It should be a great game and definitely a great matchup between 2 of the best teams Counter-Strike have to offer as of right now.
I mean, realistically, the easiest way to put this is the best matchup in Counter-Strike. This is the best matchup you can possibly get, especially inside of an arena of this caliber with this kind of history behind it. This is the exact teams you want to see going up against each other. And yeah, they played each other a ton over the last year, but this is just this year. And already a close affair in the group stage. Overtime on Nuke. These teams can go different ways in the map veto. Everything about this game is mind games and special between the 2 of them because everything is a challenge.
It's going to be layers on layers on layers when we get into this one. So let's hawk our mind rather back to the match we saw from them in the studio here in Katowice, because I want to know, is that something we should now be prepared for? What is replicable for Na'Vi? Because they have a hard time beating them generally, so something must have been, Moses, fundamentally different.
Yeah, something was a little bit different in the sense that it probably meant so much as well for Na'Vi, but when you take that many losses time after time, it obviously just feels like you can never overcome them. Alexi B even said in an interview how much work had to go into them actually winning this game, and it's a grind, it's a brawl. When you play this many times, you know so much about your opposition, so it's like, yeah, what's replicable? So much stuff because you're playing so many different mind games, but Spirit's always going to be trying to counter you. Na'Vi's already going to try to counter you. They know what's coming, they know how you react, so you do kind of have to play 2 steps ahead.
And I love that you bring up the mental aspect, because that's something I noticed when they were playing in Copenhagen in the first game. Na'Vi seemed flustered, they seemed frustrated, a lot of desk slams, a lot of frustrations were coming out of the Na'Vi camp when they were playing against Spirit, whereas when I saw them in the studio in Katowice, it felt like they most surely had a conversation about that. They're way more calm, they were able to fight their way back into the game, and they were able to keep their nerves. One thing is doing that in a studio, another thing is doing that inside an arena when everything is at stake as well. So for you guys at home, look out for the body language, look out for how they conduct themselves, look out for how they mentally stay within the game, regardless of what's happening. That's going to be a game within the game between these 2 teams.
It's true, and JL said it there. This is our very first time in the arena in this year. Those are all factors that come to play, even if you have even won big trophies on these stages. Something that was really interesting to me in that Spirit match was the way that Blade was talking to Alexi, that relationship those 2 have. And we see the quote from Alexi here, right? It takes a lot of work, it takes a lot lot that we don't see in order to hit those levels.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what you know you're going to get out of Blade. He's not really one to mince his words. He's not one to really soften his blow, and he's sitting there in an important game against an opponent that's a rival that you haven't beat for some time, and it's like, get together. Now's the time. Like, we just talked about this outside. It's time to shape up. And Alexi, to his credit, even said, yep, I lost focus and I snapped back in. And those are the ups and downs of any kind of competition that you're going to have between teams of this caliber is stressful moments. You're going to lose a clutch. A round's going to go horribly wrong. Your strategy that you have run 100 times, someone's going to miss a smoke. Those frustrations all build up, and that's up to Alexi and it's up to Blade to manage that stress within the team, and I think they do a wonderful job at it.
It's also a tell of how close the bound between the two are. You know, you have in-game leaders, you have coaches who obviously have to work together, but for a coach to be able to tell a player in the middle of a game, get your shit together, you know, and he responds well to it. That's Blade knowing how to, I guess, touch LXB and how to get into him, whereas I could imagine you as a coach as well, you've had the feeling many times that you would like to just shake one of the players and, you know, make them understand what you want them to do, but you also know that there's a social energy between you. And I think LXB and Blade, they know each other so well by now that he can afford to do that.
It works. It absolutely does as the Spodek is heating up. We need to talk about the other side of that match, which is Spirit losing a really big game to one of their biggest rivals. And we've heard a lot out of the Spirit camp about just not being too happy in general about their level. The thing is, they always say that in interviews, but if you lose that match versus Navi, and then yesterday you roll over VP, but you might think they had a stand-in. How much are we going to be challenged tomorrow?
I think it's the bigger topic is like, this is Spirit who last year kind of blew up in Katowice. That was their arrival onto the scene. Had some struggles throughout the year, but cap it off winning the major. So now you've gotten to the top of the mountain. And this is that classic conversation of now you're fighting to stay the best team in the world. Now you're fighting to stay on top of the mountain, which everyone will tell you is always harder. And they've already come into this year and basically said, we went to the playoffs at the major at the end of December. We went to the playoffs in Copenhagen just a couple weeks ago. Now we're in the playoffs of Katowice. They've gone very deep in 3 tournaments in a row, and they've just said, we're feeling a little bit tired. You know, and you do see those emotions kind of disappear when you need to get hyped up. You do see them kind of get frustrated when they're playing in the match, all because they're a little bit exhausted coming out of a break, and yeah, getting back into the swing of things.
It goes for both teams. Everything is magnified when it is on a big stage like this, and luckily we had a chat with Alexi a while ago so we can hear about his headspace coming into this.
Well, we have something special for you all today. That's right, it is Spirit going against Navi right here in the Spodek, the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, all the goodness. But I'm standing with a man that is no stranger to being up on that stage. So welcome back, Alexi B. Tell us how it feels.
Good to be back. What else is there to say?
That's very true, which is also brings us back to the real conversation right here, right? With regard to Navi. It took so long to beat down on Spirit, and then you did it in the group stage just a couple days ago. 3-map affair, 2-1 win. Tell me what that does for a team's psyche.
I mean, it's important that we got the win, because now when we have a rematch, we were expecting a rematch. The vibe is different. It feels like we don't have this, you know, luck that we can't win. Now we saw that we can win. It was in the same tournament, and now we just need to play twice as good.
Yeah, kind of match that energy yet again. And so I guess that I would bring it to a quote here, right? You said it elevates our confidence in the overall level. Is that something that you can carry through the days where you guys aren't necessarily in the server on the stage?
I mean, it's like, for example, we played Mongols after the game against Spirit, took Mongols down convincingly. But now, obviously, it's our first game on the stage. But at the same time, I just feel like the team's a bit more fired up. So I just feel like, you know, we have everything that it takes. Just need to go out there, show no pressure, play fearless, and that's it.
You showed a lot of humility also as well. Just the other day, we saw Blade talking to you about getting it together. Some quote like that. We'll leave it at that. Tell me about that interaction, how it helps you.
I mean, you know, that's sports. Sometimes you're not there. Sometimes someone needs to tell you to get in there. The cultures are different. The teams are different, how they work. That's how it works in our team. And yeah, I mean, I felt like I got back into the game after that, and the rest was history.
The rest is most certainly history. You guys keep making history around here. And I want to ask you in this moment, because yes, you go back up there on the stage in the Spodek. Everyone's asking for Navi all day. You guys aren't even in the building. The crowd is chanting Navi. That's got to feel good, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. We also heard yesterday, even though we weren't playing, sometimes the crowd was chanting Navi. So that's very nice to hear and see. Yeah, we're just looking forward to, you know, feeling the fans up there on the stage.
Well, good luck to you, Mr. Alexa.
Thank you.
And I'm sure he will. I love it. The crowd is just lighting up the minute that JL was on screen, now that Alexi is on screen.
Oh, yeah.
Always very level-headed, and it's what you said there before, right, about that relationship between the two, between Blade and him. That is a match made in heaven, and that means, as you know, with people that have a very good professional relationship, sometimes it is hard, but they make it work.
Yeah, and it's about not avoiding those kind of tough conversations. If he's not in the game, get in the game. I liked what Alexi said too about the idea of like the cultural differences of like, you know, come from different regions as well. You have to understand where that kind of comment is coming from, and that might initially seem aggressive to certain ears, and Alexi very much understands where Blade comes from and didn't make a big deal out of it and just kind of got to work inside the server. It's cool hearing him talk about the confidence they gained, and then also it just means we have to work 2 times harder. So the boys are fired up this morning, but we know it's going to be twice as hard. So Navi comes into this without any illusions about how difficult of a task is ahead of him.
Yeah, I think that is very sobering and very good to go in that like that. We've seen teams before that thought, well, I beat them before, how hard can it be? Well, extremely difficult, hard. Especially in the Spodek. But of course, they had a lot to take from the best of 3 they already played versus Spirit, and Jacob is going to break something down from that match.
Yeah, I would love to show you guys exactly what we're speaking about, because often we find ourselves on the desk saying that the coach and the in-game leader have a close relationship and the coach can have an impact in the game. I'll show you a great example from the game between Navi and Spirit, where Blade and Alexi B are having huge impact on the comeback they made. We're jumping into Nuke. You set the scene right here. Spirit is up 11-8 and they're about to win this game. This round is after a Blade timeout. So just before we go into this, understand that Blade just took a timeout. We're conveying with Alexi B, and this is what happens. We play out the round. Bit has smoked off ramp. You see a little bit of movement from Chopper out here, but I don't want to focus on Chopper. I want you guys to focus on the minimap up here. Look at player number 2, which is wonderful. He's rotating in towards ramp, where he's getting a bit of a boost. And this, you must assume, has been a read from Navi or something they've discussed. They want to put Wonderful late in the round on top of the boxes. And guess what happens in this very specific round? Well, Spirit, they're going to walk into it. They're going to jump into the stack. Wonderful is getting a nice triple kill. And you see the instant impact. Navi is winning the round without losing a single player. And you must assume that that has been a call, that has been a conversation between Blade and Alexi B. So when we say that timeouts can be essential in a game like this, when we say Blade can have an impact as a coach in the middle of the game, it's something like this. Without this call, without this round, Navi would not have won Spirit in the group stage.
I like it, Jacob. It's true, and it is one of those things which sometimes it's difficult because we have a lot of tape on Blade specifically. He's also very vocal when it comes to interviewing him, so we know that system. And sometimes the analysis about that similar interaction on the other side, for Spirit specifically, they just don't do as much media. It's hard to say. I would recommend their YouTube channel. They do give a good look in there, right? But it is nothing to scoff at either.
No, and I think, I mean, that is something that we should get into is kind of deep diving with Hallie. But I mean, we've seen from the clips you're referencing, we saw kind of the way he tried to help handle emotions with Shiro back at the major in the grand final. We know he's got a huge tactical input. I think it was Zontix after Copenhagen that just trying to describe how much they miss him. They treat him like a 6th player who has just as much impact inside the server as they do. A ton of respect there. I'll say for Hallie though, I think the job tactically sometimes feels a little bit easier because you have a player like Donk. So you know a lot of the tactics that you're going to be using, a lot of things is set him up for some early success. He gets a lot of the utility, a lot of the love, a lot of the priority, and then the rest of the pieces kind of deliver around that.
I mean, I think a great example, you said it yourself, Hallie wasn't showing in Copenhagen. Spirit won that tournament without Hallie. I'm not saying he doesn't have a lot of impact.
Yeah, what are you saying?
No, I mean, I think he had a lot of impact. He was obviously helping the team from home as well. But I think if you were to reverse that and you'd say, Blade, can you send Navi to a tournament without you being behind him? I think you'd see a significantly weaker Navi. I don't think that's necessarily the case with Team Spirit for the same reason you brought up right here. When you have Donk, when you have Shiro, when you have the way that you play Counter-Strike in the Spirit camp, I think Hallie's value is more in the preparation, making sure everyone is on board, making sure the game plan is clear for Spirit, where Blade has a little bit more in the middle of the game impact.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's something that we may see today. We'll pay extra attention to it, but I also want to pay extra attention to the graphic that is on screen right now, because there has been this conversation about if Donk isn't fragging, then does the team win? I think that is too short of a statement to say in general, but of course it is true, and I think, do you have the same feeling that you did last Katowice at this stage? Because I remember being here and everybody you talked to and every match you saw, you thinking there is no way anyone keeps them from the trophy.
I mean, the shock value isn't here for like it was for last year.
That's
when
true.
Kind of Donk come in, right? We kind of know what to expect, and he's kept it up for a whole year, so we don't really have any more questions. We don't need him to prove anything else to us. I think the big thing is, to answer your short question, yeah, I think they do have the pieces around that. I think this is like part of the fun of this matchup is outside of Donk, there's no true superstar for Na'Vi. But you look at Zontix, you look at Magisk, you look at JL, EMA, you look at these guys, they're like targeted impact bit as well. They're not the superstars, but they're like targeted impact. They know exactly what their goal is in different situations, and they're incredibly powerful in making the moves in those little micro moments. And that's how I think guys like Magisk and Zontix make up for Donk maybe starting slow.
Okay, is this maybe a controversial way to put it? And it's just to get you going, right?
Okay.
So does Na'Vi need all 5 pieces to shoot hard in order to beat a Spirit, or only one is shooting his best?
I don't think they need all 5 to do it at the same time, and that hasn't really been the case either. What is very strong about Na'Vi is the team is very homogeneous in the sense that all 5 players can step it up. Maybe apart from Alexa B, individually speaking, he hasn't had the best time, but you have 4 players who each have had an MVP last year, who each are coming into every tournament thinking to themselves, I can be the difference maker, where we know when it comes to Spirit, it's Donk first, and then sometimes it's Shiro, then sometimes it's Zontix, and there's a lot of individual firepower, but I will say if you put them up against each other, Na'Vi rely on the team play, they rely on the synergy, where Spirit can win games with just Donk popping off. Na'Vi don't have that luxury.
It's true, but it would also be disingenuous to say that they never have it. I mean, just looking back at the best of 3 they played versus Spirit, in the first map on Mirage, it was Bit and it was Emma, and that does work and that can work, right? So it's not something that we should scoff at either.
No, but again, it's like that. It's a targeted impact. Like I feel like a lot of times with Na'Vi, like the guy who's going to get you over the finish line is like JL. Like he's just going to be solid, and then there becomes a moment where somebody needs to step up, somebody needs to deliver, somebody needs an important triple kill, double kill in the right moment. JL always seemingly provides that, and I think it's such a luxury when you say this roster goes so deep. It is such a luxury that you have 4 guys who can all deliver for you in that moment, and that's how you overcome not having a superstar on the team.
I think the best way to phrase it as well is that when it comes to Spirit and when it comes to Donk, it's not map dependent. Donk is the best player on pretty much any given map out there. Surely there's certain positions he likes to play more than others, whereas I feel with you, as you said, Na'Vi, it depends on the map as well. Some maps it's very much Emma in the center of everything. Some maps JL is coming in as the clutch card. Some maps Wonderful is having more impact. So it's a bit more spread across the board, whereas for Donk, it doesn't matter what map he's playing, he will be the spearhead regardless.
Let's be real, like the conversation around Donk is like, if you want to distill it down to the easiest thing, is Donk's just going to straight up win you 4 rounds per map.
Yeah.
He's probably going to win you 4 rounds per map, and if you're an opposition going up against that, you're thinking in your head, we have to ignore the times where Donk gets his, because it's going to happen. We need to take him winning them 4 rounds and make it 2. Or we need to take him winning them 5 rounds and bring it down to 3. Like, you need to minimize the number of rounds. He's just going to win you on his own, and you need to make it so you can trade that off, and then you can play the middle round, and you can play the middle portions, not at too much of a disadvantage.
It also means if you are the competitor, in this case Na'Vi, that you don't have a lot of room for error, right? Because you only get a certain amount of doors you can open, but you have to finish those rounds on this stage. You cannot drop the ball, even when it comes to a difficult clutch.
And I think that's both conversations around their teams when you hear them talk about, Spirit saying, we're a little bit tired, we're a little bit fatigued, a little bit stressed. Same with Na'Vi. That's those moments, those like miscommunications in 3v3s. That's always the moments where they say, we had it in our hands, we let it slip away. It's always those kinds of rounds where some detail just gets missed and it turns into a catastrophe.
I'm sure Spirit thinks that about the best 3 they lost to Na'Vi. You were talking so much about the map, and I think about the maps, and I think the veto is ready, so we can take a look if anything is out of the ordinary, Jacob.
Yeah, I think it is interesting because the whole conversation in regarding to Spirit and their veto so far this year has been whether they pick Nuke or whether they pick Dust 2, and they've been going a bit back and forth between the two. And then yesterday in the semifinal, we saw them pick Ancient. In the quarterfinal. So no big surprise. The train is going out of the window. But the big question to me is whether or not Spirit is going to pick a Nuke or Dust 2 or Ancient, perhaps.
I mean, I think they're going to pick Dust 2 because you have to imagine against Na'Vi, Nuke is going to be there for you later on in the pool if you want it. I'm more interested in what's Na'Vi going to pick. They go back to Mirage.
Yeah.
It's what they won in the group stage, right? Mirage, Dust 2, and Nuke were the 3 maps selected there, and Mirage was a win for Na'Vi in that series.
That makes an awful lot of sense. It has been the home pick of Na'Vi. It is a map they feel very comfortable on, and a map where Alexa B and Emma in particular are involved in pretty much everything in the mid-rounding.
Gotta be Dust 2, Jacob.
It gotta be Dust 2. It will be Dust 2. So we get 2 very dusty maps to kick off this series. 2 maps where it's very, very open as well. We spoke about JL, the impact he's gonna have. I've seen Donk entering towards that B side time and time again. So the JL versus Donk and Dust 2, look out for that. No Ancient, no Anubis. We get Nuke as a 3rd deciding map, which I think is perfect. Exakt replica of what we saw in the group stage.
Yeah, I think it's badass. I think both teams just come to it and say, yeah, we'll rinse and repeat this. Now, to be fair, they have played like 5 of the 7 maps in the pool over the past year, numbers of times against each other. So, I mean, wherever you're going to go, they've played each other a number of times. But I just like that Spirit's like, yeah, we lost the series, but we'll just rinse and repeat it. We'll go right back to it.
Yeah, we love it. I know a lot of people love Dust 2 as a decider. I think Nuke isn't a slouch either. We saw a couple of bangers, especially in the group stage. So now that we have our map pool, I think bringing it back to what Spirit could be doing here, right? Being a back-to-back in the likes of Fnatic did it, Na'Vi did it. Of course, it is a hard thing to do, Jacob, when everybody is gunning for you this time around.
Yeah, I mean, everyone have been looking at Spirit the past couple of months, and I think everyone recognizes the fact that they are the best team in the world, and they've been playing like the best team in the world. That's why they won the major. That's why Dunk won all the individual criteria as well. I think Na'Vi have stepped it up from Copenhagen into Katowice. I see a better playing Na'Vi, so I think the playing field has been leveled out a little bit. People are also quick to forget Na'Vi had a period in the mid portion of 2024 where they were going into every single grand final, winning a couple of those as well. So I think this matchup is much more even on paper than maybe some people would think.
I mean, I think when you ask like everyone's gunning for Spirit, that's like a big picture.
That's always happened, I guess.
Yeah, well, if you put the lens on it too, it's like the other conversation we always have is how it's so hard to beat the same team twice in a tournament. And I don't know, it's an interesting conversation because, yeah, you just beat the team on the same exact maps in the series in the group stage. Going to be very difficult coming back into it. If you win the series, you typically don't look into things nearly in as much detail and depth as you do if you lose the series. But you hear from Na'Vi players, they know how hard it is to beat Spirit. We know how much it means to them to beat Spirit with this rivalry being so one-sided. So I don't think they missed any details. I think Na'Vi looked through these demos in just the same intensity as if they had lost that series. And I think we come in and, yeah, this for me is 50-50. Flip a coin, I don't know who's going to win.
It is a 50-50 game. It's impossible to tell beforehand who's going to win it, but I think there's a lot of win condition that we already covered already. Obviously, one being Dong. I want to see more of Shiro as well. We saw Shiro play well yesterday on a cheap notice. Not a lot of flashes, not a lot of smokes to be occupied by. I think if you're Na'Vi, you're going to make sure that Shiro is kept out of the game for as long as possible, if possible, and that's what I want to see him step up. You know, it's also a bit of an underrated fact that Na'Vi have more stage experience than Spirit. That's just a fact of the matter. Na'Vi were in all these grand finals and all these playoffs where Spirit in the mid portion of 24 had a conversation surrounding them. Maybe a player's getting kicked. Maybe it's not really working out in Spirit. So in terms of raw, I guess, experience inside an arena like this, Na'Vi's ahead of them.
I'm really curious. I think the Oppers are going to be an interesting thing for me to watch because I feel like against both these teams that are so detailed, so good with utility, so good tactically, I think Oppers sometimes struggle to find the moments they can have impact the way they used to be able to in Counter-Strike because everything's on point. Everyone's kind of shifting slowly. You don't really get a great indication. So for Shiro and for Wonderful on both sides of the map, it's going to be like you might only have a couple opportunities to truly leave a mark on the map. And when those opportunities present themselves, which Opper is just going to seize that moment and deal with it and handle business? Or are you going to miss that opportunity and have to sit around and wait for another chance to change the nature of this map? I think those guys are going to have to be on point right out of the gate because you never know when that moment comes.
Yes, it's such an interesting side quest, but there are so many to watch throughout this map, and I brought it up earlier in the day as well for Na'Vi. I think some people put an asterisk next to their major win. I don't, but I think this is the kind of stage where if you beat Spirit on the stage, you get into that grand final, you can dream of winning it. That puts you in a whole different stratosphere.
I mean, I think Jason said it earlier, regardless of who wins between Spirit and Na'Vi today, they will walk into the grand final tomorrow as the favorite going up against Vitality. So yes, the pressure's on. We said it, 2 grand finals in 1 tournament. You got the first one tonight.
We do. It's going to be an amazing match. If it gives as much fireworks as the one we saw in the studio did, then it's going to be insane. Na'Vi versus Spirit as they walk down the Hall of Heroes. They can gaze upon those who have been so lucky to lift the trophy. And Chopper, of course, knows that he did it already himself. Alexi has so many memories and heartbreaks in situations like this. But can he, with Blade, have the correct game plan to take them down one more time? For Spirit, it is a long path. They said getting to all those playoffs, it gets a little tiring, but you know that when they step on this stage, they are completely focused in order to get that trophy once more.
We play worse when we face Spirit. I feel like it's more of a mental thing. We have some revenge to do. They beat us so many times in different tournaments. It's one thing to beat them in groups, and the other one is to beat them in Spodek in front of all the people.
Довольно похожие команды с примерно одинаковой системой. Это всегда близкие матчи. Каждый игрок может переворачивать игру.
Мы выступаем в качестве фаворитов, и всего лишь, что я хочу, это выиграть турнир и доказать, что мы можем побеждать, мы способны побеждать, и мы хотим побеждать.
One specific match can matter. It can be a completely different game. If you meet them in Spodek, in a big arena with a lot of crowd. I'm not scared of Spirit, I'm not scared of any opponent at this moment. It's still gonna be a very tough match.
The trophy is being there. I've lost in 2 finals. I'll do my best to not make it the 3rd one.
Lifting the trophy isn't that important. If we will manage to play well, we can lift it.
We have a great firepower. We have a great game plan. This is what makes us one of the best teams. We're getting in shape. We're getting better with every game. Every matchup for them against us is very hard. If they're not playing their best game, they're likely to lose.
Here we go, semi-final 2 of the first team out. Only Blade remains from their 2020 victory here in Katowice. 4 years later, they're the EWC and Copenhagen major champions. Please welcome Spodek. It's Navi! Their opponents, these next 5 players are looking to cement themselves as the world #1. It is the 2024 Shanghai Major, the current IEM Winter Championship title holders. They're looking for a repeat. They want to put a dunk on it. It's Team Spirit! Well, here we go, Katowice, a semi-final with absolute genuine spice. 2 teams that want to be in that final. 2 teams that want to be playing Vitality for that trophy. We know already 1 team has won here, but that's ancient history. So who is going to go through? Ladies and gentlemen, is it Team Spirit? Is it Navi? One more time, is it Spirit? Is it Navi? On the count of 3, Spodek, are you ready? Let's get it on.
За. Тоглолтоо тавьсан морил өнөөдрийн semi-final-ийн 2 дахь тоглолт Natus Spirit эхлэх болсон байна. За мапето яг өмнөхтэй адилхан group stage-ээр 2 баг бол хоорондоо тоглоод 2-1-ээр Navi өчж байсан. Тухайд бол Mirage Dust 2 Nuke гэсэн 3 map бол гарч ирж байсан. Яг тэрнтэй адилхан 3 map өнөөдөр л дахиад тоглох нэ. Захны мапаар очиж Navi-гийн сонгосон Mirage гарч ирэхээр байна. За хожигдсан баг нь Тэмцээнээс хасагдсан. Хожигдсан баг нь Grand Final дээр Vitality багтай аврагын тоглолтыг маргааш хийхээр байгаа. За Navi өмнө хожиж болсон 2 дахь хожиж чадахгүй. За Spirit үүдэх юм бол хариугаа авах тоглолт гарч ирж байгаа. За гарбон раунд голын тоглолт Smoke-ууд connector болон цонхуудсан. За Alexip-ийн худлаа гол гарч байгаа юм шиг буудаж дуурайд буцаад ааруугаа гүгд ороод wonderful chopper бариад авлаа. Сабит савлсан кросн дээр за wonderful өөрийг бариад авсан wonderful. За 2-4 бомба тавьчих чинь. Үлцээр дос хийдгээс за сайд руу шахаад ороод ирсэн. За Donkey kill. Палас дээр улаанд олгож байгаа 2 тоглогч jungle орцсон. За kid бол байна. Donk 2 дахь нь 2-2. За smoke задлаад Donk kidтэй хүн салах хэрэгтэй догсон. За jungle дээр савуулсан байгаа гима бараас будалж чадахгүй. Ёо Donk. Яа, за энд хүүхдийн буудалт нэрэ бүр амар юм амар юм. Ганцаараа шахуу орж ирээл дөрүлэг нь алчлаа. За гарбон раундыг Spirit авч байгаа. За crowd бол яг гарахгүй Navi-г бол дэмжиж байна. Spirit-ийг бол бүүлээд байгаа. Сая бол гарч ирэхнээс харсан баг. Орос болохоор нас дургүй байх шиг байгаа тайна үзэгчд. Дуу янзал гэдэг хан дуу яатсан байгаа guys. Айгу зүгээр л ах шиг байгаа юм. Refresh хийгээд үзээрэй. Юм болохгүй байгаа хүмүүс байл. Refresh хийхээр зүгээр болж байна уу guys. За нэг hero AK 3 гар боо 1 Mac 10 тэр. За голыг бол явуулчихсан. Spirit хан гараад эзэлчихэж байгаа. Зүгээр ээ. За асуудалтай байгаа хүн сайхан болвол стримээр refresh хийгээрэй. Тэгвэл зүгээр болоо шүү guys. За голоор Donk шахаад мэдээлэл авсан флашн дээр хойно нь бол Navi-гаас 2 тоглогч дайрхыг хардсан зогсож байна. За Navi-гийн force buy алдах юм бол дараагийн раунд мөнгөгүй Ecorn. За Ramp-ыг флаш идчихэд Alexip за гол руу гарч байгаа. Palace-ээр бол Beat-лөргөн дээр үлдсэн. Агийн хамгаалтан дээр Spirit-ээс 3, Бедэр 2. За Donk, Shiro, Alexip-ийн trade 2-3. За Beat явчихсан нөхөд 1-2 үлдсэн. Bomber connector дээр унтсан байгаа даа. За 2 тоглогч мэдээлэл авсан. 1 jungle, 1 short. Өөрийнхөө flash-нд бүтэнсээр ярьчлаа. 10 секунд цаг яваад байдаг. Ежил гарбуутай. За гой буудлаа даа өгнө. За гэхдээ улаан сүүлэн тоглогч jungle дээр 1-1. За хайгаад эхэлсэн. Боцоо бомбо гүйцсэн бол цагтаас одоо цаггүй шүү дээ. Zontox jungle дээр багна төрөө нуугдсан. Яа амтсангүй. За Spirit round. Navi-гаас force buy алдж байгаа. Зомнох учраан дээр бол Mirage дээр Navi 13-8-аар хожижсэн байна. Эхний агсаа 2 баг 6-6-гаар байр солиод Navi сэтэлтэй гарангуутлаа 7 раунд аваад 13-8-аар дуусгаж байсан байна. За энэ удаад яах нь харцгаая. За баялах мөнгө үлдээсэн. Гарбуут раунд. Арморгүй диглүүд. За дээр 3 гол 1 Б1 хамгаалж байгаа. За Navi-гээд бол шууд group stage-с нэгээр гарч ирсэн болохоор play-off-ын semi-final руу шууд шалгарч гарч ирсэн. За Spirit-ийн хувьд гэх юм бол хэсгээсээ 3-аар гараад за тэгээд quarter final дээр өчигдөр Virtus Pro багийг 2-2 хожиж semi-final руу гарч ирсэн. За энэ хоёрын хооронд бол нэлээд лалаан болно доо. Хоорондоо бол нэлээд олон учраас таарч ирсэн. Хайлтныгаа маш сайн мэдэх хоёр баг байгаад байна. За бэг хамгаалалт армор хүмүүсийг оруулахгүй нэ оруулахгүй. Алексип ганцаараа. За цэвэр раундыг авлаа да. Буу алдсангүй. 3-1. За сүүлийн 1 2 3 4 5 тоглолт. 5 тоглолтын үзүүлэлтийг харах юм бол Spirit 3 хожсон юм байна. 3 хожсон, Navi 2 хожсон. Үзүүлэлттэй явж байгаа. Spirit Navi 2 хоорондоо нийт 20 map тоглосон. 20 map тоглоход Spirit 13 хожоод Navi 7 хожсон гинэ. Spirit ямар ч гэсэн хожлын хуваар бол илүү явж байгаа юм байна. За Алексей Донкиг бариад авлаа. 4-5. За Navi-гийн хувьд бол buy round. Алдуулах мөнгөгүй болно. За Chopper Андра шалгасан. Имаг бариад авч байна. Энэ бүүлээд байгаа нь Орос болохоор л бүүлж байгаа л да. Орос нөгөө нэг дан инэтрэгээд ер нь бол яг энэ Европчууд нэлээд дургу болсон шүү дээ Орос. За JL Chopper бариад авлаа. 3-3 бомба тавьсан. За кит бол байна. За Zontex Wonderful-ыг унгаад. Хүний даваатай. Short-оос Chicks орж ирж байгаа. За JL B2 хамгаална. JL улаан. За Short-оос нэг Mark-таас 2 орж ирж байгаа юм да. Цаг яваад байна да. Mark-ын дээр Beat. Ямар ч гэсэн Zontex-ыг унагсан. 2 үнэ мэдээлэлээс нээдэн дээр JL өсөрчж байгаа. Үгүй 2 үнэ мэдээлэл биш нэг Short нэг Mark-таас нээж идсэн. Beat. За нуугдаад цагаараа тоглоод байдаг. Карн дээр өсөрч гарч ирээд Manchester хүмүүс Beat-ийг лаач. Ямар амар бодлоод ороод ирвэ. За Navi-гийн раунд Beat багта buy раундыг авч өглөө. Амар буудлаасаа бүр. За Spirit-с шууд time out. За хожсон баг нь Grand Final руу гарна шүү дээ. Маргааш шөнийн тэг цагаас Grand Final-ын тоглолт болно. За crowd ер нь 70% нь Navi-г дэмжиж байна уу да тий. За гол дээр Адаг смог зогноос мог орж ирээ. Голын эслэг орж ирэхэндээ. За short дээр boost гараад ирсэн. За гол руу smoke-уудаа хийгээд буцаад R-уугаа нийлээ гэж байгаа юм байна. R-уу ramp болон palace-аар чихэндээ. За саяны хамгаалан дээр Chopper, Donk 2 ойрхон байгаад байгаа. За юм байгаас юм чийсэн голын смокууд хийгээд айлын анхаарлыг гол руугаа татчихээн. За тоглолт бол R орноо. За баланс смок сэргээсэн. Яг уу баланс смокон дээр бүхээс үр сонгох болчих юм шүү. Смок дуусах хүлээгэн бол өөрсдөө нь смок бас дуусчихна. За сэндвич модтой трампийн тоглогчдаар гараад ирсэн. Сайт дотор хүн алга. За Spirit-ээс энэ сайтаа оруулаад авчиж байгаа юм байна. Хүмүүстэйгээ хамт retake kicker шийдсэн. За хоосон сайт энийг нашлаа урдхан шиг бомба тавих хэрэгтэй дээ навь. Удах юм бол өөрөөсөө баларч нь смокууд дуусвал ивгүй. За сет дээр 2 тоглогч туулсан Алексей баруун нүнээ мэдсэнгүүдээ Donk жээл бариад авсан. За бомба плантыг чадаагүй Donk-ийн double kill ийма. За зүрхлээ 2-ыг унгаж байгаа. 3 эсрэг 2. За нэг асуудал нь бомба плант хийгээгүй байгаа гэсэн. Wonderful lead-нэр үсрээд ийма 1 эсрэг 3. За trade нороод ирсэн. 4-1 Spirit round. Санавигаас мөнгө авахгүй гарбут раунд. 2 дийгэлтэй 2 players тавьтай. Сажиэлийн дийл рампар. Chopper широ 2 л байна да. Аялдаа бас смог хогнууд байхгүй наа. Бахан гарбунаас л өөр юм алга. За паласаар 3 рампер 2 англи тоглолт байна. Сайт 8 гаалтан дээр triple R дээр широ. Connector талаас Donk Chopper 2 байгаа. За гүгэд ороод ирсэн. За армор хүмүүс алхахгүйдээ алхахгүй. Алхуулсан гоо Donk-ийн 3 kill. Spirit round. Санави одоо байтай. Санави бол CD талаас илүү сайн тоглодог. Mirage дээр. Mirage талаас нэг 5 раунд авчвал ер нь хангалттай да. Сандраар тоолног дээр ямар ч байсан гол руугаа гараад ирлээ. За Donk-ны тэмж өгсөн. За 73 тоглогч энэ жигэлэг. За цанхны смокыг сэргээсэн. За би тэр ганц тоглогч. Spirit-ээр нааталдаа олуулаа юм байна. Нааталдаа дөрвөлээ. За 5 секунд үлдсэн. Коннектороор ааруулж их гээд байх шиг байна да. Рамп дээр тэнд хүмүүс яваад байгаа бол. Бид бол апсаа зөрж мэмдлээгүй. Наа тал руу гарах гээд байна. За жийл цанхар урагшилсан зонтекс тайминг таагүй. За яг л эргэж харлаа та. Бүрхний бариад авсан Donk шатн дээр иймаг унаж байгаа. Donk Алексей биг унгаад. 2 эсрэг 5. Donk-ийн буудлаар амар. За 15 секунд үлдсэн. Би тулаагаад. За баларчээ. Руугаас эвлэндэ. За сэвж чадсан ч Donk 3 kill. 6-1. За Spirit ч ууртаа үзэж байна да. Group stage дээр хожигц уураа гаргаж байна. За 5 раунд илүүд болоод ирсэн шүү. Нави дахиад мөнгөгүй. Сая бай раунд алдсан болохоор гар бут раунд. За би раш нэг хамгаалт нэр гуруула байна да. Широ бодолтой алдсан Magic нөхөд заргийг унгас Алексив Донкиг унгачлаа бас үе. За Широ сайтан дээр за дахиад бодолтой алдаад за Широ баларч ин даа энд. Хоёр бодолтой алдаад өөр өгөхөд өглөө. 2-3 за Зонтос шортоос Марктас чоппер гараад ирсэн. 2-2. Хоёр дахь хоёулаа муу цустай. За тэр улаан үнэг чоппер ондгүй дээ. Зонтос шортоос хятад байгаа. Сүүл ноологч эл бенч дээр 1-2 17 HP-тэй. За нэг дарсан. За Зонтос жил. Аль бэбинийх мэдээлэл мэднэ. 50 секунд цаг бол хангалттай байгаа. Маркетинг кроссон дээр Зонтосын тайминг нь таарсангүй дээ. За гараад ирсэн. Уудлаа алдаад заарав гүйж болно. Цаг бол байна. Шалаад хаашаа явахаар. За тэр явчихсан бомба тавьчих байна. Яа, Зонтикс бариад авсан. Нуугдаж ямтсангүй жийл. За Spirit Round 7-1. За очсон мобайл раунд байсан. Бомб тавиад бонод унахад бас тэжгүй дэмжиг үзүүлж байгаа. Навигаас одоо бүтэн баяртай. За Навигийн тайм аут. Өөрсдийнхөө сонгосон моб шүү дээ. Одоо бол раунд авч чадахгүй л байгаа даа. За голын гард има гол руу шорт руу маш хурдан шахаад ороод ирсэн. Зонтикс хамгаалсан дээр байгаа шүү дээ. За гүйлгсэнгүй. Очсон Зонтиксыг бариад авлаа. За бас тэр 3 хүн угшиж байгаа Широ. За энүүдд бол буудалтай алдсангүй. За шортоос дахиад Алексив нөхөд ороод ирсэн. Би сайт үнийг унгасан. За трейдүүдээ гэж явчихсан сайтаа цэвэрчиж байгаа. 3-3. За Марктаас бит Донкиг унгаад хүнээ давалтай. За бомб тавьтаа нэг Марктаас нэг нь шортоос орж ирэхэндээ. Chopper Magic Save. За кит бол бай. Chopperтэй. За Magic short ш бүр андраар апс руу нэвчиж байгаа. Wonderful тэнд яг л араа барьсан байна да. За цаг яваад байдаг. Wonderful араа арсан. Яг л таарлаа да. За Chopper бараг сэвлэх юм шүү дээ. За тал цустай 1-2. Smoke them in угнаас. Яа, Алексей яг л гарцсан байлаа. 7-2 Нави ямар ч гэсэн бай раунд авч байна. Оны пиксел нэрийн дээр стрим гэдээс. Гайхалтай нэг гарын арс камер. За Spirit-д бол мөнгө төгрөг байгаа. Бүтэн баяртай гараад байна. Каширгоос автаа. 2-1-2 хамгаалт дефолтер явж байгаа юм байна. За Навигаас энэд бол Арууга эслэг орох нэ. Гол руу гамчаас эдий смокуудаа хийсэн. Рамптер 2 тоглогч. За яг л хоёр талаас тулхан дээр рамп дээр. За шат гараад ирсэн. Chopper нэг хил Wonderful Treat-ийг чадсангүй дээ. За смокт зон хүний давгаа аваад нэг тарчиж байгаа. За бомб дууссан гол руу гөрөж ирж байна. Ийм бол энд Б дээр хоног хүлээгээд байгаа. За 1 минут үлдсэндээ яах вэ Нави? 10 орох гэсэн нэг хүний алдаа фейлдчихлээ. голын цонхны смокийн очоос орж ирээд. За андер болон топент дээр гол руугаа гарыг гэж байгаа юм байна. За үүдээс нь шортоор 2 хүн гараад ирсэн. За wonderful буудалтай алцсан. Зонтикс 2-ыг бариад авлаа. Зонтикс 3-ыг унаглаа. За гол эсэлгэж гарч ирээд зүрхээ төглөөдөө наваа. Бит ганцаараа. Бомб нь луурт нагаа 20 секунд. За сэвлэнд. Spirit раунд нь ойлгомжтой. 8-2. За Нави өмнөхөөс арай л өөр тоглоод байна да. Өмнө нь бол эхний хагасыг 6-6-гаар байршуулж байсан шүү дээ. Одоо тэгсэн чинь бас раундын зөрүүтэй солих гээд байна да. Нилээн хол раундын зөрүүтэй гэж магадгүй харагдаад байна. Санавиг нь 2 дахь тайм аут. Spirit 6 раундын зөрүүт болсон. Навигийн сонгосон map Mirage. Spirit-ээс Dust 2-ыг сонгосон. Decider-аар Nuke үлдсэн байна. Vitality хүлээж байна да. Очсон багийг. Grand Final маргааш тэг цагаас бот таврыг өгдөн. Энэ тэмцээний авраг болсон баг $400,000 эзэд болохоор байна. Ямарчсан байсан 3-2 гэлээ л та. Гол руугаа гарч ирээ. Dabs дээр 2 хүнд болцсон. За Shiro андер нийлүүл ийм аяг л алхаж байна да. За boost гараад ирлээ. Яа харсан шүү. Бүгд нь олонсон. За connector тулгаас могтцсон. За short-оор ер нь бэл орох юм болоо да энэ. Гол эзлээд апсаад толцоог явуулахыг бодвол за бит Magix-ыг унгаад за Бэдрэс нэг хүнийг бариад авчиж сайт болсон. За short дээр Zontex boost-нээс за cross-ны буудалтыг тарьж авах гэдэг бас хэцүү дээ. Wonderful. Бүгд очих юм бол онцод хэцүү. За BJ-л за шортон дүүлүүдээ аваад Zontex ганцаар үлдчихлээ. За 8-3 болж байна да энд. Zontex буунах гэж үзэх баг. Naviger раунд. За байж дой киттэй штэ. Нөгөөд бүгэн ухаа дайрсан байсан буруутсан. За мод идчихлээ. Смокгүй. Яа, бас эвгүрч шүү. Эрийг аль гүүчээр бараг салгах гэдэг. За 5 раунд эзрүүлтэй. Сахны ахсан сүүл раунд. За гол смокн дээр чоппер тулцсан. Алексей флашн дээр тулсан шалган. За смокны ад боорцсон байж магадгүй гадарлан л та. Тэр нь бол таамагч надад байна болов. Смок respawn дээр тавлаа. За хүний давтаа. голоо хаяад рампа тулгаа эзэлж байгаа. Аг хамгаалтан дээр 3, Б дээр бол ганц зон төгс байгаа тань. Навигаас бомбтой хүмүүст нь Б-ийн апс руу явж байгаа. Шорт бол апсаар дахиад Б-ийн тоглолт харагдаж байна да. За зонтекс их шалгах нэ. Зонтекс одоо Б дээр ганцаараа 2-3 килл хийдгүү юм бол хэцүү дээ. 2 килл жагундаа бас хангалтгүй л харагдаж байна. 3-ыг алахгүй бол төрний хэцүү юм байна да. За зонтекс хамгаалт байх нарыг. Йоо бит. Тэгэл байрч гарч ирэн өнгөчлээ. За голын хүн ийм Magic-ийг унагсан. 2 эсрэг 5 гэсэн донкинг хил амжилттай. За сүүлийн раунд авах гэж үзэн. Өөр сонголтгүй. Марк өдөр гараад ирсэн Алексей бунгаад за Широгийн трейд 1 эсрэг 3. Кит байхгүй юм байна. Улаацсан 33-тай. За Широ байсангүй. За 8-4 раундын зөрүүтэй. За Навигийн хувьд одоо гарбуу чухал байна да. Гарбуугаа авчих юм бол бас бариад авч болно. Бас дайжгүй. Навигийн хувьд бол бас нэг хайхтар гэж санаа зовдох юм бол байхгүй л харагдаж байна. Өөрсдийнх нь пик бариад авах боломжтой баг шүү дээ. За 2 та хагас. 4 раундын зөрүүтэй. За Нави одоо гар болж чухал да. Авчих юм бол бариад авч болно. Алдчихвал 14 болж молоод бас юм байна. За шууд агийн тоглолт оруулж ил гэж байгаа маань Spirit-ээс гол мол руу гарч бас илүү юм хийхгүй зөв шууд ааруугаа. За 2 smoke 3 flashтай. Rampart 4 Palace-аар 1. Агийн хамгаалтан дээр beat and Palace дээр Има шатнаас харна. За Има Palace-ын дээр байгаа юм байна. Биш beat. За beat-ийн Palace руу шахаад орцсон шаарай. За Има Donkey гонсон явж байсан beat. За энэ дүүлийг авчулч нэгэн даваатай гэсэн. За бариад авсан Има орж ихт нь 2-ыг урагчлаа. 2 эсрэг 4. За шууд бомбод арчиж байна. Шууд бомб плант хийсэн. Chopper Magic Soul. За City дээр хоёулаа бомбын дээр орлоо. Smoke-тай. Тэгтээ китгүй. За салгаж байгаа нэг шууд тархицгүй юм болсон чинь тархицчлаа уу. Magic Soul бариад авсан гэсэн. Яа, wonderful. Трейдинг хийж байна. Хоёулын өнөөгөө Navi гарбууны раундыг авсан. 8-5. За Spirit-ээс ямар ч plant хийсэн. Galil-тэй force by round гараад ирэх боломжтой доо. За Spirit-ээс шууд time out. За Navi City талаас илүү сайн тоглолдог шүү дээ. Mirage дээр. Барш явах боломж хангалттай байна. За Force by гарч ирэндээ. Donkos Ака гараад ирлээ. Нөгөө хэдэн хогнуудтай Technine-ууд нэг симжитэй л харагдаж байна да. Galil гарч ирэхгүй байх юм. За Force by за Donkey Heroic Alexi бүх өсөрж ихтэн дарчвал за одоо юу шарах вэ нэр. Чатмнаарыг за шууд гүгэд ороод ирлээ. Йоо Dog. За энэ хүүхдтэй юу ч ярих вэ нэрэ. Бэг сайтыг нээгээд өгсөн 3 эсрэг 4. Төрцсөн хүүхд юм аа. За Широгийн лөр гад дээр. Үй бомб ой. Бомб Широ. Яа. Donkey амаг гавья байх болчтой ч ингээд. Баг Navi сэвлэхэд үлдсэн байв энд. Дэрээ. Яа, баларсан. За ойлгомжтой. Navi раунд эстэй. За зонтик суулаа. Эвисрэг 2. Нэм 6. Яа, цай уг нь бол яг Spirit Бэрүү фейклээд бомб ад дээрээ тавьчих гэдэг тоглолт орж ирж байгаа угаас анхаасаа. Гэхдээ Navi-гийн сая Dog ороо хитцсэн бараг шууд Адрыг сэвлээ гэж юм ярьж исэн юм шиг нь хөдлөөгүй байлаа. Широ тэгээ диглэр гарч ирээ 3 бууд аалцсангүй юу. Балалсан. Ингээл ороод ирсээс бол бэтэр тэгээ болоо шүү дээ. Ацгүй л да Spirit. Загарбуутай арморгүй баялах мөнгө үлдээсэн. Адэр 3 бэдэр 2. За чоплыг харчиж байгаа. За бэр үгүй л гэж байгаа юм байна да. Флашгүй биш үү? Смокгүй. За зүгээр нүдэ энэл гүчи гэж байгаа. Б сайтын дотор Алексип байгаа. MP80-тай. За жийл молитсан. За молит дуусгалгүй үндэ. Алексип стрейт мэдээлэл авна. За харсан. За гаргад өмсөж ядна хараа да. Жийл гуурыг бариад авсан. За оруулахгүй нэ оруулахгүй. Сүүлд тоглогч жийлын квад гэл. За Навигийн сонгосон мап шүү дээ. 8-7 болоод ирлээ. 1 раундын зөрүүтэй. Одоо Spirit-с бүтэн багтаагаар явж байсан. За Donk 17 киллтэй. Zontex 19 киллтэй байгаа юм биш яг үндэ. Zontex өөр амар тоглоод байгаа юм. Навигоос бит 13 киллтэй багтар болж байгаа. За коннектор тулгаад смогтсон. Гол хоёр гараад ирсэн. Бомбтой тоглогч ESL дээр Агийн тоглолт орхон те. Рамп дээр нэг палас дээр хоёр. Олон хоёр хүн анхааралтад тэр оронд наар гүйж орох гэдэг. За хамгаалт дээр бит дефолт дээр паласаа барай суудсан байгаа. За чопор коннектор смок руу шивлээд тулцсан да. Смок барилсан. За чопор байсан гээ Donk 1 унгаад Donk 2-ыг унгаад. За трейдүүд ингэж ямар ч аагаа эзэлчлээ. 2 эсрэг 3. Биг 2 тоглож үлдсэн. Wonderful Alexip 2. За Kit бол байна. Alexip гэхдээ MP80-тай. За Jungle-ийн дуэл маш чухал байна. Wonderful зүүнээ бит шалгах нь Magic зүг нь улаан тоглогч. За бариад авлаа. 2 эсрэг 2. За Spirit 2 тоглож хоёлаа City руу шахаад орцсон. Donk Shiro. За Alexip Kit байгаа. За цаг ч бас нэлээд явчлаа да. За Shiro бол урдаагаараа бэлтхэн. Donk бол гиндаага нуугдчихна. Оо Shiro оруулсангүй. За Spirit раунд 9-7. Fire раунд авч байна. За амархан барилахгүй л гэж юм. За Навигаас тайм аут гинэ. 3 дахь тайм аут авсан. Сүүлийнхэн тайм аутыг ашиглаж байна да. За Wonderful Up-тай 3-4 нэг MP80-тай гарч ирж байгаа. Навигаас. Spirit Ors шүү. Spirit нь Орсын баг. Navi нь одоо Ukraine гэж хэлж болохоор. Navi-д бол 2 Украин тоглогч байгаа. Багийнхан тасгалжуулагчаас Украин. Beat Wonderful. Тэгээ Navi гэдэг организашн өөрөө бас Украинд харьяалалтай шүү дээ. Украины орг. Загвал дээр за дөрөв харж ирээд коннекторс могтчлоо. За Navi-гийн хувьд бол Агийн хамгаалт 4 байна. Б дээр ганц JL. За шортоор Б рүү JL руу орохондэ ладраа шалгасан хөнгөө Chopper сонхроо ороод ирсэн байна. За JL хамгаалт нэгтэн JL 2 дахь нь дахиад 3 дахь нь байгаа гэсэн. Залуурх нөх Chopper Himag rotation дээр бариад авсан 3-3. За Б-гийн сая тоосон хоёр. Агийн 3 хөдлөхгүй байгаа юм. Дээр бомб тавигтана. За бомб тавигдсан. Хит байхгүй юм байна. Аав. За яг нэлийн хэцүү хөл харагдаж байна да. Бараг сэвлэн. Дараагийн раунд мөнгөгүй. За гүйчлээ, сэвлсэн. За спирит раунд болж байгаа. 17. Наави мөнгө байхгүй болохоор дараагийн раундын дээр байл хийж байгаа юм байна. Тэгээ нэг асуудал нь кидгүй л дээ. Киддээс бол бас үзэхлээс байхгүй эсвэл. За бомбоо сэвэлсэн. Мөнгө үлдээхгүй харин. Үлдээхгүй болчих болно. За үлдээж байгаа юм байна. Нэгтээ авсан. Алдчих юм бол угаасаа сүрчин л дээ. Алдсан ч гэсэн бас ахтайгаа тоглоё гэж байгаа юм байна. 2 мөнгө үлдээгээд. Хоёр тоглогч нь бол USB-тэйгээ тоглож байгаа. За Wonderful Absur Boost-нэр гараад ирсэн. Өөдөөс нь 2 тоглож шарж байгаа. За энэ буудалтай алдвал шууд өгнө. Буудалтай онох юм бол бас амьдэрч болохоор байгаа тийм. За онсон. Short дээр Alexip Chopper бариад авлаа дахиад. 3-5. За 2 short 1. Бэгийн оролтыг эвгүүрээд эхэлсэн. За чийл Кару 1 тархитад авсан Shiro-гийн trade. За Alexip short-оос нөхөд байна да. Shiro ганцаараа 1-4. За бит бариад авсан. Нави. Нэлээ раундыг авч байна да. За 18. Амархан дуусгахгүй наа. За Shiro-т 4 гар ботер раунд спиритээс. Байл мөнгө үлдээсэн. За андер 2 юм аа. Яа, буудлгүй байсан гэдэг. Донк зүгээр нэг дарчлаа. За Shiro Abs-ийг нэгтлээд онцсон. Улаан гэдэг мэж болохоор зөвлөд дайраад байгаа. За short-оос сүнчийн тоглож ирээ смоктчихж байгаа юм байна. Үдээсрэг 5. За 1 минут. Гол руу буцаагаад ирсэн. Short болон коннектороор наавч гэсэн бол байлдахад байгаа. Wonderful Donk Shiro-гийн trade. За Wonderful гэх коннектороос Andrew-тэй Donk-тэй байлдахад энэ хог барьсан байгаа гэсэн заяг нийлж яхтан гараад ирлээ. За Shiro ганцаараа бомб нь бол өөрт нь байгаа 1-2. За авах боломжтой шүү дээ Shiro. Авдаг тоглогч шүү бас. Эвгүй шүү. Аюултай. За Alexip Wonderful хоёр хоёулаа хамтдаа хөтөлцөөд алхандаа. Alexip улаан юм байна. За Kit бол байгаа. За crowd бол бас л орилж өгч юм доо. Орилол энэ баг дийлгээд ах шиг. За сайт хоосон, Better Plant хийсэн. Нави бол хоёр тоглогч, хоёулаа А дээр байгаа. За хөдөлцөөд хамтаа гүйж орж ирнэ. Kitтэй нэг айхтар яарахгүй. За Shiro гол нь харин хоёулынгийн хаанаас ирнэ гэж төсөөлөх юм бол бенч дээр нуугдсан араасаа яагаад энэ шорт харсан хүн байхгүй. За одоо ерөнхийдөө маркет гэдэг нь хард мэдчихэж байгаа гэсэн. За Wonderful нэг эсрэг сонссон шүү дээ. Тулцууны сонссон. Гар дугаараа уулаа. Яа за Shiro-гийн клач. Shiro ч эвгүүлдэ эвгүй. 11-8. За 4 гарбо нэг оптер раунд авчлаа. За chopper ч ууртай л энэ да. Crowd руу уурлаад байна. За ингэж өрлөөд хадад яаж уурлах байх вэ те. Гүүлээд гарах хэцүү шүү дээ. Үзэж байгаа бидэрт хэцүү байх та тоглож байгаа эднэр ч гэсэн хэцүү л байгаа л. Амар гоё тоглох гээд аврах гээд ирсэж зүг гарууд бүүлээд байдаг юм байна. За хэллэлээс ямар ч хэсэн бүтэн баяртай. Наавыг бол мөнгөтэй байна. За энэ раундыг алдах юм бол аль тал ер нь мөнгө хэцүү шүү дээ. За гол болоод ороод ирсэн. Коннектороос иймаа чиглэл мэдээлэл авч байгаа. За донк иймаа тал цустай. За донк үцээчж байгаа юм байна. За трипл дээр ард номтой хүн барьсан байна да. Wonderful ихний бодолтой алдсан. Short-оос GL нөхөн. За зөрүүлээ широ бас энэ бодолтой алдаад идэв. За донк коннектороос short-ыг бариад авлаа. 3-5. За коннектор смокер шахаад ороод ирсэн. Нөгөө талаас нэг хүн дайцсан. Донк chopper. За бит ганцаар үлдэж байна. Энэ үний мэдээлэл байхгүй. Гэхдээ MP 80-тай бит юу ч чадахгүй. 1-5. За бомб битэр тавих нь дээ. За эвгүр сайн бит. За зон тгсмургаад байж тодорхой болцсон. Энэ раунд ер нь бол ойлгомжтой болчихоо да. Бит кит байхгүй. Бомб битэлбэр битэр агаа. За гаргасангүй 12-8. Spirit дээр map point. Back to back. За Spirit бол яхаар 2024 оны Katowice тэмцээний аврагыг авч байсан баг. За Navi-гийн хувьд бол 2020 оны аврагыг авч ирсэн байна. IEM Katowice тэмцээний. 2020 оны тэмцээн дээр G2-тэй Grand Final-ыг тоглоод аврагыг авч ирсэн. Spirit бол өмнө жилд бэйзийг хожиж авраг авч байсан. За ганц раунд бол дуусхандаа Navi 4 раунд авчиж өвдөө гаргана. Яж баи нараа 3 SMG-тэй 2 гаргуутай мөнгө төгрөх хэцүүхэн байна. Нилээн аргуул байтаа гарч ирж байна да. За гол смоктод бомбтой хүмүүс 10 болгосон. За 50 секунд chopper-ын биг дээр fake хийх гэдэг юм. Бомб томс бол ramp руу орж ирэх гэдэг байгаа. За ramp smoke болсон. Zontex speed бариад авлаа. За дахиад wonderful-ыг унагсан. Sandwich-ийг моолодод D-mine юу ч чадхааргүй бодлоо. За жигдрэл харагдаад эхэлсэн. 2-5. Сайт хоосон. Бомбо тавих хэрэгтэй. Бомбо хайчлаа үе. Хин тавих юм бэ guys? Бомбо шидчихсэн насан дээр sandwich руу. За Zontex Alexi-г гүйцээгээд GL ганцаараа 1-5 MP 80-тай. За дууссан бас. Энд явж боломж бардчихлаа. 13-8. Да Spirit ямар ч байсан Mirage дээр хожлыг авлаа. Өмнөх group stage-ийн хариуг авахд ойрхон байна. Өмнө нь бол group stage дээр Mirage дээр хожигдчихсэн. Spirit 13-8-аар хожигдчихсэн. Энэ удаад бол хожлоор эхэлж байна. За хоёр дахь map Spirit-ийн сонгосон Dust 2. Сэдвэл ямар ч хэсэг завцарлаад тунгуудгүй хоёр дахь мапаар эргээд уулзцгаая.
Come closer. Nothing, come closer. Holding car. Holding car.
Flash maybe, I'll run before. Yes. Flash.
Flash.
Flashing.
I'm aiming short only.
Short one.
Make shot. Kitchen.
Chopper, half HP. And short deep.
Shot.
Alright, let's go now.
Come.
I'm shot off.
One.
20
2 CT. 3 CT.
2 CT peeking.
2 CT.
One more CT.
Jungle.
Suvgás.
20 seconds. Jungle.
Time, you have time, please.
Dead. Stairs. Jungle.
Guys, is it possible we would take space faster? They fully let us to go CT. Smoke spade, guys.
Guys, need to push.
Nice,
boys! Nice!
Nice!
That's a one fucking star! Let's go, guys! Let's go! Big pistol. Now everything's fair. Let's
First
go.
bullet in the smoke is crazy.
I like him.
Behind the connector.
Guys, 3 on 3.
Boom! King on the connector, one guy. Pick connector with me.
I have gone!
Okay, I can pick on you.
Sound.
I can pick on you.
I have gone.
I pick on you, bro.
Don't do you guys. Could be CT,
I
right?
need to pick still. Yes, sorry.
Wonderful nails the shots that are presented to him. Ema and Bit stepping up as required. Again, unrelenting double kill. Shiro left alone, and it is Navi that strikes first. JL, who said he wanted this win so much, takes one step in that direction, and Navi qualify into the Spodek.
Spirit take away Navi's map pick of Mirage. It will not happen twice, they say, that you get your victory on this map. And Navi, they tried to resuscitate the situation, but in the end it was Donk at the beginning, in the mid, and at the end too. I don't want to say kill all the hopes and dreams, because that would be very unfair to Navi, but to start it in this way, Pim, that is a statement.
It is a statement from Donk. Obviously, we brought a little time talking about him coming into the game, and there's no looking away from the fact that he's right now playing some world-class Counter-Strike. The impact he was able to transpire in that game, we saw it in the very first pistol round. You know, it looked like an Navi round. All of a sudden, Donk pops up, secures Spirit the first 2-3 rounds of the game. It was just overall a very strong performance from Donk. And then when Sontix came into the mix as well, and they were both playing well, that's when you saw the real strength of Spirit.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to forget Zontix. I was going to have to bring that one up because he was a monster in the early going. Like, what are you supposed to do? And look, I'll just say this. It felt very much like the first 8 rounds of that map was like, Navi came into this, we heard very confident. That confidence was nowhere to be found inside the server for the first 8 rounds. Zontix destroyed him. Donk did work. Spirit just ran a train on Navi's defense, and there was no coming back from any of it.
There absolutely wasn't, and it is one of those things when sometimes you step into the Spodek for the first time and the other team has already done it. That can happen. But was it just that, Pimp? I think time will tell. We cannot know yet if it's just that Spirit is leagues above Navi in this game. I choose not to believe that.
I don't think Spirit necessarily is leagues above Navi in the aspect of the game. We saw Navi claw their way back into the game as well. We saw a bit of that resilience coming in. It was from different playmakers as well. Ema had a couple of good rounds. JL had a moment. We saw pretty much all Navi players try to chime in, but we prefaced it as well. The difference between Spirit and Navi is that Spirit have the best player in the world. They have a player that can dictate the game, and if anyone from Spirit, whether that being Shiro, Sontix, Chopper for that matter, or Magic, steps up alongside Donk, there's just too much firepower, too much impact coming from different directions for Navi to handle. So I do feel like the ceiling of Spirit is slightly higher than Navi, but it's almost unrealistic and unfair to expect that to transpire into map 2 and map 3 as well, because it's just very tough to keep on such a high level if you're Donk and Sontix for that matter.
And also, I mean, I don't expect Navi to come in cold to map 2. Like now you've had a map under your belt. Now you should be coming into it warmed up. I think more than anything, this opening map was more a shift in attitude from Spirit in the group stage versus the playoffs. Now they came to play. We saw in the group stage on Mirage, Spirit like to delay and harass and kind of negate out the first timing of utility on Mirage. Here in this map, they just challenged everything so early. They won so many early engagements in the rounds, the kills top A ramp when Na'Vi was trying to attack into the A bomb site, pushing middle, being aggressive in middle. So this time they provided resistance rather than just delaying.
Yeah, and I just have to point out after watching this Donk highlight as well, you know, imagine being a Spirit player and you're sitting next to Donk. Not only does Donk play well, not only does Donk have impact on the server, but if you're Shiro, if you're Chopper, you're sitting next to him and you're thinking, yeah, we're going to win this. You know, when he's playing like that, we're going to win this. So Donk is not only doing well for himself, he's also installing a bit of confidence in the players around him, which we saw Suntix pick up on pretty from the get-go.
Yes, they all did it, I want to say, in this match. And we talked so much about how you only have small windows of opportunity when Spirit is playing like this. And there was such an interesting sequence, I think, when Na'Vi was on the CT side and they were fighting their way back. We had that round 16. Do we make the choice to go or not? The economy may hang in the bounds. It may not. It ends up in one going great for Wonderful. But the next one, Shiro clutches the 1v2. Then Donk closes the door, and it must be very frustrating for Na'Vi.
I mean, Zontic said it leading into this in the little hype clip. He was just like, if they're not playing their best game, they're going to lose. And that's what we had today. And you're exactly right. Spirit did a great job breaking momentum. Na'Vi never actually got on like a super large streak into the game. Early on in their own defensive half, did some pretty good things. But more than that, it's just round after round of Donk testing and challenging everything. Spirit being aggressive, being assertive, being confident, working together. And that was too much for Na'Vi to overcome. And I think you also heard like an indication right before we went live with this segment when we hear the players talking in the game. And Alexi's like, guys, come on, can we take more space? They're giving it to us. It's there. And I think you're feeling a Na'Vi that came into this game. Yeah, maybe they felt confident, but again, it's not reflected inside the server because they're not always pushing forward and taking that space. And that's going to be very frustrating for Alexi and Blade and what they're trying to accomplish.
And this is one of the rounds I was talking about, the position that Shiro takes. And I know we've criticized him in the past for situations just like this, but it is clean.
It's very clean. The first kill, he's getting towards window. He kills the right player. He kills the one player with HP. He's being told by his teammate the last player is very low on HP. Pulls out the Glocks, clutches the round, makes it 11-9. At that point, you know, that game was close. That could have been Na'Vi coming back into the game. We got to give a bit of credit to Na'Vi for at least showing a bit of tenacity in that second half. They win the pistol, they convert. Again, as I said, different players were chiming in, different players were stepping up. Had Shiro not won this 1v2 clutch, I'm not necessarily sure we wouldn't be playing still, maybe even in an overtime. So as much as I want to say that Spirit were dominating, they were the better team, and they most definitely did deserve to win, it wasn't like Na'Vi didn't have a chance to come back into the game.
No, but again, it comes back to that first half, and you're just in too big of a hold. Like, yeah, it looked great in the second half, but it's like you're already down way too much, and it's so hard to come back from that kind of a stretch. And as much as we just saw the clutch from Shiro, as much as he's been criticized, and there's probably some life to it about his kind of the more passive nature of his play, one area where he's always going to be rock solid is those clutches. He's happy to play those kinds of situations and delivers very well. We saw JL also in the first half have that opportunity for a clutch with the Deagle against Zontix as well. And that's one thing where I always said JL steps up. This is where he delivers. Na'Vi needs some life. It's JL's turn. Gets a 1-dig, loses out on the clutch right at the end. And that's a moment for Na'Vi to turn it around early. That goes to waste.
That's a great point. We were waiting for it. I think it was almost like the reverse caster curse where they said, oh, he's not been playing that well. Boom. He gets that round and it goes better. Now to parlay that because you don't have that much time. This is not a best of 5 like it is tomorrow. And Dust too. You cannot afford to get off to the same start there, Pimp.
No, we need to see Na'Vi step it up a little bit, and I'm very curious to see how the whole map is going to be played out over towards the B-bomb side. We know what's going to happen towards long, depending on the spawns, depending on how aggressive you want to fight it from either side. One thing I've seen Spirit do a lot when it comes to Dust 2, especially in this season where they've been picking it a lot, is they want to poke that B-bomb side. Donk feels comfortable walking in from dark in towards B-bomb side and just take the straight-up duels. We saw it in the first game as well. JL, I wouldn't say had his number, but JL was holding up to himself. He had a couple of mega rounds, shut down Donk, shut down Spirit. I bet you Donk want to try that one more time. If they can poke a hole in that B defense, that means now we have to spread out. That means they can't afford to locate too much power towards long, too much towards A, and that's going to make it very difficult for Na'Vi to play the CT side.
It's a tough defense to crack into, though. If you're Na'Vi on the CT side, it's what JL and Bid on that side of the map. That's not an easy defense to break into, but that will be intriguing because Spirit do like to attack into that position. Remember in the group stage too, this was actually a pretty dominant map for Spirit until JL arrived and had like 2 or 3 impactful rounds, and it caused a comeback. Yep. So I mean, this in my head does lean towards the favor of Team Spirit, but like you, I have like my attention of where this map gets dictated is Xbox area, double doors, catwalk, which team is going to be more staunch in their defense, which team is going to be able to harass the most before giving them access to catwalk, because then the map gets exploited.
It's interesting to me how the conversation shifted a little bit, because beforehand we were talking so much about the individual, specifically Donkon, Spirit, but also the others, and the Na'Vi as the sum being greater than all the parts and the teamwork. But now all I'm hearing is, well, we need JL to clutch and we need JL to make those rounds happen. So
your parts have to be there. Your parts have to be there. They worked on Mirage. On Dust 2, they have to be.
All right, good point. Well, we've got someone on the sidelines getting us some exclusive info. It's Trace.
Just got some words here from Blade as we go to look towards that second map of this series. Now, Blade's saying that they are looking at a case of a little bit of anti-stratting going on in their way. As you can see, Na'Vi not picking up that first map. So what they're looking out to do now is try to get ahead of that curve going into the second map of the series. Instead of starting a little bit flat, maybe coming through and applying the pressure where necessary.
Yeah, the pressure definitely needs to be applied. Where do we need to look at?
I think I want to throw a player into the mix we haven't spoken too much about, and that's Emma. Throughout the season in 2025, on the CT side for Na'Vi, every single game he's played on Dust 2, he starts up the game by being super aggressive towards Catwalk. He's getting boosted, he's getting aggressive, he's getting out towards middle. You said the Xbox area, he wants to contest that from a CT point of view. He's been very successful with it against lesser opponents than Spirit. He was doing it against Spirit as well the first time around when they met in Copenhagen. I want to see Emma show that tenacity. I want to see him show that confidence that he can take the duel towards Spirit and win it, because that's big part of the passion and big part of the playbook for Na'Vi on the CT side.
Okay, a focal point going into Dust 2. It is Na'Vi with their backs against the wall, against the ropes, but they aren't done yet here in Katowice.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
The Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025, Counter-Strike has been all over the place, to say the least, but I can tell you one thing for sure, and that is where we are in this moment in the Acer Media Lounge, located on the concourse here in Katowice, but definitely in between games, so we're going to try to catch up with our friends at Acer, Predator, and Intel. How are we doing today? Should I go ahead and introduce you as Mr. Nico?
Yeah. I am Nicola Procaccio and EMEA CCG Marketing Director for Intel.
Awesome. Welcome to Poland. And yourself, Valerie?
I'm Valerie Pio, and I'm Acer EMEA Marketing VP.
Everywhere I turn, there's gadgets and computers and gaming going on for the most part. But seeing what the best gaming has to offer is, I think, where you guys come into play, if I had to be honest.
Well, I think that thanks to the historical collaboration with Acer, our mission is exactly to introduce on the market device like the Predator that can enable the best gaming experience, thanks also to our processor technology. And this is the example, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got this cool box. We might as well ask ourselves the big question in the room. What's in the box? Let's take a look, shall we? Ooh la la.
Be careful with the latest baby, huh?
Don't worry. I'll hold it like it's my own child. Okay, so if I open this bad boy right out of the gate, it's got a very sleek screen.
So indeed, this is the new Predator Helios Neo 16 that we are announcing here in Katowice. As you can see, it comes with latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor.
Our latest Intel Core Ultra processor technology enable not only the best gaming experience, but also they can provide a big, massive leap ahead in terms of power efficiency, and this will result in offering a longer unplugged playtime for the gamers.
Which is exciting. As a Counter-Strike player, I think we've been looking at CPU usage for a long time and trying to make our game work the best, but every time it's come to fruition. I do have to ask a couple of questions. You said gaming efficiency. So tell me a little bit about where that starts and where it stops?
In this case, we are trying to combine the performance with the power efficiency, also in terms of gaming performance and power reduction. And this is what we can get thanks to the Intel Core Ultra processor 9 Series 2.
Well, so on top of the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, of course, it features an NVIDIA latest RTX 50 series in order to make sure that we improve the FPS performance. And it comes with a stunning OLED panel up to 240 Hz, 0.1 milliseconds. So beautiful, but yet very fast.
I think that's why it's just got me. I can't stop looking at it. I'm going to be honest. I can't stop looking at it in this moment. It's just got me captivated. But also see the two letters that get thrown around a lot in this day and age. And they start with A and end with I. So AI, how does AI tie in to the product here?
The AI features are built into the new latest Intel Core Ultra processor. Thanks to 3 AI accelerator, you can guarantee the best gaming experience, but at the same time, you can also offload some specific AI workload or AI task like background removal, audio optimization, or auto framing to the MPU.
Acer Predator Helios is right here for the taking. And let me just show everyone at home, because I did say it was a beautiful screen, and I wasn't joking. So we'll continue to look around the Acer Media Room. I think that there's plenty of things to explore around here, to be honest.
It's true. It's true. Thank you for joining us and for welcoming me in this session. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
All right, let's do it, Valerie.
Let's check it out.
So where are we, Valerie? What have you done here?
Here are the most powerful gaming gears.
Okay.
The Predator Helios 16 and Predator Helios 18 AI.
Okay. So they're not only related, but they also have artificial intelligence.
They also have artificial intelligence, and the most important, they have the world's thinnest metal blades. So it's the 6th gen of our aero blades, and it improves the all airflow in the device. And actually, we even put 2 in this 18-inch form factor, which improve the airflow by 20%.
So you're not worried about overheating, playing with this in your lap as a laptop would be, none of that?
Absolutely no issue. You can be a hardcore gamer and have no issue with the overheating.
All right, so whether it's the Predator Helios 18 AI or the Predator Helios 16 AI, it seems as though all the bells and whistles in pretty much anything that you can think of has been covered.
Yeah, those 2 laptops which are powered by Intel just offers you the best of the best. Any hardcore gamer would just be happy to replace their desktop by such powerful machine. So
that is a bold area, replacing that desktop with a laptop, but the best of the best, you couldn't go wrong. I want to say thank you not only to Acer Predator, Valerie, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Also want to say thank you to our friends at Intel for making this all very possible. And above all, Counter-Strike. That's where we're going right after this. The Intel Extreme Masters marches on. Thank you.
Cheers.
Тоглолтын дээр тавтаа морил 2 дахь map Zauda Spirit-ийн сонгосон Dust 2 гарч ирэх гэж байна. За Navi-гийн хувьд бол ямар ч байсан өөрсдийн пикэн дээр бол хожигдлоо. Самираш дээр 13-8-аар хожигдсон. За Dust 2-ыг хожиж байж Navi 3 дахь map-ыг гаргана. За Spirit-ийн хувьд гэх юм бол өмнөх group stage дээр Navi-тай тоглолсон тоглолтын дээр Dust 2 дээр хожиж байсан. Тухайн тоглолтын дээр 13-11-ээр Spirit хожиж байжээ. За өнөөдөр яах нь орж илаа да. За хожигдсан баг нь зэнээс хасагдан 3-4-р байранд орно. Хожигдсан баг нь Grand Final руу маргааш орой тэг цагаас Vitality багтай аврагын төлөө бото тоглолтыг бол хийхээр байна. За Navi City талаас, Spirit Terror талаас. Замгаалалт бол 2-1-2 дефолт авж байгаа. Голын смок ороод ирсэн. Spirit-с short-оор ар орж болно. За short-оор тулаад эзэлж байна. Хойноос нь бол тэнд EMA. Short-ор мэдээл аваад тоглож байгаа да. Бүүстэн дээр байгаа. За short тулсан хүн байхгүй. LT таанал дээр бас тэнд 2 тоглогч. За донг тулаад за EMA-гийн мэдээлэл авчиж байгаа. За шууд смок ороод ирсэн. За Бэдэр ч бас контакт дүүлсэн смок орж ирээд. За хайчгүй. Бэдэр утуулсан, short утуулсан. Смок тусдал хүлээх үү? За Spirit өвдөх юм бол нэг смоктай, нэг флаштай, нэг молитай байгаад байна. За гол City смоктоод бэр гүүхэндээ Широнд смок City смок барьчлаа. За City смок ороод ирсэн. Голоор бэгнгүүл. За бит санхор дэвлэн. Ёо донк. Шууд 2 ээчод. Сайтны арын тавцны дуулагч ийл. За юу ч чадсангүй. За бэгэн сайт гоос гэсэн. Широ Алексибиг онгаад 2-5. Бомб дэвчиж байгаа. Wonderful EMA 2. За энэ хоёр армороос эвлэх байхаа. Арбон раундыг Spirit авч байна. За өмнөх тоглолтын дээр бол 7 тоогоор байр суульж ижээ. Spirit Terror-аас 7 раунд аваад. 2 раунд илүүтэй байр суульж байсан юм байна. За Navi Force руу экор. Хоёр тоглогч нь 10-аас эвлэлсэн шүү дээ. За Force бай. Нэг скауттай 4 гар бутаар. За long smoke дээр Magic за гараад ирлээ. Тулцсан бит байгаа. Donkin trade. За ийма нэг дарсан. Long-ийн амгаалалт. Гаргасангүй дээ 3-4. За big амгаалтан дээр JL одоогор ал ганцаараа. За smoke оромсроо ороод ирсэн. Chopper улаан голоо Zontex бас оногдоод байдаг. Chopper өгөөд өглөө. Zontex wonderful. Хоёрыг урагчж байгаа scout-тай. За Shiro ганцаараа үлдсэн. Яа. За Navi Force by round авч байна. Армортай гарбонод үлсэн. 1-1. За Spirit-с зөрүүлээд Force-лан доо. Ширгос скат 4 гар буутай. Алдах юм бол мөнгөгүй. За Chopper гол руу гараад ирлээ. 80-аас бол голыг хайчих одоохондоо. Хоньс авж байгаа. Би тэнд Бэдэрээс. За Cities могцсон. Гол гэхдээ гарч ирэхгүй байна. За ийм шууд смок орсон болохоор прогуураад ирж байгаа. А дээр 2, гол 1, Бэдэр 2 амгаалт. За 1 минут. Загоолоор гараад ирсэн. Бид хоёр хүнийг харлаа да. За биг амгаалт энэ удаад юу ч чадах наарцгаая. Би техник. За Donkin trade. За GL нөхөд бариад авсан. За Shiro. Trade-үүд араараасаа. За Алексей шалгасан даа үргэсэн Magic бариад авлаа. Араа өөр тоглогчсон Zontex дүүлээ авсан. Shiro гүцээс зөрүүлээд force by round авчиж байна. 2-1. За Navi дахиад force-лно. Ямар ч байсан шапаад баялнаа. Мөнх төр бас хэцүүхэн л байгаа да. 2 MP8-тай, 2 гарбуутай. 1 scat. Салонго 3 явж эзэлж байгаа. Ямар ч байсан Илонго Navi эзэлж байгаа байна. За short дээр 2 тоглож хамгаалтан дээр. Мичиг сэвдэх юм бол Илонг дээр ганцаар болцсон. За дахиад City-г смог ороод ирсэн дээ. За флашн дээр явчихсан гол гараад туснаа цэвэрлж байгаа. За зөрүүлээд Navi short-аас могтцоо. За short орох юм бол 2 тоглогчдын тулцсан байгаад байна. За 5 секунд. Short-оор 2, long-оор 3, R-оор орохтой. За short шахаад ороод ирсэн. Има Chop-ыг унагсан. Shiro-гийн trade амжилттай. За дахиад нэг хүн short-оор байгаа. Beat байгаа тийм. За long-оор бомбтой 3 тоглогч урагшилсан. Side руу шахаад ороод ирлээ. City smoke-тай. За Donk smoke-н дээр Alexei-г бариад авч. За Shiro тэнд бүр бүтэн бээгэр нь тойрцсон биш тараа. Бүр бээгэн сайтн дээр гүйж байгаа. За City-гийн GL-ийн хөл харагдах уу? За Wonderful-ийн тойрт мэдхгүй дэм. Оо хутгална гэж нөө. За дүрсэн. Хутгал шүг ороод ирлээ. GL Donk-ыг дарж байгаа. Shiro-гийн trade нь ороод ирсэн. Сүүлэн тоглож Beert short дээр. Нэг эсрэг 3. За бодолтой алдчихин Shiro өөрөө улаачж байгаа. За раунд ойлгомжтой. Spirit раунд. За буугаа сэвэлсэн. Armor буугаа сэвэлэн дараагийн раунд угаасаа мөнгөгүй штэ. За 3-1. Navi мөнгө үлдэнэ 2 мөнгө үлдээг гар бутал тоглоно да одоо. Бүтэн баят бол гарч ирч чадахгүй. За ганц MP8-тай 4 USB. За short руу тулсан. Navi бол A дээр стаклцсан байна. B-г айцсан. A талд олуулаа. За сайтанда гэхдээ алга long руу 3 явцсан. City-гээс 2. За short-оор бүгд ороод ирлээ. Donk Donk-ийг дарсан шүү. Өрөөсрэг тав. За GL Chop-ыг унагчлаа дахиад хөөе. Өрөөсрэг тав. За Magic-ийн төвчүүл сүрх юм байна да Spirit. За унагцсан. Улаалгаал авлаа. За Shiro GL-ийг бомгаад Alexei smoke-оор Shiro бариад авсан. 2-3. За авбал авахар хэмжээний харагдаад хэлсэн дээ. Уутай штакатай. Armor бүл болохоос биш бас. Амар flash. За улаан тоглож. Яа, сэний нээдэ явуулсан бол яг үхлээ Magic сүр. Нээд байна уу? Бидэнтэй. Йоо, за үхсэн. Яг л толгоон дээр н ороод ирнэ. Navi. 4 USB штэ. 4 USB-тэй раунд ой. Нэг SMG-тэй. SMG-тэй хүн саяны раунд юу ч чадаагүй. 4 USB-тэй хүн зүгээр шоглоо хийчлаа. Яа, за амар раундууд ээлжлээд аваад байна да. 3-2. За Spirit тайм аутыг авсан. Ямар ч хэлсэн баялаг мөнгөтэй юм байна. Широгоос дахиад оптой 3 AK-ны галил. Natus 2 бол Spirit-ийн сонгосон map. Наав энийг хөдөлж 3 дахь map nuke гаргаж ирнэ. Мөрмө хөцгөн үү яах. Өмнө нь бол энэ ч орондоо тоглоод 13-11-ээр дуусчихсан. Маш өөрхөн орондоо тоглосон бас таяр дээр. За донк смокер шивт гачраа хулгай орчлоо хөөе. Юу за баг өгөгч донк өөрөө. За донкийн болт эвгүй байла да. Ямар ч байсан ийм матриг нээчихэж байгаа. 4-4. За жил Б-гэр дайрчиж байгаа. За энэ Б гарчсан зонтогсод хөдөлгөөнд орцсон. Аараагаа гүйтсэн. За таймыг амар таарад дайралт ороод ирлээ дээ жийлээс. Одоо ингээ Б хөнгүү Агийн хамгаалт 3 болно шүү дээ. За бомбд тоглогчнор лонгор, chopper short дээр ганцаараа. За Magix араас нь удаалж чадсангүй. За Molly доо бокс нарыг хүний хөвгөө гаргасан. City-г smoke явах юм бахта гэсэн. За дүүлүүд авцсан. Magix-ын double kill. За сүүл нь олж мэдээлэл авсан. JL 1 эсрэг 4. За уурхан Vincere үжиж лалтчлаа да навъя. Яаж чадсангүй. За 4-2. Жээлэнд буугаас эвлэн. Навигэд бол мөнгө төгрөг бас тийм сайхан биш байгаа. Wonderful има 2 бол мөнгөтэй юм байна. Alexi бит 2 мөнгө байхгүй. Навигаас тайм аут. За баялгүй яах вэ? Хоёр тоглогч мөнгөгүй байсан. За мөнгө төгрөг. За баялж. Шахаад баялсан. Wonderful октоо гараад ирсэн. 2 SMG-тэй тоглож байгаа. Самгаалт default 2-1-2. Загвал смоктоод short run авчиж байгаа. E mind. Яг л смоктлоо доо. За смокер гарч ирэх нэгсэн за флаш дуулчихж байна. 1 минут. Навыг алдвал мөнгөгүй юу ч болно. За шортоор хааруу зүглэх нэ. Гадаг смок ороод ирсэн. За boost smoke-тай юм аа. Smoke орон зөрөө нейдэн дээр яа саяны нейд баг байх хэрэг байсан уу те. Донк юм гонгаад. За Rampas wonderful мүсөглөж байна. Шогтой бомб тавьчих байгаа. Лүргийн тоглож 100x. Араас муудалж ирсэн бол. За wonderful амар. Magic's trade donk. Хоёрыг унагч байгаа. Бид ганцаараа яж л улаан юм байрсан. Chopper бариад авсан. How for you? Spirit around. Санаа век раунд, бай раунд алдсан мөнгө авахгүй. Арморгүй гаргуунууд бүр юу ч хүн байна. За түрүү баг иймэрхүү раунд авсан штэ. USB-тэй. За шорт руу тулсан Spirit шууд. Навигийн хувьд бол B талдаа стаклцсан байгаа. А дээр одоогор хин чалга. B-гийн сайтн дөрөв гол нэг. За сайтаа цэвэрлээд бомбо тавина. За бомб тавьцсан үед харин хэцүү дээ. Стекин гэдэг бол. За ер нь ойлгомжтой болчих чинь энэ раунд. 6-2 навигаас нэг бөөнүүд барьж авах гэж үзэх байна. За одоо навыг бүтэн байтай. За хопол гарч ирч чадахгүй байна. 3 инфо, 1 фомас, 1 MP8. За голын кросн дээр биеийг оноод авлаа. Би 27-д олчих чинь. За навигаас авчихсан илонго эзэлсэн. Spirit бол short эзлэх хэрэгтэй дээ шүү дээ. За short smoke ороод ирсэн байна даа. Short-ыг бол энэ дараас wonderful арч байгаа. За 1 минут 10 секунд. Short smoke дууссан. City smoke ороод ирсэн байна. За 10 секунд short болцсон. Short-ийн хамгаалан дээр бол тоглож ялга. Wonderful and cross-ос нь барьчих гэж үзэх юм байна 7 хоолоосаа. Хоёр смок орж ирээд. Болцсон байхгүй. Сэтгүүлсрээд ороод ирлээ. Chop гэсэн. Сарс хүнд бомб тавих хэрэгтэй те. За шорт руу бомб тавьчих. Цагаад идэг нийтэн дээр зонтог сунсан. За широ ганцаараа нэг эсрэг дөрөв. Тэрэгцсэн шүү бас. Нэг эсрэг 3. За сейвлэг гинэ. Санаавыг раунд. Timeout. Spirit out timeout. За 3 раундын зөрүүтэй. Ямар ч зайлалтаас дахиад байтаа гараад ирж байгаа. Spirit out бол шир аптай 4 AK. За 80-аас бол байхгүй. Rifle-тай. Саранд хэлсэн. Заамшсан гол руу тулцсан. Дахиад шорт руу авирж болно. 80-аас бол А дээр 3, Б дээр 2. Голыг бол оруулж авч байгаа. Минут. Шорт хамгаалт нэр 2 тоглогч. Galaxy Beam 2. Сайлон флашн дээр. Зэрсэн зайч хуу буцаад гол ороход бээр орох гэдэг нэг үгсэн. За шорт хоёрын мэдээлэл авчлаа даа. За широ зон текстрэйтэд нээсэн. За тэр дахиад нэг хүн байгаа шүү дээ. Wonderful. За юусэн. Magic широ 2. За орч чаддаггүй. Бомб унчлаа. Magic 1-3. 17 секунд. За, ямар ч сэрэгтэй раунд авч байна. За 2 раунд илүү те. Ямар ч сайлалтлаа бүтэн баятай. Хамгаалалт 2-1-2 дефолт авч байгаа. За Spirit-с гол руу тулсан. За шорт ороод ирсэн ийм нэгийг унгаад амьдэрч чинь. За шортоор ороод ирсэн Алексей. За хог барьж их тайминг таарсангүй те. За лонгос wonderful октаарж байгаа. За буудалтай алдсан. Савон тавьсан. Цэврээд идэгсэн юм аа. Хажигс бариад авлаа. Донк хоёрыг бариад авч байна. За имагийн трейд. Чи зонтгс унсан юм аа. За суудалгуур итэг. Навигийн раунд. За ямар амар итэг гарчваа. За раундын зэрэг ойртуулаад эхэлж байна да. Сахны хасан сүүл раунд. Спиритээс ямар ч байсан шахал байлсан 2 гэдэл 1 эсэмж 2 акатай. За удаан тоглолт. Ситигс мокород ирсэн. Тэгэхээр гол гарах гэдэг юм да. За гол дээр. За City Smoke сэргийг бүхэн үдэ. За гол гараад ирсэн. Донк. Иймаг банагч. За 40 секунд бомб танал дээр бээрүүлэх хүндээ. За 30 секунд цаг яваад байгаа. Ситигс модоо сулаагүй юу? За wonderful. Ориг унагсан. За chopper trade. Төрөс 3 10 секунд дээр явуулсан бомбо тавьчихна. Алексей Фьюрэг барайд авлаа. За зонтекс шортос орж ирэн chopper зонтекс. За зонтекс 20 барайд авсан шүү. Өвн бол улаан хүн штэ жийл. За нэгсний кит бол байна жийл дээр. chopper буугаж явуулж байгаа MP9-тай. Яа, за жийлэн клач. Навигийн раунд болж байна. За ингстер ихний хасыг 6-6. Энэ тэнцүүхэн байрлууллаа да. За хоёр дахь хагас. 6-6-аар байр суурилсан доо. Spirit-ийн сонгосон map. Нави энийг хожиж чадах юм бол Decider Nuke гаргаж ирнэ. Spirit хожих юм бол цуврал 2 дэгээр дуусаад Spirit Grand Final руу шалгахад орох юм байна. За голын smoke орж ирсэн. Илтиг дээр Chopper Donk 2 тулцсан байгаа. За Donk-ыг Molly-та төөсөн. Шахаад ороод ирлээ. За ийм аа. Барайд авч байна. 4-5. Бидэр хоёр адар хоёр. Аюугаас ямарчсан голд бомбоос явж байгаа. Харуулж орлоор нь дээрж орлоор харна. За шорт урагшилсан. За Spirit дээр бол нэг смоктэй кит юм шүү дээ. Юурап гой буудлаа. За бидэн дотор дахиад Magic суугаад байгаа. Энэ оронд бол шортор бомб томс гүгээд ороод ирсэн. За Бэйгэн хоёр хөдөлгөөнд ороод ирж туслахгүй болвол Jackson таларч юм даа гэсэн дүүж чадсан ба. Зонтос Chopper. Chopper явчихсан битэг өнөрчиж байгаа. За энэ хоёр доологч Armor Kit-ээ сэвлэе гэж байгаа юм байна. Санавигаас гарбон рамдаг амжилттай авсан 7-6. За унах гад өрөөд ирсэн шүү арай. Сэвлэхгүй л гэж. Зүгээр зонтекс. За сэвлж байгаа мэнаа сэвлж. Нэг Armor Kit smoke сэвлэл авлаа. За force by round. Scarfтай, 2 сэрэмжтэй, 2 гарбууттай. Илонгко 3 яваад эзэлж байгаа. Гол дээр нэг Б дээр ганц тоглогч зонтгс. За нааюгаас бол гол смоктоод шорто эзэлнэ. За шорт дээр 2 тоглож туулцсан. Natus нь хогнод ороод ирж байгаа. За тулах гэснээр болчлоо. Монгол ороод ирсэн байна. За шортод тулгаад эзэлсэн. Цул утсан да. За Magic Smoke руу бодог буруутлаа өөрөө улаачж байна. За үтсэн. Az үсэнгүү. За шортор нэгс 10 орчих гэж байгаа л харагдаж байна да. Шортоор тавуулаа орж ирэх юм байна бүр. За Spirit-д бол А дээр 4 хамгаалж байгаа. За флашн дээр хүүсэн, кросн дээр Natus нэг хатлаад авлаагсан Donk зүүрлэн шууд ирэхдээ иймаг унагч байгаа. За Alexibin trade. Дахиад хүүсэн Chopper тэндэга бүр нуугдчих байх. За Donk дахиад нэгийг дарчуул балдарна гэсэн Chopper Donk-ийн даралд ороод ирсэн. Wonderful. Бууслаг галилтэй Chopper өөдөөс нь дайрчж байгаа. За энэ дайр дээр зүвцсэн үгсэн. За зүвцсэн байна. Барайд авлаа. Зонтекс. Шорт түүний гүцээгээд за force by round авчиж байгаа Spirit. Амар Donk-ийн 2 даралт дүр амар дардлаа да. 7-7. Бомб тавьж чадсангүй. Навигаас. Амар одоо зөрүүлээд force л штэ. Armor-тай гарбонод гарч ирнэ. За талдаа 3 Б-дэр 2 холоо хайж тоглолт эхэлж байна. За нааюгаас 4 гарбууттай Wonderful Scout гараад ирсэн. Force by алдах юм бол нав эко раунд болж ирнэ. Заялонг дээр тулцаа 2 тоглож байна. Оо, битэн даа. За, зүглээд форс авчдээ шүү дээ. Ийгүүш бас. За, жилэнд ийгүүрсэн. Уг нь бол донк мууцтай юм байна. 47. За, лонгор 4 орж ирээд байдаг. Жил гол дарчлаа донкийг. За, Широ офенгл бараа суудсан байгаа даа. За, бит унасан. Зөрүүлээд force by round авах гээд байна уу да. 2-5. За, жил одоо зүгээр амьдарчлал болно. Голоо ирхэн бол жилийг хайгаад байгаа. Цаг очоод байна. За, сэвэлсэн. Яа, за зөрүүлээд force by авчлаа. 8-7 Навигийн раунд. Дараагийн раунд дээр Spirit дахиад force-лно да. Зэтэнаа 2 баг бол. Завар тоглогч Enforce хэвлэж байгаа. За сэвэлч юм байна сэвэлч. За, force by round. Зотог синфоро эндээ хийцэн. 2 SMG-тэй, 1 FAMAS-тай, Sevils-ийн 2 инфор. Донктэй инфор хийцэн байна зотогс. За, Spirit зөрүүлээд одоо энэ force by алдуулна биш үү? Нэг корн. Сагал смогтод short руу явсан. Уртач short эзлэн. За, тэр бол 2 тоглогч. Б дээр 3. Голыг бол хайчлаа. За, Б дээр 3 тоглосныг өндө болох гээд байна уу? Нави хаалгууд өгнө шидэ буцаад байна. Энэ таанал дээр жийл байгаад байгаа. Заагийн сайтаа бүр хайчиж байгаараа. Дээрээс хүмүүс нь лонг руу ороод ирж байна. Орох юм бол баг сэвлийн ухааны бодоод байна үгүй. За, шортоор орно гинэ Нави. За, ер нь бол яг зөвл газар руу орж байна да. Гэж хог таарах хүн Spirit-ээс retake хийн гэдэг нь зөвлөх байна. За, очсон шортоор тоглолт ороод ирсэн. Хоосон сайт. Онтой өгдөн. За, лонг төр бит лөрхөн дээр явж байгаа. За, Magic бариад авсан. За, хүний илүүтэй. Бэг хүмүүс үрээд ирж байгаа. За, retake гэж үзэн. Kit бол байна. Zontox kitтэй. Нэг smogтой. Төрдгөөсөө 3. Лонгоос 2 гэсэн. Ийм чопрыг хогшиж чадсан бариад авлаа. За, GL лонг 1. За, Magic тулцаа гэж тэ. Нейд. Яг доор нэг гэж үтэй ийм GL. Йоо, за оруулж ирсэнгүй. 9 $. За, Spirit. Одоо мөнгөгүй. Экра. За, Донкос ганц дийл. Өдөр нь USB тагаад ирсэн. За, Донкин дигэл гол дээр зөрөгтэй дүүлдэж ингэж байгаа. Гол харагдах хамтан байдгүй. Нави шууд илон руу гарсан. За, Chopper-ын бэгээр дайраад мэдээлэл авчиж байна. Нааны тоглолт болно. За, энэ раундыг Донк авруул нүүр бол сонголтгүй юм байна. Гэхдээ хэцүү хаармаггүй 5 гаргүй. Донк галзуу юм шиг л 3-4-ийг алчихсан. За, Smoke битэг бас хөрх оноо тавьсан. Жил зонд хэсэг унагчиж байгаа. За сайт руу ороод ирсэн. Битинг хий. Smoke-ын бүүстлээд Shiro. Smoke-ын дээр ороод утга шүүг гаргасан суугаад эргэж хараад за Shiro-г нэг хий. Алексипен трейд дон ганцаараа Hershel тодорхой. Мочсон битэг даарсан. Нэг хийсрэг 3 гэхтэй. За 10 толгой хараадж байна да. За long руу бүгд ирсэн. Long тэр wonderful. Тэгэл барьцсан байна. За шууд гарсан. За Spirit-с 3 дахь тайм аут авч байна. Одоо юм чийсэн бүтэн баятай. Баялаа гараад ир. Long руу вортежлгээ ороод ирж байна. Битэг гаргачлаа. Long алдсан Spirit. Ямгаалтан дээр 3 битэр гоё. Голыг бол хайцсан байгаас. За Spirit энэ раундыг алдах юм бол тэгэл ер нь дуусалт шүү дээ. Энийг алдлаа л ер нь бол чигээр дуусчихна. Мөнгөгүй яагаад гэвэл за бээр өшөглөд ороод ирсэн Zontex. За нэг унасан Имаг орсныг харсан уу? Има ишээ Карл орсон байгаа. За Longer Alexip Smoke-ын дээр нэг тоглож байгаа гэсэн. За Don Imag үзсэн Shiro short-оос сайдны хүн дээр Magic-сэн kill. 2 эсрэг 5. За хамгаалаад байна да. Үлцээр тоглож хоёлын илтгээс Don илтгийг шалгасангүй. Чудлаас өгчөж байгаа 45 секунд. Wonderful beat. Bombтой тоглогч танал руу авцсан. Beat гол ороод ирж байна. Бэгийн хамгаалтан дээр 2 тоглогч байгаа. За smoke болчлаа Wonderful. За сэвлэх юм да баг. За сэвлийг нэ сэвлийг. За Spirit ямар ч байсан чул баяр раунд авч байна. 18. Амархан дуусахгүй л гэж. За наавигаас бол мөнгөт дараагийн раунд ха бүтэн баятаа гараад байна. Баялах мөнгө бол байгаа. За Бидэрийг хулгай нэлийн эвгүй орохч шүү бас. Zontex-ийг харж таарлаа. Тэгээд зөрөөд орсон эсвэл тэгэл баларна шүү дээ. Naviгийн тайм аут. Өөрт тайм аут авсан. Нави хөжиж гуртан байгаа юм байна. Чигтрэн бол тэмцээнд дуусах гэдэг Нави. Сайдраар ньюк хүлээж байгаа. Самон хулаатай зодонг. Тэгэд болохоор шахчлаа гол руу бүр. За энийг нөгөө Алексип хараад байгаа штэ гол дээрсэн гин. За GL шалгах нь тэр лонхийг унах зүг. За жилиг урагч бүр амар да. За жил трейд нийсэн. Широ смокоч хож явж мөнө ганахад 3-4 болгочих байна. За иланг руу явчихсан гараад ирсэн аав. За чоппер дээр нэг нь хөөе Magic-ийн хоёр. За энийг шийтгэж болно доо яг үндэ. Яаж үгэлт гинүү? Чоп ёо, цэний чоппер биглэл яадаг гинүү? Амар боотч байгаа. Яа, за ба. Бүгэн wonderful бүр яг л барьсан байсан. Шоглоо ичлаа. За Нави бай раундаа алдсан. Сая бол амар буудлаа чоппер бүр. Алдаатай буудлаа. Мөр харагдаа шууд ирэх чинь дараа. Энэ бүр амар буудсан. Wonderful-ийн цус бол нэлээд давуу харагдчихсэн шүү дээ. За на бай раунд алдсан мөнгө байхгүй одоо Навигаас. Гар бут раунд. Явчсан дараагийн раунд байлаа гараад ирнэ. За Spirit тэнцүүлэх боломжтой доо. За гэхдээ бас гар бут раундын өөр чинь авч маваад байгаа шүү дээ. Хэлжлээд force by round дээр авчуд байсан. Тийг хэлээд нэг хоёрыг дараад эхэлчих юм боллоо аюултай шүү. За донк гол дээр. Смок ороод ирсэн. За ганц л смок байна да Навид бол флаш байхгүй. Ганц смокор хаашаа гөөхөө. За дээр үл ер нь гүөх гээд байгаа юм да. Биеийн хаалгасан баг. Эсвэл бэдэрийг урдаа гардагсан гэж байгаа гүөх юм болов. Бээр угаа нийлээд байна. За урдаа гардаг смокийг гүйчих гэж байгаа. За Широ буудалтай алдсан чоконд авч. За буудалтай алдсан. Дон. Широг нэг хэл орж ирээ трейд ороод ирсэн. За донкын түрээд ирсэн. Тэдээд байгаа юм байна. За бэр оруулсан бас. 10. За тэнцээд ирсэндээ Нави одоо байлна. Нави маш чухал бай раунд. Алдах юм бол мөнгөгүй болоод өөртөө юмд эвгүүрээд эхэллээ. За Spirit-д бол алдсан ч гэсэн бас баялах мөнгөтэй. Нави бол эсэргээр мөнгөгүй. За 3 дахь тайм аут авсан Навигаас. За 1000 лайк хүргэлтэй байна уу guys? Хэдүүлээ 3000 үзэж байгаа юм байна. Лайк 950. 47 хүн лайк дарчвал. Яг хүргээд байна. За 954 болсон. Дахиад 46 хүн байна. Оо, за болоо. Мен хүрсэн. Nice. За кил харах юм бол има 14 килд багт руу болж байгаа юм байна. Spirit-с донк лэлгүүд явбал донк 18 килд багт руу болж байгаа. За чинь даа. За wonderful better автаа өрөөд ирсэн. За нэлээд удаан гол эзлэхэндээ түрүүн донк нэг гол дайрж орж ирээд зүрхийг авцсан л та. Одоо жоохон нэгтрэхгүй болол энэ раундыг алдчихвал балах гээд байгаа. Нэлээд нэгтэрч голоо эзэлж байгаа харагдаж байна. За wonderful better илүү их хүнийг хүлээгээд байна. Хим chopper хохирч болох уу яах вэ? Болохгүй энэ да. Яа яг л толгонд дээгүүр нь сумн явлаа. Дэлэг нь авцсан. За амдэрчлаа chopper. Сая бол бараг алуул алхаар л байлаа. За бэлтийгээр 4 тоглогч гол руу ураад ирсэн. Зонтекс энэ гол дээр. Бэг хамгаалтан дээр донк chopper байгаа. За голын кросн дээр зонтекс. За дүүл байсан гүжээл маш чухал килийг хийсэн. Хүний давтай. За шортоор хаагийн тоглолт орж ирнэ. За сайтны хамгаалтан дээр Magic Longos Shiro хамгаалах юм байна да. За Shiro кросн дээр л буудалтай алдчихвал ер нь сайт руу орох дайжгүй дээ. Magic жоохор гяндагаад нэг алуулаа. За Smoke дээр харцсангүй. Magic дөрөвдөө дайчж байгаа 2 бариад авсан. Magic 3-ыг унагсан. Бариад авлаа. Бит лонгоос за ширэг унагсан шүү орж исэн. Magic дөрөвдөө байгаа юм шүү гэсэн. За Wonderful 2-2 болгочихж байгаа. City-гээс 2 голж хүрээд ирсэн. Bomb short-ээр унтсан байгаа гэдэг. 17 секунд цаг ивгүүрээд байгаа. Wonderful энд буудалтаа алдвал бадарна. Beat Smoke шахаад ороод ирсэн. Ойгон ажиглаас. Йоо, Beat. Аварлаа Навиг. Сайпер яг сүрэгч Нави. Magic бүр ямар амар дайраад ороод ирвэ. Ямар эвгүй газраас буцаа гараад ирч байна. 2 эсрэг 4 эсрэг хаалж шин. Яг үгүй 2 эсрэг 5 ч юм уу. Яа, бараг алтлаа, бит аварлаа, лонгор учраад 3-ыг унглаасан. За Spirit гэхдээ мөнгөтэй дахиад байтаа. За голын дайралт ороод ирсэн. Ийм сонсоод байгаа би бэлдсэн. За дүүл байсангүй нэгийг ургаад одоо гарч чадахгүй. Буцаага барьж авах хэрэгтэй гэсэн. За Нави чадахгүй нэ барьж. За Жил Smoke дээр яах гэдэг вэ? За буцаа гарч чинь. Орж ирэх нь үл гэж бодлоо. 4 эсрэг 5. За Spirit одоо энийг алдвал мөнгөгүй шүү дээ. За Нави ч бас мөнгөгүй юм байна да. Хэдийн раундыг авсан ч гэсэн сая хамаг тоглогч нь унтсан болохоор мөнгө төр хэцүү байгаа юм байна. Алдсан тал нь бол тэр чигээр мөнгөгүй болоод баг дуусч магадгүй шүү ээ. Энэ раундыг авсан тал нь хожингийн хэлчиг баг 3 дахь барагдчих шүү нэр. Айл тал мөнгөний асуудалтай. За Нави хааш орох уу? Нэг хүн дутуу. Spirit-д бол B дээр 2, A дээр 3 голоо хайцсан. Голыг бол оруулж явна. За баг B рүү орох юм бол арай дайжгүй юм уу да. B дээр 2 хүн байгаа. За City Smoke-тод яг л B рүү зүглээд байна уу да. Smoke нээдлээ Chiro нэгэн дээр нэг унах. За буудалтаа алдсан. Баларсаа гэсэн Donk B дээр байгаад байгаа. За Donk ганцаараа гэхдээ хоёулаасаа чавуулаад байдаг. За Donk ганцаардчлаа. 2 эсрэг 3. За Нави давтаа болоод ирсэн хараа 3 эсрэг 2. Сайт эзэлцэн хүний даваатай, Barrel-ийн даваатай, Spirit-ийн сэвлийг гинэ. Яа, за map point Navi 12-10. За 3 дахь map гарахад одоо ганцаар раунд хэрэгтэй байна да. За Жил буугийн унах гад шахаад өрөөд ирсэн байна. 2 буугийн бариад авчвал уус Spirit мөнгөгүй. Яг харахгүй бууг нь унахчвал нэлээд давууг авна. За нэгэн дээр өгсөн байгаа юм чам. Моли ороод ирсэн. Өндөр л үзэж ин да зайлвал. За Широ оптод тоглогч 1-3. За би бариад авсан. За сэвлүүлсэнгүү. Нави. Сая бол яг л зүг газар руу орлоо доо бод. Миний дутуутай байсан. Хамгийн зөв сонголтыг хийгээд ороод ирлээ. За мөнгөний асуудалтай шавхаад баяланда симжинүүдтэйгээ M4 байх. Дөрөв симжи, нэг гар буттай, нэг фамастай. За шорт руу 3 тулж байгаа. Илон гулган алга. Навинд бол зөрүүлээ дээр нь лонг эзлэхэндээ. Алексей бүндэ флаш барьцсан. Би дурдаа өрөө гарах гэдэг. Шорт бол смок дуустал ойртохгүй. Навигаас. За Илонг эзэлчлээ Нави. За Жил. Цаахны кил. Энэ оронд хүмүүс нь лонгоор аар уучлаа. За чоппер явчихсан трейдинг цэвэр хийлээ. За сайт хоосон. За Широлын гиндах юм байна да. Фомастай тоглогч. За Широ байлтахгүй гинэ. Нинжа дээр нууцчлаа. Оруулж ирж байгаа хүмүүстэй хамт тоглоё гэж байгаа юм байна. За тэнд City-гээс 2 шортос нэг орж ирнэ. Сайтанд яадаг смок ордог. За буст гараад ирсэн чоп руу. Үүсийг смок арай лав орсон шүү дээ. Алексей бол хараад байгаа бүтэн харж байгаа. За Donk, Алексей Donk-ийн дабл кил. Wonderful трейдинг хийсэн. 2-2 уулаа. Donk Shiro. Нэг хэсэр нэг. За бомб сайтн дээр унцсан плант хийж чадаагүй. 2 оперын дүүгээр үйлдэлсэн. Wonderful буугаас лаг болоод авч байгаа. За бомб авах хэрэгтэй. Яа, широ дуусахгүй. 12-11. Нэрээ болоогүй гэж юм. За наавыг гэхдээ мөнгө төгрөг байгаа байсан те. Байгаа хаа. Юу лээ? Ой байран сүүлийн раундын дээр 4 тоглолч нэмд байсан гэж бас гайгүй хаа. Баялаа. За широ опас хэлж чадсан юм уу? За опас хэлж чадаагүй юм байна. Мөнгөгүй юм шүү дээ. За спирит гэсэн бас ялгаагүй юм байна. 3 симжигтэй. Нави 3 гар буутай бас. Яа, за яг үндэ бууг нь харах юм бол спирит бууны давуутай л харагдаж байна да. Аль талаас бас аргу баялсан. Загвар тайм гарахуу тоглолт дуусах уу? Шийдвэрлэх раа. За гол дээр хоёр тос дуулсан. Ямар амар нийт вэ. За широ энэ юу чадахгүй. Широ ой бэрэ давсан. Алекси бидрэй зүрлээ дог. Улаан. За гол хоёр хүн байгаа. Бэдэр энэ жил хулгай хийх гээд байна. Дог зөрөгтөөр шахаад ороод ирлээ. Улаан нэг гүцээсэн бидний трейд гэсэн зонтик спомбри бэрэ давсан. Сүүлийн хүнжээл. Бэгээ сайтан дээр Титнайнтэй галц устай. За эвүүрсэн шүү. Нэг эсрэг 3. Бомб нь өөрчлөлт өөрт нь байхгүй. Гол унтсан байгаа. За өвтөө харагдаж байна да. Жийл юу чадах вэ? Юу чадах вэ харагдаж байна. За. Өөр тайм. 12. Амархан дуусахгүй нэ. Өвтөө гараад ирж байна. За Бэдэр нэг аалуу шүү 4 хөө. Илонго 4 эзэлж байгаа. Залонг дээр хажиг сүглэлийн мөдлө буцаа шорт авах юм. За 2 долоо шорт болсон. За донг шорт дээр байлтхан дээ. Донг 23 киллтэй. Навигаас бит 18 киллтэй. За шорт смогтцсон. Наав смогт дуустал нь хүлээнэлгээд ах шиг байна да. Смогт дуустал нь хүлээж жагаад шорт эзлэхэд ах шиг байна. 3 хүн тулаад ороод ирсэн. За спирит өвдөх юм бол шорт тулцсан байсан хүмүүс хойшоо сайт руугаа орчлоо. Шорт байлт оруулж ирээд тоглоё гэж байгаа. За наавынхаа шорт эзлээд авч байна. 40 секунд. Дээр 3, B дээр 2 байна. За тэнд голд бас 2 хүн гараад ирсэн. Сплит орох гэдэг нэг өвчээл урдаа смогтоод чоп флашн дээр ямар амар флаш вэ засан цагаа. Загуулаар нэгэн тоглолт зон текст нарийн зүг барьж байгаа битэг бариад авсан. Араас нь широт энэ Алекси биг унагчж байгаа. Wonderful EMA 2. Хоёулаа гол дээр юу чадах вэ? 2-5 смокон дээр широ 2 kill. Сүүлд нь Wonderful хаалган дээр чад ороод ирсэн. Байсангүй чоп гүцээсэн. Spirit раунд. Овертайм ихний раундыг авч байна. Нави тайм аут авсан. Овертайм дээр бол ганц тайм аут авах хэрэг байгаа. Багт. залуу дахиад лонго эзэлж байгаа. Өөдөөс гараад ирсэн. За илэн дээр алаан болох нь аль аль нь сайрцсан гүгд байдаг. Смокон дээр гэсэн смокер алчлаа жийл. За чопper азгүй юм да. Маш чухал раунд смокер өгч гин. За Magix-ийн байршлыг мэдэхгүй л байгаа. Гэхдээ за гадарч ин апид орсон гэж. За Magix энэ хүрлийн раундыг авах юм байна. За нэгтэн. За Edwin-тэй шууд хийсэн Shiro ихт ямар сонин газар алхаад байна. Бүлдэ шууд өгөхөр газар авах. Хойд гисэн. Өөрийн эсрэг дөрөв. Зонтог стонк 2. Саагны даваатай сайтаа эзэлсэн дээ. Донк автай явж байна. Гой болчихоо. За донк ихтэй улаан 22 гэж байна. Бомб өгсөн. За wonderful зон тгсэг унгаад сүлд тоглогч байсан бай. 13 нав. Сүлд тоглоо. За chopper smoker гэдэг энэ лонгийн тоглолт баларчлаа л да яхахгүй спиритээсээ. Chopper рэмдэсэн бол бас лонгийн амарх алдахгүй байсан баг. За лонг руу автаа хүн гүйсэн chopper дахиад хөвчих гээд нэг үйл гэсэн. Эндэрч чи. Талдаа 3 дээр 2. Нэрсэлхаа. Залон руу гарсан Magix дахиад ганцаараа байлтан дээ. Magix-д ядаж нэгийг л алахгүй болов. Шоглуулчлаа бүр бит бүр чихээ аялаа. Амар бодчих. Дээрээс нэг тав. За Shiro short дээр залуурд нь бариад авсан. Үлцэн дөрвөлөө лонгоос орж ирнэ. Зонтог смок нийтлээ байлтхан дээ. Зарай эрт нийтэлч үдээ. Орч ирээд байгаа даа наа гэж. За дахиад нийтэлсэн. Арай л эрт нийтлээд байна да. За дахиад нийтэлсэн. Хэдэн удаач нийтэлж. За донгийн хооронд ард нь ирцээ явж байна. Wonderful. Тайминг хэр таарах уу? Wonderful араад өглөө. Гацгүй байна да. За би дулаан дүүлэх гэдэг нөө. Дулаан хүн штэ. Фанкууд бол асуудалгүй хийлээ авч байгаа. За дахиад Алексипик харсан. Има зон тгсэг унгаад 2-3. За Донки араас дахиад нэг долоо Shiro хүрээд ирсэн байна. За Донк одоо зөрөгтэй байлт чинь. Shiro бол нуухдах байх. Сүүлийн тоглогч Има Сити дээр. Йоо Донк. Хомнэр Донк юм да. За нэг раунд илүүтэй байр суулж байна Spirit. Тэр ортлаасаа Spirit-үүд 2 раунд хэрэгтэй. Navi-гийн хувьд бол 3 раунд хэрэгтэй. За элтигээр дайрцсан шүү дээ дөө. Wonderful автай. Хохрогч Донк орж ирэх гээд байна уу? Хохрогч байх нь хэрэгтэн байх марцаа гэсэн. За буцаа гарчлаа флаш дээр. Загвал зөрөгтэй дайрах гэж үзсэн. Гиндүүлээ нэгийг алах гэж үзсэн. Чадсангүй дээ. Спиритүүд бол нэгтраад огоороо гаргачлаа. Загвалаа эзлээд шорт руу болно. Смок ороод ирсэн. Navi-гийн хамгаалалт А дээр 3, Б дээр 2. За Илон дээр Wonderful оптой байгаа. За энэ шижиглтэй гараа флашгүй гарна гэж байна. За Magix. За ингэж бодвол яаж алах юм бэ? Дарж амтсан үсэй бүр. За флаш амир. За тэгтээ трейд н ороод ирсэн. Йоо Донк Имаг унагчлаа. Сая бол Има бүр хоёрыг алуул алхаад харагдчихсан байглаа л та. Хоёрын эсрэг 4 GL бит 2. Нэг шортоос нэг CT-гээс орж ирэн сайтаа алдсан бомб тавигдчихж байгаа. За эвгүүрсэн яах вэ? Уг нь бол кит бол байна. За донк улаацсан болохоор хүний хопыг авчиж байгаа. За хоёулаа хамтдаа шортоос орж ирнэ гэж байна. Хоёр гүүс дээр, хоёр лонг дээр. За баларсан, эвгүүрсэн. Уугаас хөвлөд нэг үе бит гол гарцсан ширөө харсан. За буудаад байт гэдэг. За цаг гутгуугаас хөвлөж гэж байгаа юм байна. 15-13 Spirit match point-ийг авч байна. Яа, за барайд авсан. За Spirit Grand Final руу шалгарахад ганцхан раунд хэрэгтэй байна да одоо. Нави одоо 2 раунд аваад өвдгийг гарах гэж үзэн. За Spirit-с тайм аут. Тайм аут ашиглаж ягаад цэвэрхэн дуусгачаал гэж. За. Явж бас мөнгө төгөл байгаа. Томойг тагараад байна. Хэлэл талаас. За B руу 3 эхэлж байгаа юм. Тэгвэл B дээр 2 юм. Гол 1. За даанал руу 3 орж ирсэн. Илтгэгээ зэвэрлээ. Голлоод булгаж ирэх хэрэгтэй даа. За JL B 2 B дээр. За гол дэсэн автод тоглож 10 гүйчлээ wonderful. B2 А3 болчих чинь. Саныг минут үлдсэн. Шорт дулаад эзлээ. Long дээр Magic Slurkin дээр явж байгаа. Агийн хамгаалтанд 3 тоглож байна. За 40 секунд. Авчсан шорт смокод ороод ирж байгаа. Снайог нь яг л олон хамгаалж энэ даа. Иймаа пулцсан шүү смокон дээр нь. Иймаа нэлээд зөрөгтэй үзээд байна. 20 секунд бэр үгүйж амжихгүй. Одоо аалуул орно. Хөр сонгохгүй болчихж байгаа. За шортор гүйсэн. За тэр лонгонд олж чинь тайминг хэр таах уу гэдэг байна да. Magix Elongост байлд нь штэ. Wonderful Crossner буудалтай алдаад байдаг. Rampus 2 хүн байлдна. Magix Longост гараад ирсэн 3 хүний араас байлдна. 2-ыг ургасан. Яа, хитрхи шорт анхаарчлаа. Иймаа сайтна гиндагаад байгаа. Иймаа гиндагаад байгаа. Урыг бариад авбудаа. Ситэн унтсан chopper. Цаггүй. Ёо, иймаа. Иймаа мар аварлаа сайн нэ. Бомбтой нэг унагаад хурыг алаад цаггүй болсон. За амархан дуусахгүй. 15-14. За дахиад өөртөө юм гарах уу? Боломжтой харагдаж байна. За донг 29 килтэй. Широ араас нь 23 килтэй явж байгаа. Авигаас бол бит 21 килтэй, Има 20 килтэй. За гол смогтоод мэдрүү гараад ирлээ. Энэ удаад бол Б дээр 4 хамгаалж байна. За City-г смокер нь ороод ирчихгүй. За short and cross wonderful. Йоо, magic сур. Wonderful-ийг үржихэд байна. Дахиад амар буутчихлаа. Wonderful. Бодлт байсангүй. За Сайта. Йоо, Zontex-ийг байрал юу вэ? За мэдээд байгаа юм гэхдээ flash-н дээр. За нэг хэн Zontex. Хоёр дахь нь Zontex гиндагаад байгаа. Хангалттай юм хийцэн бүр. Хангаад илүү давчлаа. 2-9-4. City-гээс байсангүй. Эсвэл бол Galaxy 1-9-4 юу чадах вэ? GG 16-14. За ингэснээр Spirit Grand Final руу аврагын төлөө гарч ирсэн. За Navi group stage дээр хожсон ч гэсэн ингээд play-off дээр хусагдчихлаа да. Харамсалтай. Тэдний юмд бол ингээд IEM Katowice тэмцээн ингээд өндөрлөж байна. 3-4 дугаар байранд орсон $80,000 эзэд болоод гэрийн зүг буцахнаа. За ингэснээр хэдүүлээ маргааш орой тэг цагаас Vitality болон Spirit гэсэн хоёр багийн аврагын төлөөх bottom тоглолтыг үзэхээр болж байна. За маргааш тэгээ Spirit back to back хоёр удаа дараалсан Katowice аврагыг авч чадахгүй эсвэл Vitality анхныхаа Katowice аврагыг авах уу маргааш тодорхой болох нь. За өнөөдрийн шууд дамжуулалт дууссан. Хэдүүлээ маргааш орой тэг цагаас сэргээд уулзъя да guys. Бүгдээрээ сайхан амраарай.
Zontex, that was some second map. In your words, talk me through it.
Yeah, game against Natus Vincere online, it's always interesting and almost always close games. It was very tough.
I think just a word about this. Obviously, you're playing here. The audience has been very one-sided. How has that made you and the rest of the Spirit team feel? How has it affected you?
To be honest, it works both sides because when you cheer for Navi, for example, they have a pressure, and when they start losing rounds, it's more pressure on them and easier for us. So to be honest, it doesn't really matter. It works both sides.
They beat you in the group stages. How much did you want to get even to prove that you do have a besting of them?
To be honest, we choked in group stage because we lost NT4s and we lost like 11-7, I think. And I thought like we are not playing our best game, but we still should have won. And I thought, and my teammates as well thought that, you know, if we will play with our game, we will win them. But you know, we have to be focused on what problems we have. We have to be focused really on our game because when we are not inside the game, when we're thinking about something outside, it's always terrible against teams like Navi, Vitality, FaZe, against the best teams. You're getting stomped if you're not concentrated enough.
Just one final question. A word for Vitality tomorrow. Grand final. You want to go back to back. What do you want to say to them?
Vitality is a great team. Obviously, amazing performance from them. Amazing individual players, like individual skill. And it's going to be an interesting match. They're great team, great players.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations. We'll see you through for second grand final. Thank you very much. Team Spirit!